Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars novel. Interregnum Book 1. Written by Admiral Byzantium and Dr. McKay. The tide has turned. With the death of Grand Admiral Thrawn, Counselor Leia Organa solo guides the diplomacy of the battle-tested and confident New Republic as they take the offensive. The Empire, beset by corruption and divided amongst quarrelsome warlords, tries frantically to hold on to its remaining territory, while the fringe elements of the galaxy take stock of the new reality. Some have sided with the New Republic, forming the Smugglers' Alliance, while others plot to gain power by exploiting the tattered vestiges of Imperial might. On Karrde, the capital of the New Republic, Luke Skywalker, the galaxy's only Jedi Knight, and Mara Jade, a former Imperial agent with a troubled past, reunite while subtle foes plot from the safety of the shadows. Chapter 1. The Star Destroyer Invidious looked every bit like the weapon of the Empire it had been engineered to be. 1,600 meters of gleaming white hull armor narrowed to a point in space, a declaration to all who would challenge the Empire that their challenge would soon come to an end. Of course, looks could be deceiving. Invidious was Imperial built, with a crew that wore Imperial uniforms. Many of them had been trained by the Empire, but no person familiar with the Imperial Starfleet at its height would mistake Invidious for an Imperial warship after a quick glimpse inside. Their uniforms were not strictly Imperial regulation, the crew's gait lacked the standard Imperial clip, and they were not the universally human personnel that would be found in Imperial service. The ship's fighters were not standardized, but had been heavily modified for added survivability and pilot comfort. Nor was the ship's captain, Leonia Tavira, a typical Imperial. A striking woman with black hair and violet eyes, she was possessed of a winsome demeanor and an impressively innocent and attractive smile. Or, alternatively, she was possessed of a ruthless ambition that had seen the death of many would-be rivals. She dressed to match both personas, with a casual red bandana holding back her longish hair and twin blaster pistols on her hips. She paired this with the trim Imperial Moff's uniform, a rank she technically held but was now long defunct. Neither her home planet Yatu nor the rest of the Adu sector was any longer interested in catering to their Moff's orders. But the uniform was still useful. She appeared to be what she was, an Imperial who had turned pirate and who, like so many others, found herself quite enjoying the change. The man standing behind her watched the bridge with cold detachment, an alert bodyguard who regretted his assignment but was dedicated to it nonetheless. Dressed like a warrior from the old space elves, an antique bronzium carapace armored his muscular build, transitioning into greaves and heavy boots that rang distinctively against the Star Destroyer's floor plating with every step. The armor alone didn't make the man frightening. It was the implacable mystery he seemed to exude wherever he walked. But after years of service, they knew Admiral Tavira had his unwavering loyalty, and for the gang of thugs, killers, and Imperial deserters that, and the lightsaber hanging from his belt, were enough. None of Tavira's bridge crew had ever seen his face, hidden as it was behind the lifelike, roaring visage of a Deomir bear, purest white but for the brown eyes, uncannily intelligent, and utterly ruthless. They were also nearly extinct. He knew Tavira like the mask. There was much she had learned from her time in the Empire, but first and foremost she had learned the value of intimidation. When she had acquired Invidious from one of the loosely independent warlords who had grown like fungal colonies after the Emperor's death, it had not been for the vessel's raw power, though that was certainly useful. Nor had it been because the ship was the finest possible pirate vessel. Nothing was further than the truth given the innumerable design flaws and constant maintenance demands characteristic of Star Destroyers, both serious hindrances for a pirate. No, it was because even the boldest rebel pilots became filled with dread at the sight of a Star Destroyer, and the planet below them was not filled with the boldest rebel pilots. They stood together in silence as the crew in the port and starboard crew pits rustled with anticipation, the Invidious now nearing bombardment range of the desolate planet below. "Admiral, the administrator is calling again," said the man at the communication station, using Tavira's preferred title despite the woman never seeing an admiralty board in her spotty career. "He's beginning to sound desperate." Tavira leaned toward the masked figure. "Isn't this thrilling, Matavis Karrde?" she asked quietly, the warmth of her hand on his shoulder utterly wasted on his armor. He remained still as a shiver of excitement went down her spine. "I suppose you can feel the anticipation and dread even better than I can," she said after a moment, sounding jealous. The Tavis Karrde, who had once had a name, maintained his posture unflinchingly. If she was disappointed at his lack of response, she didn't show it. "Admiral, Flight Control reports that all fighters are ready for launch," said the last man on the elevated command deck. "Thank you, Commander," Tavira replied briskly, turning her attention away from him. "Communications, tell the fighters to launch and assume standard escort formation. Then go wideband to the Kessel Defense Force. Tell them that if they attempt to engage, they will be destroyed. And tell them I am not interested in prisoners, but I will accept defectors." "Yes, Admiral." The pirate admiral watched as the shattered, lopsided rock of Kessel and his far more typical moon loomed closer through the port bridge windows. "Not just yet," Tavira mused softly to herself, too quiet for anyone but the Tavis Karrde to overhear. "Helm, put us in a geosynchronous orbit above the old Imperial base on the garrison moon. Guns, train all weapons on the facility, but do not," her voice dropped to a low growl, "do not fire until I tell you to." Invidious completed its maneuver with far less speed than it could have, allowing the minutes to stretch out and the impending threat of the vessel to linger. The communications from the administrator grew desperate. The Tavis Karrde watched as Tavira stepped back into the middle of the bridge platform, examining one of the displays with a keen tactical eye. "Has Duel offered his surrender?" Tavira asked, her hands folded behind her. "No, Admiral." "Should I demand it?" "I'll have our turbolasers do the demanding," Tavira replied breezily. "Guns, pick a target 50 meters outside the perimeter of the base and slag it for me. Make it spectacular." An Imperial II-class Star Destroyer carried 15 heavy turbolaser batteries and 10 individual heavy turbolaser cannons in its port broadside. Not all of NVIDIA's turbolasers were as reliable as they ought to be, given the ship's lack of opportunity for real maintenance, but there were more than enough. Each of the weapons trained on the prison, pinging it with targeting scanners. Then 38 bursts of coherent green light lanced from their barrels, drilling deep into the stone as excess energy bled into shattering explosions. A second burst of fire slammed in after them, widening the crack as the stone glowed hot in the aftermath of scattered explosions. "Beautiful," Tavira said approvingly. She offered her man at communications a cocky smile. "Comms." The man held his hand over his ear, listening intently. "Administrator Duel offers his unconditional surrender, Admiral," he announced triumphantly. His own lips slipped into a grin that would be quite unacceptable in a proper Imperial environment. "At least, from all the desperate begging, I believe that is what he has offered." "Very good," Tavira said, her thin smile growing broader. "Tell him to await my envoy. And tell him," her teeth gleamed with wolfish hunger, "that if he does anything I do not like, I will shatter the moon and rain large pieces of it down on his head." "With pleasure, Admiral," the young man said, his own smile matching hers. Tavira turned back to her armored bodyguard. "Well, my Tavis Karrde, are you ready to embark on the next stage of your—" Her violet eyes glowed with amusement and temptation. "Loyal service." "I live and serve, Admiral," he replied, his already resonant voice echoing behind the Diomir bear mask. "Very good." There was no mistaking the satisfaction in her voice. "You may begin." The depths of Kessel were kept in perpetual darkness. This was purposeful, as the only reason the world, if the barely habitable rock that was Kessel could be called a world, it was really more of a gigantic asteroid with an almost but not quite atmosphere, was settled at all was its native spice spiders. The creatures whiled away their existence underground in complete darkness, spinning their lucrative webs of pure glitterstem and consuming the spice miners sent in to collect it. Fleary Voru had spent far too many years in that bitter darkness. It had not been all bad. The camaraderie with other prisoners, especially other Corellians, had offered some recompense on those long, treacherous days. He and his fellow inmates had even found the spice hunts preferable to other far less dangerous duties simply because of the change of pace. The other recompense on those long days of miserable boredom had been the knowledge, the surety, that he would eventually return to civilization and resume his rise. He never doubted it, despite the hurdles that seemed to be constantly placed in his way. Voru had been serving a life sentence, a gift of the Emperor earned with the sale of far too many of Voru's secrets. Before that, Voru had been the Moff of the Corellia sector, a post he had held since Palpatine had been just a senator. The two men had understood each other's ambitions, but Palpatine would brook no rivals and had, inevitably, come to see Voru's charisma, competence, and ties to the galaxy's fringes as a threat. Voru took pride in that, even if it had led to his imprisonment. Being deemed a threat by the Emperor himself was no small feat. Voru's memory of Palpatine's cackling self-congratulation as he stripped the Moff's rank bars from Voru's chest, handed him off dismissively into the hands of a pair of red-armored royal guardsmen, and then turned him back, was bitter and vivid to this day. Force or no force, Voru had always known Palpatine's ego and overconfidence would doom the man in the end, and it was with that knowledge that he rode himself hard, determined never to grow as complacent as his old rival. But even after Palpatine's fall, it had taken some years for Voru to make his first escape from Kessel. His return to Kessel after aiding Isard was another memory that plagued him. The Lambda-class shuttle descending through Kessel's constantly escaping air, wings arching to landing configuration as they swept down to the landing pad with the smooth settling that told of extensive experience at the pilot's yoke. Antilles had been flying, of course, with Ela Wessery seated across from him in the passenger compartment, hand writing her blaster and eyes on the base of his throat the whole way. The two had made his return to Kessel a personal project of theirs after the rogues had taken Thyphera, settling him in the now familiar darkened corridors, away from the prying eyes of New Republic sludge news and extensive blackmail opportunities. Much as he despised his time here, the memory of their determined opposition brought a smile to his face. At least I was beaten by proper Corellians, who showed me the respect my reputation deserved. "You know I will get out of here again," he had told them. "I know too many people and own too many debts. Kessel could not hold me before, and it could not hold me now." Wessery's keenly intelligent brown eyes were her most defining feature, he remembered. She was a true Corellian, a dedicated investigator. She was meticulous and detail-oriented. If she had been in Coruscant while he had been Corellia's Moff, she would have been a prized asset. The thought of setting her dogged determination on his adversaries, but in his absence Corellia had deteriorated, ending up in turn puppet of the Empire, a plaything of the Dictate, or both. Wessery, not particularly fond of either, had joined the rebellion, and that, and his rather short-sighted decision to hitch his future to the even more unstable than he had realized as an Isard, had made them enemies. Isard had been the head of Imperial Intelligence, the Empress of the Empire in all but name after Palpatine's death. She had seemed like a sure enough bet, until one saw her up close. All her intelligence, ruthlessness, and cunning couldn't save her from her own mental instabilities. And the first thing he had done on release was to contact her with an offer of service. It pained him only a little to admit that his own mistakes had put him back here. "You may," she had conceded, releasing his arm with the exquisitely painful twist of a forensic investigator who had walked the wealthy and corrupt, as he stepped down the ramp of the Lambda and into the hands of the waiting Kessel guards for processing. To his surprise, she hadn't said anything more without prompting. And then, she had arched an eyebrow at him as the guards took his arms. "I suggest that you run, very far away, and live somewhere in peaceful obscurity. I don't like reopening old cases." And then she had turned away and strode up the ramp of the Lambda. The ramp had risen behind her, closing as a gesture of finality. As he had watched, pulled away by the guards, an X-Wing painted in Corset green on black took up an escort position as the shuttle headed for space. Horn, no doubt. Another proper Corellian, he thought with rue that almost turned into pride. His mistakes were legion, yes, but his fall was also a testament to the quality of his adversary. Would Corellia under his rule, with these magnificently capable people at his command could have been. Wessery had given him good advice. For a man without ambition, he intended to ignore every bit of it. Though he was not yet decrepit, Voru was a hair too slow now to go traipsing around in utter darkness, braving spice spiders with a pick or shovel. To avoid it, he had negotiated with Moradul, Kessel's administrator, and exchanged some small credit accounts for a less strenuous confinement, doling out a new one each year of roughly equivalent wealth. The library he had been given access to was barely deserving of the name, to be sure, but it did have a number of things to recommend it besides its reading list. Most importantly, access to the Kessel computer mainframe. There was a heavy knock on the door. Voru looked up and over, then peered upwards, as if he could see through the ceiling and to Kessel's orbit above. Being disturbed in the library was uncommon, and it usually meant that Duel wanted something. Today, however, there was a good chance it meant something else. "Come," he called. The door slid open and a tall, gangly blonde figure stepped through, holding a double-barreled blaster pistol. Like everything else Arb Skinksnecks owned, the blaster spoke volumes about the man, an illegal custom model, one that sacrificed accuracy, rate of fire, and reliability for raw power. It was not a trade-off Voru would have made. "Voru," the man said in a gravelly voice. He wore an Imperial's uniform, but without any insignia. When the prisoners had seized control of the Kessel spice facilities from the Empire, they had kept some of the paraphernalia in an attempt to maintain an official facade. Voru would have recognized him just from his voice, but he would cut a distinctive figure even mute, with his long arms and spindly neck. Of all the inhabitants of Kessel, Skinksnecks was the most distasteful, or at least in the top 5, Voru thought. There were uses for psychopathic sadists, but only a few, and then only transiently. If it had been up to Voru, Skinksnecks would have been dead years ago. "Can I help you?" Voru asked calmly, adopting his best Imperial court intonations and an air of quiet, regal confidence. It was like settling into a well-tailored suit, he thought, with the momentary concern that it might not fit after so long in the closet, followed by the relief that it still fit perfectly. Skinksnecks wasn't impressed. "There's an Imp-Star Deuce in orbit, and its envoy wants to speak with you." He scowled at him, looming forward to take full advantage of the height difference between them. Skinksnecks was built like an enormous, skeletal scarecrow. Voru was short and lean, in part thanks to Kessel's scanty prisoner rations. He nodded, unimpressed by Skinksnecks' attempt at intimidation. "Then we should not keep them waiting. Star Destroyers are nothing to be trifled with," he replied. "Duel doesn't have the rogues, and he's an easy target, stationary on the ground. Kessel's defense forces can't hope to compete with even a poorly maintained Imp-Star Deuce." Skinksnecks watched Voru, his eyes dark and suspicious. For a moment, Voru thought the taller man might shoot him just for the pleasure of it. Voru hoped not. That would be an unsatisfactory end to such a promising beginning. Their gazes met, and this time his lingered before the tall man glanced away. Skinksnecks wasn't the only one of them who had a killer's gaze. The scarecrow jerked his head towards the door, then turned and stalked out of the library, ducking his head on exit. Voru followed, spirits raised. He took a breath, reminding himself not to seem too ebullient. There were any number of ways the next few minutes could go horribly wrong. Still, he couldn't keep a momentary smirk from his face. The Imperial Correctional Facility, or simply the spice mines of Kessel to most of the galaxy, was an enormous, sprawling facility originally built by the Old Republic and perfected as a great prison of the Empire. In its heyday, hundreds of thousands, some said perhaps even millions, of prisoners, mostly political dissidents, had been sent to the spice mines of Kessel to live out terms ranging from a few months to the rest of their natural lives, usually closer to the latter, especially given the many dangers of spice mining. Voru and Skinksnecks walked the rough-hewn metal corridor from the library to the lift. The decades-old equipment creaked in protest, but like so much of the Old Republic's technology, it had been built to last and obeyed despite its complaints. In moments, the lift was rocketing through the long tube over the gray surface of Kessel towards the prison's central hub. Through the scorched transparent steel window of the lift they got an excellent view of the facility, a tan and gray plasteel edifice that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, hardly more appealing than Kessel's harsh surface itself. The central structure loomed above everything around it, looking vaguely reminiscent of the Imperial Palace on Coruscant. 4 flat faces rose up out of the ground, sloped backwards at about 45-degree angles before coming together in a large flat top that could serve as a shuttle landing pad. Unlike the rest of the facility, it gleamed, glassed, and mirrored, housing the facility's administrative offices and prison personnel. As the elevator raced towards the center of the prison, Skinksnex watched Voru like a hawk, his expression flickering with suspicion. Voru also occasionally caught him glancing upwards, towards the sky, and trying not to look nervous, which made sense. From here, with the transparent windows of the lift that carried them offering a clear view of the sky, they could both see the gleaming white dagger shape of the Star Destroyer now in orbit above the prison. Skinksnex pointed his double-barreled blaster through the transparent steel at the white arrowhead shape of the Star Destroyer above. "Friends of yours?" Voru made a show of looking up and frowning. "I don't have any friends with Star Destroyers. Not anymore." "If they're not friends of yours," the Scarecrow grunted, "then they're enemies, and you finally outlived your usefulness," he said. "I wonder what they'll give us for you," the man mused darkly, looking at Voru with an expression of thinly veiled contempt. The expression was a lie. Voru had enough experience with sadists to recognize murderous impulses disguised as contempt. If it were up to Skinksnex, Voru would already be dead or dying in the most painful way Skinksnex could imagine, and for no reason other than witnessing that pain would mildly amuse him. The lift came to a stop, and the doors opened. Skinksnex gestured at the door with his blaster. "After you?" Reluctantly, Voru led the way, feeling those barrels pointed at his back with every step. The corridors had been better maintained than those in the computer records facility he had inhabited these last months, but the days of regular maintenance were long gone. Far from housing a well-run Imperial administration, this corridor was still testament to the harsh fighting that had taken place when the inmates rose up. Scorch marks from stray blaster bolts pocked the walls. The offices on either side had been ransacked for anything of use before being therapeutically melted, likely the work of an E-Web repeating blaster. They passed a broad anteroom to what had been the Imperial Prefect's office. It faced huge windows displaying Kessel's desolate flats and the atmosphere factories beyond, which pumped a barely adequate supply of air into Kessel's barely adequate gravity. Above the air, Voru should see the telltale shimmer of the planetary shields, which prevented the entire prison population from getting fried by the intense gamma radiation produced by the nearby mall, a cosmically unique collection of dozens of black holes that made this region of space one of the most treacherous in the galaxy. Kessel was, in short, one of the least hospitable places in the entire galaxy for human and alien life. It certainly was no coronet city, a sleek metropolis with verdant greenery around it. The fleeting thought which sent a pang of homesickness through Voru. How long had it been since he'd last been on Corellia? 15 years? 20? However long it had been much too long. But now he didn't have time for Old Home Week at Coronet. He was on. The Imperial Prefect's desk had been originally sized for a human, but someone had shortened the legs, haphazardly, Voru noted, to be sized for a much shorter, squatter creature. In this case, the venal and perpetually planning Morith Duel. Duel was a ribbit, bright green, with tan spots on his skull that seemed to glow in the dim light from the glow panels and large windows behind him. His reptilian, naturally amphibious skin was disgustingly cracked, which probably explained his proximity to a ramshackle humidifier just behind his chair which hummed and crackled seemingly at random, coughing out a watery mist. Voru could already feel the sharp creases of his prison uniform collapsing. Unlike Skinksnex, Duel wore nothing even remotely Imperial. Not that there were any Imperial-style uniforms for Rybits anyway, instead donning a long, lizard-skin waistcoat. It was an attempt to add a rakish appeal to his diminutive frame. The attempt was spoiled by his eyes, Voru thought. They were overlarge with vertical slits and not the least bit intimidating. One was a milky, sightless white, while the other was enhanced by a mechanic's loop, forever hiding him from meeting the eyes of others. That was a real detriment for one who dreamed himself a leader. But Voru's attention wasn't on Duel for more than a moment. He knew the ribbit and dismissed him almost instantly. He was powerful only because despite his venality, he could manage the mines like no other, and even condescended to give the prisoners enough rations and equipment for a fighting chance in the mines. Really, a better alternative had not yet presented itself. The moment a more capable thinker, a more charismatic leader, came along, Duel would be pushed aside or rendered an underling. While Duel fiddled with his mechanical eye to get a good look at Voru watched the room's final occupant. The man was tall, almost 2 meters in height, and loomed over even Skinksneck's lanky frame. His height was augmented by the armored boots he wore. His entire armored form gleamed bronze as the sunlight from Duel's massive windows cascaded over him, reflecting and giving him an almost otherworldly glow. His head was covered by a coiled helm, also bronze, and his face by a vivid white mask of some kind of alien bear. The visage was intricately and masterfully painted, or perhaps carved. It was hard to tell exactly how the effect was produced from a distance, to give it the impression of fur, dark eyes, and a snarl with just a hint of teeth around the mouth. The impression it left on the viewer was potent, to say the least. Skinksneck's gaze hadn't left the armored man since they had entered the office, his blaster pointing half in his direction. Fleary Voru, Duel said finally, hopping down off his chair and moving around the shortened desk in his direction. Voru ignored him, walked right past him, leaving the ribbit standing behind him in stunned disbelief. Duel's head swiveled after him in an expression of growing rage, stammering, but he wasn't important. Not if the armored man was what Voru thought him to be, was what Tavira told him he was. And if he wasn't, well, then Voru was about to die anyway. He might as well do so with panache. "You are the Tavis Karrde?" he asked, stopping in front of the taller, armored man. Voru, who was quite short, was forced to look up, and up some more to meet the man's shadow gaze. The eyes were dark and utterly unemotive, though whether that was because of their natural color or because of the effect of the mask he couldn't tell. "Yes," the man replied, his voice resonantly rumbling from behind the mask, with no discernible accent. "You are Moff Fleary Voru of Corellia." Voru smiled. It had been a long time since someone had referred to him as such. It was a good omen that Tavira would be pliable, or at least polite if she had instructed the Tavis Karrde to greet him with his old title. "I am," he agreed readily, letting his voice hover confidently in the air, still ignoring Duel's now quite annoyed babble behind him. He was Moff Fleary Voru of Corellia, could feel the old prestige draped around his shoulders, could feel himself settling back into the fondly remembered routines of one of the most powerful men of the Empire. The former Moff offered the Tavis Karrde, and he really had to learn the man's name. Thinking of him by title would grow annoying, and quickly, a thin smile. "You have your orders?" he asked the armored man. The masked figure's face was motionless, but Voru saw the man's large hands flex. "Yes." Voru smiled thinly. "Then by all means," he said, enjoying Duel's perturbation and continuing to ignore it, "carry them out." This was the moment of truth, the moment where Voru himself would discover if Tavira's boasting had been genuine or overstated. His life hung in the balance of the next few moments. The Tavis Karrde lifted his hand. Voru heard Skinksneck's gasp in surprise and anger as his double-barreled blaster soared through the air over Voru's shoulder to land in the armored man's hand. He pointed it at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. The 2 barrels fired as one, the twin bolts fusing into a larger, overloaded blast that slammed into the ceiling, sending a shower of insulation down from above, dust intermingling with mist from Duel's humidifier, and the newly introduced scent of ozone. The Tavis Karrde lowered the blaster and examined it with a faint distaste, then ejected the gas cartridge before tossing it aside. Skinksneck recovered quickly. Duel's enforcer hauled a shock stick from his belt and started to charge, but it availed him nothing. Before he took more than a step, he stumbled, both hands moving to hold his swan-like throat, gagging. The Tavis Karrde's right hand pointed towards Skinksneck's, forefinger and thumb curled into a steadily tightening circle. Skinksneck gurgled, clinging to his throat, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he tried to speak but was unable to. Voru turned to look at Duel, and his gray eyes were hard. "Kessel, ice mine now." Duel, Voru's voice was chipped flint, grating over the sound of Skinknex's gagging. "You may continue to manage it if you cooperate. If you do not," he pointed at Skinknex, who fell to his knees, flailing. Duel stared at Voru, at the Tevas car, and most of all at the gasping Skinknex. I understand," he said, his expression horrified. Voru offered him a calm, victorious smile. "Release him," he said, remembering how Grand Moff Tarkin had managed Vader. How often had he wished for a Vader of his own? Skinknex suddenly took a gasping breath, falling forward onto his hands and knees, panting for breath, color returning to his face. Wisely, he didn't look up. "The Invidious will remain here until my agents arrive to ensure that Kessel remains under my control," Voru continued conversationally, turning so that he stood in front of and beside the Tevas. "You've treated me with the dignity you could do. As such, do not think my generosity wanting. You will continue to sell spice, but only to smugglers of my choosing. You will continue to receive a cut, but a reduced cut. You will continue to oversee prisoners, but you will release the prisoners I want released and hold the people I want held. Serve me well, and in time you will be richly rewarded beyond any dream of avarice. But fail me, and your end will be slow and painful. Do we understand one another?" The Rybat stared at him with terrified eyes, his gaze pulling towards the taller Tevas yet constantly drawn back to Voru's hard gaze. "Don't make me ask twice," Voru said, with a touch of impatience. Yes. Of course," Duel replied, bowing his head subserviently. Voru had seen that expression on him before, years ago, when he'd been a petty administrator in the spice mines, before his very bloody coup. It was gratifying to see it once again, but Voru would be sure not to forget what had come of the last man Duel had bowed to. The massive public executions of the Imperial Guards and administrators who had once occupied these offices, everyone even suspected of being a trustee, were hard to forget. It had taken some quick talking to spare Voru himself one of those executions, but being a personal enemy of the Emperor had been an effective defense. "Excellent," Voru replied with a smile that could almost be mistaken for friendly. "May our partnership be long and fruitful." The Sentinel-class landing shuttle that carried Voru and his escort hummed softly as it made its way towards the looming Invidious. Voru leaned forward to peer upwards out the window at the Star Destroyer, wishing he was in the pilot's seat but glad for the opportunity to view the big ship. He could see an EVA crew working on one of the starboard shield generators as the shuttle moved under the Star Destroyer and towards its huge docking bay. "Trouble with the starboard shields?" he asked the pilot quizzically. The pilot grunted softly as he moved the ship's wings into landing position. "The generators have been fussy ever since we got into a scrape, with some Diamala out near Sullust," he replied absently. Definitely not a regular Imperial pilot, Voru thought, his lips shifting into a frown. The regular Navy would never talk so freely to newcomers, especially about sensitive information. He nodded, watching as the pilot skillfully maneuvered the shuttle up into the docking bay. Still, he mused to himself, it's not unexpected that Invidious has maintenance issues. Star Destroyers were designed for them. The shuttle settled between marked lines in Invidious docking bay, which was filled with other ships, squadrons of what seemed to be modified TIE designs with 3 triangular wings arranged symmetrically around their cockpits. The pilot and him, the one who had been grounded in Kessel for 2 years since Kraken had finished debriefing him, and the rogues had dropped him on that miserable rock, craved the opportunity to take one out for a spin and see what it could do. But the Moff knew that opportunity would not be soon in coming, if ever. He patted the pilot on the shoulder approvingly. Smooth landing, then turned on his heels and walked down the still descending flight ramp. He had never met Leonia Tavira before now, but he recognized her instantly from the combination of her Moff's uniform, her short stature, and her brilliant, piercing violet eyes. The flamboyant red bandana was merely an accent. Do not underestimate her just because of her youth, he reminded himself, or her beauty. This is a woman who at 16 was taken against her will to be the concubine of a Moff, and by 20 she was the Moff. If Delaire taught you nothing, keep it professional. Always. Moff Voru of Corellia. The young woman greeted him cheerfully, her arms folded behind her back as she adopted a formal posture. Moff Tavira of Adu, he replied with her own defunct Moff title, wishing that he'd had the opportunity to put on a Moff uniform before greeting her. His Kessel prison clothes felt decidedly inadequate for this meeting. Thank you for the ride, and for the assistance securing the revenues of Kessel. Her smile was positively predatory. You're most welcome. I have some of my assets arriving to garrison the world as we speak, so that it stays secured after we depart, she replied, her tones airily dismissive, as if bringing a Star Destroyer to Kessel and providing a Force-adept bodyguard were the least of her concerns. The Force-adept bodyguard in question stepped down the shuttle's ramp behind him and moved to stand near Tavira, taking a watchful pose just behind her and to her right, his bronze armor gleaming in the artificial light of the docking bay. I have a room prepared for you, and a wardrobe, Tavira said, her airy tone continuing to treat her courtesy as almost an afterthought. Then perhaps you would consent to join me to discuss the next phase of your plan. Voru felt his lips move into a confident, almost cocky smile. Yes, he was older now. Yes, he was without almost all of the resources he had once had. Yes, the moment the New Republic discovered he had escaped Kessel, they would no doubt come after him. And none of that mattered a whit. Tavira wasn't the only one who had started with nothing. After all, he'd no more been born into Moffdom than she had. He'd done it before. He could do it again. Yes, of course, he said, careful not to offer any intonation or words that suggested he accepted her as his superior. He'd made that mistake with Isard, not again. I reached out to you considering your discerning eye and keen tactical mind. Rest assured, both traits will see use before the week is out. Chapter 2. Painted proudly in New Republic colors, with his now legitimized starboard seal gleaming red on her hull, Ashen Strike snapped into real space in the Hisham system. The swirling lights visible through the ship's handful of exterior viewports ceased with unusual abruptness. Captain Atral Taban leaned slightly forward in her chair at the center of the modified Corellian corvette's small bridge, adjusting to the sudden change in motion with the hard-won reflexes of the Karrde Academy-trained type pilot she had once been. A willowy brunette with hair cut just short enough to fit into a pilot's helmet, Atral now wore her New Republic fleet uniform with pride and slept better most nights. The ship's hull seams popped and flexed with protest at the abrupt deceleration. Alarms surged through the bridge, and her small, tight-knit crew responded with the same taut urgency she'd spent months instilling. Unmapped gravity well forced an early reversion. Hissed the Tagorian officer manning the sensor station. We've hit an interdictor cruiser. Outside, flashes of green turbolaser fire spit towards Ashen Strike from the assembled ambush. Atral leaned back slightly in her seat, took a moment to consider the tactical plot, and rapped out a series of orders in a clear, clipped soprano. Helm engines to maximum. Alter course 35 degrees to starboard and pitch us down away from the interdictor. Guns, give me ranging fire on the cruiser. Keep an eye out for enemy fighters and target them as soon as they get within range. Enemy strength confirmed. Log into Imperial 2-class Star Destroyers and 1 Katana Dreadnought in company with the interdictor. The feline voice was alert, but there was no panic in it yet. Atral watched the starfield shift as the corvette maneuvered. On her combat display, the interdictor, now tagged as Stellar Web, began to draw back, dropping behind the protection of the 2 rapidly closing Star Destroyers with its Dreadnought escort tucked in close. Meanwhile, the first TIE fighters closed in on Ashen Strike and came under laser fire. She watched with satisfaction as one of the TIEs caught a laser blast and vanished from the display. The Star Destroyers closed, sliding in front of the interdictor. Ashen Strike cut over hard, using the bulk of the starboard destroyer to obscure the sensors and guns of the port side one, but leaving the Strike vulnerable to his partner. As the turbolaser fire intensified and splashed off Strike shields, Atral spoke again. More power to the engines. We need as much speed as you can give me, she demanded. Guns, maintain focus on the fighters and keep them off us. Reinforce port and ventral shields, Take power from starboard and forward shields if you have to. If she could just get past the destroyers in one piece, she could angle on the planet and force them to turn to chase her. Multiple tractor beams attempting a lock, the Togorian announced nervously in his hissing, feline accent. The strike's lasers splashed a second time. The others were warier now. Excellent. I have a message from the lead Star Destroyer, her communications officer, Abathan, announced. It's from Admiral Rogers. He's requesting we surrender at once and promises fair treatment as prisoners of war. His fur rippled dismissively. I say we fight. Atral smiled thinly, watching her plot. Ashen's strike speed was increasing steadily, and so far the Corvette's shields were holding off the distant incoming turbolaser fire. But that would change as soon as one of the tractors got a solid grip, which was only a matter of time. Clearly, Rogers wanted her intact. The two destroyers were starting to separate now, altering to shift from a horizontal line into a vertical one, which would allow the second Star Destroyer's turbolasers to shoot at Ashen's strike without hitting her partner first. Come on. Turn. Turn towards me. You're going to have to if you want to catch me, so turn. Her fist knocked on the arm of her captain's chair, silently urging Rogers to do as she willed. As she watched, the plot updated again, giving the two destroyers names for the first time, Chimera and Agonizer. She refused to react as her guts turned to ice, careful to give no indications of her sudden concern to her crew. Chimera. The two Star Destroyers altered their headings, shifting to turn to pursue her, and she half stood in her chair. All other thoughts vanished. Helm, shift us 15 degrees to starboard. Keep us parallel to those destroyers. All shields aft and port. Guns, keep suppression fire on the fighters. She grinned, her heart pounding in her chest. Execute. Asterisk. Finalized tractor locks on the Corvette. Barked Captain Gilad Pellaeon of the Chimera. The Corvette's crew was good, he thought sourly. The rebels had responded instantly to the ambush, faster than he would have been able to in their place, and had used their maneuverability advantage to sideline half his firepower. He would be sure to convey his respects to their captain once Chimera had him safely captured. Look at this, Captain. Admiral Terran Rogers' voice came from beside him. Unlike Grand Admiral Thrawn, Rogers was a more traditional Imperial officer who eschewed the command chair that Thrawn had favored for a roving watch on the bridge, using a datapad linked to the ship's main computer as his primary command interface. Like Pellaeon himself, the gray-haired Rogers had a service record that stretched back to the earliest days of Palpatine's New Order. Between the two of them, they probably had as many years of experience as the rest of Chimera's bridge crew combined. Look at what, Admiral? Pellaeon asked as Chimera's tractors finally caught the Corvette. The much smaller ship was now steadily being dragged towards them. He frowned at that. The ship was still presenting its port side to Chimera and Agonizer, which was odd. Had he been in command of the Corvette, he would have gone perpendicular to make best use of the Corvette's massive engines and minimize his target profile. Rogers handed him the datapad. Intelligence just sent the first good report on our prey, the Admiral said. It's not a typical CR-90. They're still sorting it out, but Lieutenant Dreef thinks it used to be one of Singe's pocket carriers. Corvettes built to hold a squadron or so of TIE fighters. Status change. Pellaeon and Rogers both turned towards the shocked sound just in time for the first proton torpedoes to slam into Chimera's tractor beam emitters. Asterisk. Wedge Antilles didn't wait for a target lock as his X-Wing led the charge from Ashen Strike's hangar base. He and Tycho had been the first two pilots out of the modified CR-90 starboard hangar, their launch carefully shielded from Chimera's view. He dipped his fighter's nose slightly and triggered two proton torpedoes, letting both lance blindly into the void between the Corvette and Chimera. Both torpedoes were caught by the tractors, lashing the smaller ship and pulled instantly towards the destroyer. Rogues, hit Air Chimera with the torpedo volley, then break by pairs and take the ties, he commanded, hearing the order acknowledged. Rogue 2 on me, let's scatter these eyeballs. He and Tycho were momentarily alone as the remainder of the understrength squadron finished its rapid launch procedure. Red laser fire continued to lance from Eshin strike towards the ties, which were just now turning towards the new, unexpected fighter threat when he and Tycho hit them. Wedge's HUD flickered green as he tracked one of the ties caught transfixed between the Corvette's main battery and the X-wings and fired, punching a quad burst of laser fire through Ty's starboard wing and ball cockpit. A small part of Wedge felt a pang of guilt as the fighter exploded, but that didn't prevent him from seeking out another target from those remaining. A quick warning warble from Gate led him to glance at his HUD and juke his X-wing. Incoming green laser fire went wide. "Lead, roll port on my mark," Tycho's calm voice said in his ear. "Mark." Wedge chopped his throttle and spun his fighter, green blast flashing through where he'd been rather than where he was. They stopped suddenly as Tycho stitched the two ties tracking Wedge with precise, twin-linked laser fire. The two X-wings reoriented themselves and Wedge took a slight lead while checking his squadron status. Looking up through his X-wing's canopy, he saw Eshin strike and Hobby's X-wing dancing with a trio of TIE fighters. Wedge kicked his fighters' engines to full, roaring towards the fight with Tycho following faithfully. "Two flight, torps away." Wes Jansen's voice came over the squadron channel, and 8 proton torpedoes streaked towards Chimera. "Three flight, torpedoes away," Corran Horn's voice echoed, though Wedge's fellow Corellian led an understrength flight that produced only 6 torpedoes. The 14 missiles were far from enough to kill an Imp Star Deuce, but if they hit in a single-timed arrival, even a Star Destroyer would feel the sting. Jansen's torpedoes hit first, and Chimera's port shields flickered under the sudden energy infusion. Corran's torpedoes hit next. 4 were stopped by the flickering shields, but the final 2 snuck through, digging deep into Chimera's hull armor and converting their explosive mass to pure energy and splintered debris. It was a start, Wedge thought as Chimera's tractor beams died. Eshin strike's now unhindered engines flared brighter, and the Corvette put on more speed, causing the Star Destroyer's turbolasers to splash impotently against its shields as the distance increased. The TIEs harassing the Corvette weren't doing any better. Hobby's aggressive maneuvering and fire had already accounted for 2 of them, and Eshin strike finished off the final TIE with a quick burst of laser fire before he and Tycho could reach it. He could imagine actual smug expression and allowed himself a grin. "Rogues, this is Strike. Chimera and Agonizer are launching their remaining TIE squadrons. Reading 2 squadrons of interceptors and another squadron of fighters," said Eshin Strike's Bothan communication officer into his ear. "All of them are vectoring in on our position." Wedge examined his HUD. The leading TIE squadrons were slowing their approach, and Wedge ran the intercept in numbers in his head. "They don't want to come in piecemeal. 10 of us versus 12 of them 3 times is easy. 10 of us versus 36 of them all at once is much harder. Apparently they know that as well as we do." He thumbed his comm. "Rogues, they're trying to swarm us. Stay with your wingmates, stand off on cap for the strike. Let them approach, and let Strike give you cover while we get as many as we can with torps. Don't worry about saving any for the Star Destroyers." His orders given, Wedge watched as Chimera and Agonizer began to surge after Eshin Strike and his pilots. Asterisk. Pellaeon grunted angrily as the X-Wing scored hits on his ship. "Damage report," he demanded. "We've lost both starboard tractor beam emitters, Captain," said a nervous voice from the starboard crew pit. "And one of our turbolaser batteries is non-responsive. Shields are fully restored." Saving the good news for last, Pellaeon thought as he grunted his acknowledgement. The loss of both starboard tractor beam emitters, both, was serious. Agonizer wasn't in range to use theirs, and Eshin Strike was now gaining distance on them, heading deeper into the planet's gravity well. That meant the Corvette could, in theory, gravity boost around the planet and head out the other side, at a random vector, and skip into hyperspace before they could stop her. Even if he rolled Chimera, he was almost out of range to use his portside tractor beam emitters, and the Corvette's captain was successfully keeping his ship out of Chimera's forward firing arc. A year ago, Thrawn would tell him to use a Mark Zabel maneuver or a Siskina diversion, and the battle would be over with minimal losses. Or he'd coax C'baoth into using his Jedi tricks to enhance the coordination and concentration of his fighter pilots, making novice pilots fly like veterans. But Thrawn was dead and there were no more easy battles. As he watched the 10 X-Wings, now positively IDD's Rogue Squadron, and wasn't that just a fresh kick in the teeth, were racing back towards the Corvette where they could fight in the protective shadow of his lasers. Pellaeon gritted his teeth. Chimera could carry 6 squadrons of TIE fighters, but TIEs were not easy to come by these days, especially not after the loss of the Bilbringi shipyards, and the thought was a knife to his heart. Nor were pilots, not after the loss of the cloning facility on Wayland. His restless mind added insufferably, and there weren't likely to be any replacements for either any time soon. And Chimera and Agonizer had started the battle with only 2 squadrons each. Rogers apparently was thinking much the same. The Republic sent their best. This is going to be a bitter victory, he murmured, his eyes on the larger combat plot. If we hold the TIEs back and send Stellar Web forward at full burn, we might be able to hold the Corvette here long enough for Chimera and Agonizerto get the ship back under tractor, he proposed. Maybe, Pellaeon said. But that will also let the X-Wings have a good shot at her, and we can afford to lose TIEs more than we can an interdictor. He shook his head. You have to credit the rebels, he said grudgingly. They couldn't have fought this any better than they. Status change. The 2 men turned, first towards each other, then towards the combat plot, and paled. Asterisk. General Garm Bell Iblis smoothed his graying mustache, and allowed himself the small, vulpine grin of a hunter as the interdictor's gravity well yanked the Mon Calamari star cruiser Orthovan and her 3 near-identical sister out of hyperspace directly on top of the stellar web. Experienced and hungry, the crews of the 4 Liberty-class star cruisers, each the size of Akbar's Home 1, positioned their ships into a traditional box formation. Moments later, his 5 Katana dreadnoughts dropped in and moved into escort formation. He had the Imperials outgunned almost 3-1. At the Battle of Cat Kristak, Thrawn had beaten him, Bell Iblis reflected, with this very maneuver. Using an interdictor cruiser to pull 2 Victory-class star destroyers out of hyperspace at exactly the right spot, at exactly the right time. Orthovan had barely escaped that ambush in one piece. They even had a name for it in the fleet, the Thrawn Pincer. Now it was Bell Iblis' turn to be the one with the claw. Captain Taban had played her part to perfection. Eshin Strike had gotten Rogers' attention, and now the destroyers were turned away from his entry vector. There was no more vulnerable position for a star destroyer to be in than face directly away from an onrushing enemy, and he had 2 of them doing exactly that. All ships concentrate fire on Agonizer, Bell Iblis ordered. Let's see how they're going to try to get out of this. Asterisk. 5 dreadnoughts and 4 Liberty-class cruisers, Pellaeon remarked more calmly than he felt. That must be Bell Iblis. They were in deep trouble, Pellaeon knew. Now it wasn't a rush to secure a victory, but an undignified scramble to save his ship and their task force. Rogers might not be Thrawn, but the man had command presence to spare, and gave no outward sign of surprise or panic as he responded to the ambush. Order Stellar Web to power down her gravity wells and head for hyperspace. Agonizer to make 90 degrees starboard turn and pitch upwards. Roll to maintain maximum possible field of fire. Chimera to maintain formation with Agonizer. Both ships scatter fire between the rebel cruisers. Execute. There was no sign of the strain he had to be feeling in his voice, but his expression flickered and his hand gave a slight tremor, betraying his concern as his orders were relayed to their other ships. He mousetrapped us with our own interdictor, he murmured to Pellaeon. Yes, he did, Pellaeon agreed, feeling himself the same grudging admiration that he heard in Rogers' voice. Helm, match Agonizer's turn, and roll and keep us at parade formation distance. Maximum power to ion cannons and shields. Prepare to roll if we lose starboard shields. Admiral, Agonizer reports 3 separate tractor beam locks. The communications officer's voice was strained and nervous, but Lieutenant Shell wasn't quite as young as he'd been before Thrawn had polished his rough edges. Agonizer is losing velocity, Admiral, said Pellaeon. Should we stay in formation? Bell Iblis is giving us a choice, Rogers murmured thoughtfully. Stay and protect Agonizer, and potentially lose both ships, or abandon her to save Chimera. Neither man mentioned their TIE fighters, which were currently embroiled in a losing melee with Eshin Strike and Rogue Squadron. The Rogues had savaged the leading TIE squadrons with proton torpedo strikes at range, and were currently confirming their reputation as the New Republic's best, while the Corvette's apparently cracked gunnery crews were scything even more TIEs out of space. Given the distances, there was no way to screen or retrieve their remaining TIEs, not if they wanted to escape with Agonizer. They both knew it. Rogers paused a moment to consider, then gave his orders. Cut velocity and maintain formation with Agonizer. Maximum ion bombardment. I want to scramble those tractor systems long enough to get both ships out of here. Pellaeon nodded. Yes, Admiral. The Empire couldn't afford to lose any ships right now, but they especially could not afford to lose Star Destroyers. They would save Agonizer. They had to, but it would not be easy. Even as the ship tried to turn, the 4 Mon Calamari star cruisers poured red turbolaser fire into Agonizer's engines, and its aft shields glowed under the bombardment. One of Agonizer's 3 massive engines took a series of direct hits and flickered ominously, further cutting the ship's speed. On the combat display, Stellar Web vanished into hyperspace, and its escort, the Katana Dreadnought Gisarm, turned back to aid the remaining Imperial ships. Pellaeon watched the plot, his brow furrowing as he watched the combat unfold. Bel Iblis was still trying to knock out Agonizer's engines, and he might well succeed if he kept at it. Gisarm was moving to intervene, although Pellaeon wasn't quite sure what a single dreadnought would do against Bel Iblis formation. Admiral, his voice was quietly focused as he watched the dreadnought maneuver. Look at Gisarm. The 2 men clustered together as they examined the dreadnought's status on the battle display. Gisarm's clone crew was pushing the old ship's engines well past their red lines, and with the sudden rush, Pellaeon realized what the ship's crew was trying to do. They knew as well as he did that the Empire couldn't afford to lose a Star Destroyer. He couldn't wait for Rogers to figure it out. Taking a moment to judge Gisarm's trajectory, redirect all fire against Denaswell, he commanded. Order Agonizer to do the same? Rogers looked at him with surprise, then echoed the order without hesitation. Do it. The 2 Star Destroyers poured fire into the closest of the 4 Mon Calamari star cruisers, the one with the best tractor lock on Agonizer. Denaswell's tractor beams lost their lock under the heavy ion bombardment, and Agonizer's remaining engines surged to life, as every member of the ship's crew silently willed their vessel to accelerate. Then Gisarm cut between the formations, his crew interposing the dreadnought between Agonizer and Orthovan. The Mon Calamari cruisers, tractor beam, and turbolaser fire caught Gisarm amidships, but the dreadnought-class heavy cruisers had been built from the keel up to take punishment. Even as Gisarm's hull shed bits of overheated armor and gouts of atmosphere, the ship's engines and momentum carried it forward in a long arc as of lasso to Orthovan. Gisarm continued his arc in front of the rebel formation, and for the briefest of moments swung between Agonizer and Ivardel, and in that instant Agonizer was free. Orthovan and Ivardel's tractor beams were all lashed securely on Gisarm, and Agonizer was free. Rogers' voice was triumphant. Agonizer, go. Before the order was even finished, the Star Destroyer flickered with pseudo-motion and vanished. Rogers' voice was thick with relief. Get us out of here, Captain. Pellaeon gave the order, and Chimera leapt to hyperspace, leaving their squadrons of TIEs, and Gisarm behind them as the fee for their freedom. Asterisk. Damn, Wedge said mildly. He flicked his communications to full spectrum. This is General Wedge Antilles to Imperial pilots. Your motherships have abandoned you to save themselves. You're stranded, and in moments you'll be outnumbered. Even as he said the words, he saw a wing and X-wing squadrons from the rest of the fleet moving to support the rogues. If you stand down, we'll treat you honorably as prisoners of war. Think they'll go for it, lead? Rogue 6 asked over the squadron-only frequency, Gavin's voice no longer quite so young as it had been when the then 16-year-old first signed up with the rogues. Wedge didn't say anything, waiting to find out himself. He didn't have to wait long to get an answer. This is Colonel Goda. All TIE pilots, stand down your weapons and engines. This battle is over. The TIE stopped maneuvering, killed their forward momentum, and the lights around their cannons went dark just as the damaged Imperial dreadnought did the same. The arriving New Republic snub fighters gave them a wide berth, sweeping around outside of their weapons range and encircling them. Wedge allowed himself a smile as he checked his HUD, toddling through all the members of his squadron. Another victory without losing any of his pilots, and there was nothing better than that. Asterisk. General Bel Iblis was not as happy, his clenched fist resting angrily on the arm of his command chair. We had them, and they got away. Orthovin's Mon Calamari commanding officer, Captain Arel, looked at him with one of her large eyes. We took the system, she pointed out, her voice gravelly in the comparatively dry air of the ship's bridge. We can now effectively blockade Yukio and force his surrender. Yes, Bel Iblis agreed. Eventually. But as long as Rogris and Pellaeon are free with their Star Destroyers, they're a threat that can't be underestimated. And it will take months, perhaps even years, to force the Imperial garrison on Yukio to surrender through a blockade. He scowled. And we had them. We had nearly a third of their Star Destroyer strength in the most tactically disadvantageous position possible. His eyes settled on the Gisrim. The dreadnought had managed to thoroughly wreck his plans with some gutsy flying and willing self-sacrifice. They would have made good rebels. Hall's Gisrim surrendered. Arel nodded her large head, a gesture which always made a Mon Calamari look like they were bobbing in water. As soon as the Chimera entered hyperspace. Good, Bel Iblis growled. This should have been a decisive victory, but Gisarm's quick action had foiled it. He took a deep breath and put the failure behind him. One battle at a time, that was the mantra. A setback was not a defeat. A year ago, with Thrawn commanding the Imperial Starfleet, it had been Bel Iblis settling for successful withdrawal after successful withdrawal. Now fortunes were reversed, and he suspected that Thrawn had been just as frustrated at this kind of setback then as he was now. The thought gave him some recompense. Bring us into orbit of Hishium and contact the Imperial Planetary Garrison, he ordered. Tell them we demand their immediate surrender. And tell Major Page to prepare his ground forces for an assault in case they decide to fight. Thrawn's personal chambers had been sealed since the Grand Admiral's death. Entering them now made Pellaeon feel like he was entering a mausoleum. Inside he saw that the lights were still kept dim, the way Thrawn had preferred, while carefully engineered microbrights cast gentle pools of light on the holographic and handful of non-holographic sculptures and paintings that were spread evenly through the space, illuminating them without causing wear or damage. He recognized many of the pieces. Thrawn had retained this arrangement while he planned his campaigns against the rebellion. Admiral Akbar's own sculptures appeared in the double display ring on the right, with Senator Bel Iblis paintings and sculptures flanking them on the left. Whenever Thrawn had sought insight into the minds of his most dangerous adversaries, he would contemplate these pieces for hours on end, seeking even the smallest hints into the psychology of the men or aliens who had produced or chosen them. Thrawn had always found those insights too. Pellaeon wondered if things would have ended differently if Thrawn had placed any Nori art in here. Assuming the beasts made art, he rather doubted it. He found Terran Rogra staring at one of the paintings on the left. Framed with the dull, unobtrusive bronze, the painting was of a lone man on a hill. The figure was painted in a ghostly white, with a flowing robe that made him appear almost ethereal, fabric whipping in the imagined breeze. The ground under his feet was rocky and troublesome, and the man appeared pained by the experience of his hike. It was the sky behind the man that was the painting's most defining feature, dark and starry, but as if behind a haze of dim fog that gave the image a dreamlike quality. As Pellaeon stepped to stand next to Rogris, he reassessed his original judgment of the painting. No, the most defining feature wasn't the sky, but the man's eyes. His gaze was on the ground before him, focused and weary, the eyes of a man on a long journey that had no sure end. It's called Peregrine, Rogris said, and there was pain in his voice. Bel Iblis named his flagship after it. Pellaeon and Rogris studied the painting a bit longer. I don't see anything here that would help me outthink Garm Bel Iblis, Rogris said finally. Nor do I, Pellaeon agreed heavily. The two men stood in silence, both staring at the painting. Pellaeon swallowed hard as he realized that Rogers understood just as well as he did just what the Empire, what the galaxy, had lost with Thrawn's death. They had been beaten today, and beaten badly. Somehow Bel Iblis had learned of their intended trap and stooped on the ambushers. Pellaeon and Rogers would have to spend days scouring their fleet for intelligence leaks, but Pellaeon was not optimistic one would be found. The disastrous defeat had caused them minor damage to Chimera and Agonizer, the 4 squadrons of TIEs that were all Stellar Web, Chimera, and Agonizer had possessed, and the Dreadnought Disarm with its irreplaceable clone crew. Under Thrawn, such a day would have the feeling of a momentary setback. Today, they were lucky it had not been worse. Falling back, yet again, since Pellaeon had been forced to retreat from Bilbringi, sacrificing the vital shipyards to save his fleet, the Imperial Starfleet had won no major victories. The sectors and systems Thrawn had taken from the New Republic were being retaken one by one. The Council of Moffs had been restored to effective power, and his infighting and corruption was splintering the fragile coalition of Imperial warlords that Thrawn had forged and held together by his own will. It was all coming apart, Pellaeon thought, his gut turning as hollow as it had after Endor. The center could not hold, not without an anchor, not without a symbol of the Empire, not without faith in our leadership. Rogers sighed and shook his head. I wasn't good enough today, he said, to himself more than to Pellaeon. Before Endor, admitting such weakness to a subordinate would have been tantamount to career suicide, likely followed by actual suicide. It might still be if Pellaeon were interested in taking advantage, but Pellaeon was not interested in those games, and Rogers did not fear them. No, sir, Pellaeon agreed softly. You were faster than I was every time, Rogers continued. You knew something was wrong the moment the corvette reacted so quickly to our ambush. You realized that we needed to use ion cannons and not turbolasers after Bel Iblis cruisers came in out of hyperspace. And you recognized Gisarm's intent quickly enough for us to do our part to save Agonizer. True enough, it was hardly the first time Pellaeon had thought his commanding officers less capable than himself. But he'd never said as much to their faces, or at all. Yes, sir. We both rose within the Imperial Starfleet, Rogers mused. Infinite resources, relatively weak foes. Promotion determined less by battlefield performance and more by boardroom performance. He glanced over at Pellaeon. You lacked the detached, bureaucratic killer instinct needed for that, so your career stalled. Pellaeon took a deep breath, the words bringing with them an old sting. Yes, sir, he admitted. But you are good at other things. Very good. Rogers nodded at the artwork. You are an exceptional combat commander. You recognize threats and react to them quickly, without hesitation. Your men follow you because they trust that you will fight with them to the very end. That's why Thrawn picked you, I think. And it's why I'm lucky to have you as my flag captain. Rogers paused for a moment while Pellaeon stayed at attention. And it's why I need you to do the things I can't do, Rogers continued, his voice oddly soft. Don't let me make any more mistakes, Gilad. Pellaeon felt his back straighten. There were many kinds of leaders. Thrawn had been the best of all, a brilliant tactician whose ego and ambition did not get in the way of his duty. Pellaeon would regret what his loss would do to the Empire. He would mourn the death of a man who had not been his friend exactly, but who had shown friendship in every way that mattered to an old man who had given his life to the Starfleet. But Thrawn was dead, and he wasn't coming back. In his absence, Pellaeon could do worse than to follow an honorable man who recognized his own limitations and sought help to address them. He and the Empire could do far worse. Yes, sir. Chapter 3. Talon Karrde crossed his legs casually, watching his crew work as the wild Karrde poked her way into Coruscant orbit. The last few months had been productive ones, supremely productive, and he and his crew had much to be proud of. The Smugglers Alliance, a ragtag organization born out of necessity, after the Fringe was thrown into conflict with Grand Admiral Thrawn, was holding together better than people had expected. It's certainly holding together better than Mara expected, But she's always such a pessimist, he thought as he glanced over at his second-in-command. Mara was turned away from him, seated at the co-pilot station, and focused on her console. Her red gold hair had grown out some on their trip through the rim, and was drawn into a functional ponytail. Karrde watched her check their routing for the third time, and one of his eyebrows lifted slightly. While Mara was always precise, with a tendency to double-check, for her to make triply sure was out of character. He permitted himself a small smile. He had solved a large piece of the puzzle of Mara Jade, or she had solved it for him. After their adventure on Wayland, she had told him of her past, rather more than she had told even Skywalker, he suspected. She had been the Emperor's hand, and while her missions had been subtler than that of the Emperor's other tools, there were plenty of Imperials who would remember her, as Thrawn had. She had listed off no less than a half-dozen current Imperial admirals, governors, moffs, and generals who would remember at least her face, men who had at one point or another had occasion to run across the Emperor's hand in her official capacity and likely believed her dead. But knowing of her past, and now knowing why she had so hated Luke Skywalker, he found the larger mystery of Mara Jade far from solved. She had instead taken on new facets. Skeptical of the New Republic and everything it stood for, she had still accepted a job working for it. She also carried a lightsaber with confidence and practiced diligently with the weapon in the Wild Care's empty cargo bays, but she had been subtle in her public demonstrations of her growing force abilities, or, perhaps, her increasingly restored abilities. She had hated Luke Skywalker, despised him with the same ferocity that she attacked all of her tasks with. Now, Karrde watched her posture tighten slightly more. He probably wouldn't have noticed. It was undetectable to any but the most experienced eye, but he had plenty of experience reading body language. It was a necessary skill in his line of work. She checked the ship's course for a fourth time. He'd watched Luke and Mara interact aboard Chimera, which had been the first time he'd ever seen them collaborate. Even at the time, he had known better than to tell her just how well they worked as a team. She had still wanted to kill him then, though some of the fire of her hatred had been extinguished. Then he'd seen Luke after the Katana battle, and watched the Jedi's single-minded determination to rescue her and his obvious relief at her survival. He remembered Luke's promise, on his honor as a Jedi, not as an agent of the New Republic, that Mara would receive the best medical care the New Republic had to offer. He remembered the proven sincerity of that promise. He'd seen them stand as equals against Luke's own twisted clone and Jorah's C'baoth on Wayland. Most of all, Karrde had seen them together on his ship after the battle on Wayland. Luke, sitting beside her unconscious form, falling asleep in his chair before she woke. Mara's realization of his presence and surprise at his company, her waking him with an uncharacteristically gentle touch. Skywalker said something that had prompted Mara to roll her eyes at him, but that she had smiled. Not a polite smile, or a threatening smile, those Karrde had seen on Mara's face many times before Wayland, but something heartfelt, a smile that made her entire expression soften. It had been, Karrde thought, the first time he'd ever seen Mara really smile. Karrde wasn't Force-sensitive himself, how useful that would have been, but he could see in the way Mara carried herself since then that something had been lifted from her. A weight she carried since long before they met was gone. Tension lines in her face had eased, making it easy to believe that she was still in her 20s and not the decade older he had first assumed. Surely no one as young as she was would possess such cool competence. Not any more than they would carry around the weight of the universe, as Mara had so often seemed to. But now Mara was tense again, tenser than she'd been since Skywalker had first come on board the Wild Karrde, since she'd pulled the Jedi's dead X-Wing out of interstellar space. Karrde doubted very much she was nervous about meeting with Counselor Organa Solo about the Smugglers' Alliance. He'd seen her stare down men twice her size and chide experienced smugglers with language so pointed it would skin the paint off of bulkheads. She could handle the liaison job that he and Leia had pressed her into. She could be the bridge between the New Republic and the French that would enrich them both. That certainly wasn't what had her back up. She checked the ship's course for a fifth time. Karrde hid a smile. He wouldn't pry. He would, however, Get the wild Karrde on the ground before Mara destroys some of his sensor equipment. He turned towards the comm station. Dankin, do we have a landing window yet? Platinum clearance, Capt. We're up next. The Brikestion's familiar drawl came back. His face was turned away from Karrde as he fiddled with his station, emphasizing the lines of alien characters he had tattooed all over his reddish, bald head. We've got an assigned landing berth now, too. Imperial Palace, the same one we put down at the last time we were here. Higher profile than I would like, but convenient, Karrde conceded. All right. Thrawn, bring us in as soon as Coruscant traffic control gives us our entry vector. Nice and smooth, we don't want to make any bad impressions. Hi, Thrawn scoffed from the helm console, up front next to Mara. With Avesov commanding the last resort, Gillespie's former lieutenant had accepted Karrde's offer of employment. Gillespie had been good-natured about it, but had informed Karrde that this was yet another favor that was owed to him. I've been able to land bulk freighters since I was a teenager. Thrawn's voice was stiff and unamused. Or have you forgotten my resume? You never gave me a proper resume, Karrde replied smoothly. As I recall it, our entire interview was a dinner conversation. I asked if you were interested in Ave's old post on our bridge. Gillespie cursed me for stealing his people, and you asked if you could start right away. Never gave me a proper resume, Thrawn mimicked, adding a lilt to his stentorian inflection, her attention still on her board. I didn't need to give you a resume. Knowing you, you probably already knew my work history going all the way back to when Gillespie first had me piloting shuttles. At 13. Now that you mention it, I think Gillespie gave me a holo. Thrawn glared at him over her shoulder. Chin laughed. I'd love to see that, Capt, the older man said with clear amusement. I bet the crew would really get a kick. His words cut out as Thrawn cranked the wild car's throttle, sudden inertia driving them all back into their acceleration couches, all except Mara. She just sat there, annoyingly composed, though it did get her to glance up from her panel. Over the ship's comlink with Coruscant traffic control came an unfamiliar voice. Wild Karrde, your entry vector is now open. Counselor Organa Solo is waiting for you at the assigned hangar. There was a pause. Is everything all right up there? We just noticed a. Karrde waved his hand at Dankin. Everything is fine, Coruscant control, he replied, his voice firm as he tried very, very hard to keep his amusement out of it. I suppose you could say my new pilot is breaking in my crew. We'll be on the ground in moments. He arched an eyebrow at Thrawn. Now don't make a liar of me, Thrawn, he warned her good-naturedly. Moments it is, his helmswoman replied with a confident grin, and the wild Karrde flew towards the palace in a controlled, if somewhat hasty, and no doubt concern-inducing for the poor people manning Coruscant control, descent. Not that he was ever concerned with Thrawn at the helm. She was as by the book as any smuggler he'd ever known, with a general aversion to unnecessary risks. She was, in short, the perfect smuggler for the new semi-respectable Smugglers Alliance. She was also new to the wild Karrde and to his organization, which meant she needed a chance to strut her stuff for the old hands. Thrawn wasn't usually a pilot. Gillespie had groomed her to be a communications and electronics specialist, which was exactly what Karrde had lost when he'd given Aves his own command. But every smuggler needed a reputation for being a good pilot, because no smuggler really respected one of their number who couldn't fly. That was why Thrawn, and not Mara, was at the helm today, and because he might be losing Mara one day, and sooner than he'd like to. The ship finished a swoop towards the landing pad, then held steady on repulsor's meters above the ground before deploying its landing gear and settling smoothly between the marked lines. Karrde smiled. Well done, Thrawn, he said, more for the crew's benefit than for hers. He stood and straightened his outfit. Come on, Mara, let's go meet the counselor. The rest of you, finish your assigned duties, and then take 24 hours liberty. Normal rules apply. He lifted a finger warningly at Dankin. Come stay on. There was a rustle of laughter as his crew needled Dankin over a certain unfortunate incident during their trip through the corporate sector, but Karrde's mind was already on the task before him. As Mara joined him, he could tell that hers was as well. The morning sun cascaded down onto the Imperial Palace, illuminating the landing pad with a bright, almost searing light, but also hiding the identities of the three figures standing under the canopy overhanging the pad accessway tunnel when Karrde and Mara descended the wild Karrde's ramp. Despite not knowing exactly who they were, Karrde could make an educated guess. One certainly was Organa Solo herself. The second figure was less than half her size, and had a figure which suggested voluminous robes, probably one of her Nori guards. The final figure stood about Leia's height, and though Karrde couldn't be certain who it was, he guessed it was likely Winter, Leia's personal aide. Karrde stepped down the ramp towards them, Mara following a half-step behind him. She wore her lightsaber openly on her belt, and he wondered, not for the first time, why exactly Skywalker had so blithely given away his father's priceless weapon. He and Mara stepped under the overhang, and the glare from the sun stopped being an issue. Leia stepped forward, offering her hand, and hesitated, just for a moment, as she noticed the weapon on Mara's belt. The hesitation was fleeting, given Leia's strenuous diplomatic training and skill, but nonetheless clear. "Good morning, Counselor. It is a pleasure to see you again," he greeted her as he accepted her proffered hand, drawing her attention fully back to him. "And Lady Winter, of course, elegant as always." Winter inclined her head precisely. "Master Traitor Karrde," she replied. "Welcome back to Coruscant Talon," Leia said, apparently fully recovered from whatever surprise the sight of the weapon had inflicted upon her. "You made good time. My last report said you were meeting with representatives of the corporate sector on Eris. That's a long way from Coruscant." "We did, yes," Karrde said, declining to go into additional detail. "And Master Traitor, did you say?" he said, tasting the words on his tongue. "An Old Republic title used for representatives of the major trading guilds," he mused, pretending to be surprised to hear the title used. The Smugglers' Alliance was, in many respects, not functionally different from trading guilds that had existed during the days of the Old Republic. This new republic was long on ideals, but short on both new ideas and supplies. A galactic-sized government always had trouble moving its cargo from place to place, and even more trouble protecting it. During the days of the Old Republic, the trade guilds had used their economic, and later political, leverage to encourage the Senate to grant them permission to fully arm their freighters. Eventually, the trade guilds had been very nearly private militaries, deploying their economic, political, and military power to become some of the most influential institutions in the galaxy. And his Smugglers' Alliance was their heir. For better or worse, it must have taken no small effort to convince Admiral Akbar to allow its use, given his opinion of smugglers, he said. "Not as much as you might think," Leia replied, her expression neutral. "Jal has never liked needing to convert capital ships into bulk freighters, especially when the rebellion had to make do with just such conversions in the past. And you have had stalwart advocates with influence in the New Republic Council." That was interesting. "Oh, Han, Luke, and Lando have all spoken in your favor at length," Leia said, "and the Inner Council takes their recommendations very seriously." Karrde felt Mara stir slightly at the mention of Skywalker. "I see," he replied noncommittally, wondering if this meant he owed 3 new favors. He could be sure that Solo and Calrissian would both try to call in their markers, at least. "Then are the preparations for our formal charter and legitimate operations complete?" Leia glanced at Winter. "There are still a few things to finalize, such as how exactly the Smugglers' Alliance will operate, what the New Republic will have the right to require, not to mention questions of equitable pay across such a loose organization," Winter said in her precise Alderani accent, even more pronounced than Leia's, by design, Karrde suspected. "I'm not expecting any serious issues," Leia soothed calmly. "I hope not," Karrde replied, letting his voice cool in turn. "Mara and I have managed to bring together most of the major independent shipping concerns into a unified block for the first time in centuries. If I have to go back to them and tell them the deal is off, well, unhappiness would be putting it mildly." Leia seemed unruffled by his tone. "Our offer of secure, reliable maintenance facilities, and the protection of the New Republic fleet against piracy should be quite enticing, she replied with all the smooth patience of an expert negotiator. Plus, we won't scheme off your profits. An expert negotiator with a smuggler husband. A smuggler husband who knew exactly the value of all three of those things. Karrde smiled, feeling the smile go a bit broader than was strictly necessary. As we have discussed in the past, Counselor, there should be sufficient common ground for us to make this work. He accepted her acknowledging smile, knowing that despite the performative contest, in this they were allies. Finally, Karrde turned to the last member of the greeting trio, Mavekar clan Hackhacker. He greeted the Nori, feeling himself tense as he fought not to stumble over the pronunciation of the alien name. He hoped it was Mavekar, but there was no way to tell under the robes, and he wasn't sure he could tell two Nori apart even if he could see them. As a guest of your lady, I humbly appeal for your protection. Leia's eyebrows rose in surprise, but Mavekar's robe-hidden form didn't even twitch. As a guest of the Lady Skywalker, you have the protection of the Nori said. Thank you, Karrde said. He'd asked Mara how best to deal with the Nori on the trip in from the corporate sector. He relaxed a bit as her suggestion seemed to work. The aliens made him even more nervous now that he knew how dangerous they really were. Now that all the formal preliminaries have been conducted on this wonderfully appointed landing pad, shall we head to your office to smooth out the details? Yes, Master Trader Karrde, Leia replied respectfully, though he caught the edges of a smile on her lips. We shall. Asterisk. 3 hours into the meeting, Mara had gone into maintenance mode until a minor disaster struck. Winter and Karrde had done most of the negotiating at the beginning, the eight acting like a set of impenetrable deflector shields between Karrde and Leia as they finalized details on how exactly members of the Smugglers Alliance would go about making maintenance requests, what kinds of requests would be allowed, and which were forbidden. But shortly after lunch, Han had called, sounding overwhelmed, and there had been a crash, the sound of something breaking, twin reedy cries, and a Wookiee yelp of alarm on the other end of the comlink. Leia and Winter had taken one look at one another. Leia gave a rueful smile, and without a word Winter had swept out the door, long robes flowing behind her. Somehow she managed to make even a hurried rush look elegant. The negotiations continued in Winter's absence, with Leia ably taking up the slack. So far the meeting had gone well. Mara was quite impressed by the generosity of the New Republic's offer, and she knew Karrde was also, even if neither of them allowed it to show. Given Leia Organa Solo's Jedi training and heritage, trying to hide such feelings from her was likely futile, but then, people had said the same thing about Darth Vader, and Mara had managed to hide things from him on more than one occasion. After quickly agreeing that certain cargoes, slaves in particular, were strictly forbidden, and that no immunity for those crimes would be extended to members of the Smugglers Alliance, Leia and Karrde had moved on to discussing shipping assignments. Ultimately, the Smugglers Alliance had two benefits for the New Republic: access to a large number of independent shippers who would take Republican cargoes to their destinations, and access to information from the French that didn't make its way so easily to the center. But the New Republic wanted to be able to guarantee delivery of certain vital cargoes, and that would mean forcing smugglers to take jobs now and then. Just putting that in the contract would make most of them ornery. She was sipping her cup of spiced calf and contemplating the problem when they both looked at her. What do you think, Mara? Karrde's voice was polished smoothness, as usual. You can't force smugglers to take a cargo, she replied after she finished her sip. They're contrary by nature. If you tell them they have to do something, they'll say no just to prove you wrong. Leia smiled at that. Mara's right, Karrde told Leia. But maybe there's another way. He went on, explaining how the old smuggler cartels, under Jabba the Hutt and others, had assigned runs to this or that smuggler, with sliding scales for pay depending on the value of the shipment, the cost to the smuggler, and how far out of the way each route was. Emulating Jabba wasn't something that Karrde would normally suggest. Jabba's business ethics had been execrable, but when it came to managing the French, Jabba had definitely been talented. Mara wasn't really listening. She and Karrde had worked out all the details of the plan on the trip from the corporate sector back to Coruscant. She was quite sure that even if the original proposal didn't work, Karrde and Leia would find one that did. It wasn't that complicated as things went. Really, the only hitch in the entire plan, from Mara's perspective, was Mara's role as liaison. That would ultimately make the relationship between the Smugglers Alliance and the New Republic her responsibility. Her responsibility. Her responsibility. Why was she doing this, she wondered. Because Karrde had asked her to was one reason. She had spent the better part of 5 years in the worst parts of the Outer Rim, constantly moving, getting in and out of trouble over and over. Sometimes ICER's agents, who had never given up on catching her, she thought sourly, would catch her scent somehow, usually because she'd let herself get drawn into some local drama or other. She always had, one way or the other, even when she found a place that felt safe, found people she'd begun to think she might be able to call friends. Something had always happened that sent her on to the next place. Often it had been a surge of force power, complete with nightmares and the Emperor's voice. Only once before Karrde had she allowed herself to become truly comfortable, and that memory was a painful one. She bit her lip and forced the image of Gorb and Jorshman's dead bodies back out of her mind. Karrde had taken her in, provided her sanctuary, given her life purpose again after 5 years of aimless wandering. She owed him more than he would ever know. Karrde and Leia were still talking. On reflection, Mara realized one reason she had accepted the liaison position was simply because Leia had asked her, and if Mara had said no, Leia probably would have badgered her until she said yes anyway. Leia Organa Solo, she thought. Biological daughter of Darth Vader. While Mara had intellectually processed the fact that Organa Solo was Darth Vader's daughter, it had not really fully sunk in for her until that moment. Mara found herself searching for hints of Vader and Leia's diminutive countenance. She thought of the time she and Vader had sparred and jockeyed for space and Palpatine's attention. Vader had been inexorable, pushing onward until he won, or he decided he no longer cared. Maybe that was a hint of his legacy, she thought as Leia launched into another spirited round of debate. The maddening sense of inevitability that surrounded Leia, her ineffable confidence that she would eventually get her way, no matter the obstacles between her and her objective, Vader had possessed that same sense of surety. Vader had possessed that same sense of surety except when it came to a certain rebel pilot who had driven him to distraction. Her mind moved from Leia to her twin. Did Skywalker possess it too? No, she decided, with Skywalker it was different. He didn't know he would get his way no matter the obstacles. He hoped he would, hoped with such optimistic ardor that she couldn't help but hope with him. Luke had asked her if she would do this too, become the liaison for the Smugglers Alliance. Leia had been sure that Mara would take the position. Luke had merely hoped. It struck her again how utterly ridiculous all this was. Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa Solo, the talismans of the Rebel Alliance. More than Mon Mothma or Jyle Akbar or Garm Bel Iblis, they had symbolized the rebellion, had been the emotional anchors of the entire enterprise. And the two of them were probably the only two people in the whole New Republic who really, unambiguously trusted her. Who had demonstrably trusted her not just with their own lives, but with the lives of Leia's children. She still wasn't sure what to make of that. How did she reconcile her childhood, here in the Imperial Palace, trained by faceless royal guardsmen, emotionless tutors, and the Emperor himself, and her subsequent life as the Emperor's hand, with the unhesitating acceptance offered by these two people? Stars above, she had literally told Leia that she was going to kill her brother, and Leia had barely blinked. Barely even hesitated. Had helped break Mara out of prison and sent her off on a dangerous mission, armed with that same brother. Leia had not only never believed her, Leia had known she wouldn't. Skywalker hadn't ever really believed she would kill him either. He'd been a party to that breakout. He'd made sure she was armed and unrestricted. He trained her in the Force to help her regain the abilities that she had lost, regain them in a way that she would keep them as her own, not gifts of the long-dead Emperor or Skywalker's own Jedi powers. But he hadn't done any of it because he knew she wouldn't kill him. No, he'd done it all because he'd hoped. By the time they had reached Wayland, she'd been hoping too. She buried that thought deep. The last thing she needed was for Skywalker to decide that she had gone soft. There was a knock on the door to Leia's office. "Come in," Leia called, apparently expecting whoever it was. Mara half turned and watched as General Aaron Kraken came into the room. The head of New Republic intelligence himself, she thought. He was a bit older than she remembered from his Imperial file, and his once bright red hair had gone completely gray. His face bore deep worry lines, as she would have expected of a man who had spent his career matching the likes of Ys and Isard in battles of wits and skullduggery. "Counselor Organa Solo," Kraken greeted her with a nod. "General," she replied with a royal smile of her own. "I'm glad you could make it after all." "It took some doing," Kraken responded wryly, "but I couldn't very well leave you to handle Karrde here on your own. He can be slippery." His attention moved to Karrde and Mara. "Karrde, it's been a while since thy farer. Good to see you again." "General, it is always a pleasure, of course," Karrde said. "I don't believe you know my associate. This is Mara Jade, my second in command and the proposed primary liaison between the Smugglers Alliance and the New Republic." Kraken's sea green eyes regarded Mara for a long moment. "Miss Jade, we've not been personally acquainted, but I've watched your career with great interest." He smiled, the expression friendly, but Mara recognized the keen awareness of an intelligence professional in the presence of a potential asset behind the smile. Mara stiffened, then forced the reflex down. Kraken didn't seem actively hostile, which was about all she could ask for from the head of New Republic intelligence, given her history. "General Kraken," she replied evenly. She held his gaze, not challenging exactly but not retreating either. After a moment, Kraken gave her a curt nod and abandoned the pretense. She respected that. Isard would have dragged it out. "I don't suppose you'd be more forthcoming about your Imperial operational history with me than you were with Colonel Bremen last year?" he asked. Mara could see Leia's frown out of her peripheral vision. Apparently this was a line of inquiry that Kraken had been supposed to avoid, but she couldn't blame the general for asking. It was also a question she and Karrde had spent some time preparing for on the way to Coruscant. "As a member of the Smugglers Alliance," she began, her tone stiltedly formal. "If it should become operational, one of my obligations will be to deliver to the New Republic information useful to NRI." Her clear green eyes were calm as she gave the rehearsed answer. That would include any information acquired through French sources, regardless of how it was acquired. Kraken's eyebrows rose. Leia's did likewise. "I see," Kraken replied, sounding thoughtful. "So, the answer is yes, if the Smugglers Alliance is formally employed." His own eyes narrowed. "Do you have information that would be useful to the New Republic?" he asked. She understood the intent behind the question. She might be using the lure of her knowledge of the Emperor to encourage the New Republic to hire the Smugglers Alliance, despite not having anything truly useful. Again, she couldn't blame Kraken for asking. "I could not be certain what is or is not useful to the New Republic," she answered stiffly. "But I already gave you Wayland." "I believe that Mara has earned the right to a little trust, General," Karrde put in. "I would agree," Leia put in from the side, her voice calm but carrying just the slightest ring of command and reproach. "Trust is a valuable commodity," replied Kraken evenly. He watched Karrde and Mara, then turned his gaze fully to Karrde. "We know each other, Karrde. We've worked together before. I do trust your word, as much as I trust the word of any member of the Fringe." He looked at Mara. "And I trust the judgment of Counselor Organa Solo and Jedi Skywalker, both of whom have vouched for you, Miss Jade." Mara's lips pressed together, her eyes flicking briefly to Leia. "I appreciate that," she replied a bit stiffly. She couldn't help but notice that Kraken trusted Karrde, Leia, and Skywalker, but not her, despite his friendliness with Organa Solo. That actually raised Mara's opinion of him and of NRI in general. She could think of numerous occasions when Imperial Intelligence or the Imperial Security Bureau had gotten into trouble for trusting people solely on the basis of who vouched for them. "As do I," Karrde said, much more convivially. "If I may, General, I have a suggestion." "Go ahead." "The Smugglers Alliance will need its own liaison with NRI. someone to serve as a go-between between our organization and yours, someone who will know how valuable a piece of information is and have the independence to work with my people to follow leads. Kraken's eyes narrowed slightly. That would make sense. Who do you have in mind? Karrde held his hands out wide. Your Agent Wessery. My people already know her and respect her. Thanks to her collaborations with Booster and Mirix Tarek, she has an excellent reputation on the fringe, and the handful of smugglers who worked in Corellia during her time with Corsair say she was both honest and capable. Intimidatingly so. He nodded at Mara. She and Mara would work well together, I think. You are asking a lot, Kraken said. Miss Wessery is one of my best field agents. And she will continue to be, Karrde replied. So Agent Wessery is notable to both Karrde and Kraken, Mara thought. Unlike much of Karrde's crew, she had never met Wessery. Karrde had in the past mentioned that she would be a good intelligence partner for the Smugglers Alliance, but beyond a few offhand mentions of her being a thorn in Is and Iser's side, Mara had no mental picture of her. She envisioned an odd mix of Kraken and Iser, middle-aged, hard-bitten, and wearing a blast-resistant Nerf high jacket. Mara wondered if she had kept her old Corsair badge. Kraken examined Karrde for a moment, as if searching for a sign of some nefarious plot. He apparently didn't find one. I'll consider it. Leia looked between the three of them, her gaze lingering on Kraken and Karrde. Will this arrangement work then? She asked. I believe Master Trader Karrde, and I have already worked out most of the particulars for the Smugglers Alliance's obligations as a transport organization and the New Republic's for maintenance and escort. If you two agree that we have here the foundations for the intelligence side as well, then I will begin drawing up the final contract. You will ask Agent Wessery if she will take the position. Karrde pressed Kraken, apparently intent on securing all the commitments he could with the momentum he had. I will. And if she says yes, you will give her the position. Kraken hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Yes, I will, he repeated. Karrde glanced at Mara, but she sensed no deception from the general and gave Karrde the barest of nods. And if she says no, then you and I will work together to find another suitable candidate. Karrde pressed. I'm sure we can find someone in NRI you will approve of in that eventuality. Karrde turned to Leia. If you would put that on the record, Counselor, then I am satisfied with the preliminary arrangement. He looked at Mara. Do you have anything to add, Mara? No. Excellent, Leia said with obvious satisfaction, making a few notations on her datapad, then hitting a few buttons on her computer. She placed the datapad down on her wooden desk. I will run the agreement by Mon Mothma and the Inner Council at the meeting tomorrow, but I'm not expecting any difficulties there either. She offered Karrde a thin smile. Pellaeon does not much care for you, Talon, but I don't believe he wants to make an overt enemy of you either. She offered him a small, almost teasing smile. Yet, how Borsk Pellaeon feels about me is his business, not mine, Counselor, Karrde replied coolly. Mara, shall we return to the wildcard? Actually, I was hoping Mara would stay for a bit, Leia put in quickly. It's not business related, she assured them both. I'd like her help with a personal matter. Mara wasn't sure if that made her more or less concerned. More, she decided. Definitely more. Mara, Karrde asked. She hesitated only for a moment. I can stay. All right, Karrde said. Then, General, perhaps you'd be willing to accompany me for a meal. We could discuss the details of the arrangement between the Smugglers Alliance and NRI. Kraken sighed. Very well. I know a place that's secure. Karrde offered Leia the slightest bow of his head. Counselor, it's been a pleasure as always. Leia smiled back. Master Trader Karrde, she acknowledged smoothly. The tone was polite and friendly, and also a clear dismissal. Karrde and Kraken glanced at each other. Then Karrde turned to exit, his gaze meeting Mara's as he did. As his second in command, especially over the last few months, they'd worked hard on their nonverbal communication, and she could read him perfectly. Good luck, his expression said. Asterisk. The Imperial Palace was replete with small hideaways, and the one that Kraken brought Karrde was smaller than most. Tucked away at the end of one of the palace's long, isolated office hallways, Karrde got the distinct sensation that he was being watched. Glancing around at the isolated tables and seemingly distracted diners, he suspected that he had been lured into the heart of New Republic intelligence. He wouldn't be surprised if everyone there, from the servers on up, was in Kraken's employ. The general settled them into a booth and drew a screen across the opening. Kraken then placed a small device in the middle of the table and activated it, then leaned back in his chair, watching Karrde suspiciously. "I assume this isn't about the Smugglers' Alliance," he said calmly. "Not directly," Karrde admitted. "I wanted to volunteer my services." One of Kraken's graying eyebrows lifted. He crossed one leg over the other casually, his gaze steady on Karrde. "Volunteer." "Free of charge," Karrde promised. "And what, do tell, is so important to Talon Karrde that he's willing to volunteer his services free of charge to the head of New Republic intelligence?" "I want to do what I can to help the New Republic liberate Yukio from the Empire," Karrde replied, his tone calm. That surprised Kraken, whose expression narrowed suspiciously. "Why?" Karrde smiled. In this particular case, he knew honesty was the best policy. Besides, once Kraken heard what he had to offer, the general would have no choice but to play. "I owe it to a friend." Kraken waved his hand. "Go on." "Samuel Tomas Gillespie," Karrde continued. "An old friend of mine. He has been instrumental in helping me bring together the Smugglers' Alliance and keep it together. Those who do not trust me, trust him." Karrde glanced around, checking to see if anyone was being obvious about observing them. No one was. "Gillespie owns land on Yukio. His retirement estate, in fact. He lost it when the Empire occupied the planet during the Thrawn campaign. I can think of no better way of repaying him for all he has done than seeing it restored to him." "And what do you think you can do to help?" Kraken asked slowly. Karrde didn't answer. The waiter brought their meals, and both men went quiet as the excellent-looking platters were placed in front of them. Karrde took a bite and was surprised at how good it tasted, surprised and slightly suspicious. "I suppose every meal here comes with a free listening device?" he asked. Kraken's face offered the ghost of a smile. "On the contrary, Karrde, this is the only place in the palace you can be assured it does not." "Ah," Karrde nodded. "That made sense then. This wasn't just a normal hideaway. It was NRI's cafeteria. The food was good enough that the intelligence agents wouldn't be tempted to eat off campus, and no doubt every single employee, not to mention the entire supply chain, was kept both well-paid and off-book. That Kraken would take him here was curious. It suggested that he was more trusted than Kraken had let on. Or that Kraken wanted him to think he was. It didn't really matter, but these games could be quite fun. In that case, Karrde continued, forking another bite of the meal before leaning back casually in the chair, which was quite comfortable. "I believe that Mara and I have a lead on an item that the New Republic will very much wish to acquire." "A lead? From where?" Kraken's tone was challenging, but there was that telltale tightening of his back and sharpening of his gaze which betrayed his sudden interest. "A disgruntled employee of Rendili Star Drive, as it happens," Karrde said, taking a sip of his drink. He placed the glass down with a soft clink, then lifted his eyes to Kraken. He knew the general didn't trust him, not really, and Karrde didn't blame him. But Karrde had chosen to throw in with the New Republic, and that meant there was no longer any room for half measures. The marriage between the Smugglers' Alliance and the New Republic was the future of the Fringe. He was certain of it. After all, if it was not the future of the Fringe, then Karrde himself had no future to speak of. For all the importance of the shipping relationship, he'd spent the morning negotiating with Leia and Winter. It was the intelligence side that he truly cared about. And that meant he had to win over one General Aaron Kraken. It was important that Karrde present him with an appropriate dowry to cement their working relationship. "And what item did this disgruntled employee offer you?" Kraken asked, allowing Karrde to continue. Karrde appreciated that spooks, more than most, knew the vital importance of proper presentation. He lowered his voice and leaned in close. He waited for the general to lean towards him in return. "The key to Yukio, General Kraken," he promised, smiling smugly. His explanation was short, but it did not need to be long. By the end of the first sentence, Kraken's normally staid composure had broken, only for a moment, but that was moment enough. By the end of the second, Kraken was leaning back in his own chair, an expression of amused astonishment on his face. By the end of the third, Karrde lifted his glass back up off the table and offered it for a toast. "All I ask is for Gillespie to get his land back." Kraken laughed. "And you'll never let us forget it, will you?" Karrde smiled. "Of course not. I am a businessman general. I always pay my debts, but I also always make sure I'm paid what I'm owed." Chapter 4. As the Coruscant sun moved in the sky over Imperial City, the windows of Leia's office automatically tinted to adjust for the glare. The room was cast in shadow for a moment. Mara's eyes took a moment to adjust to the change in lighting. Throughout the discussion, Mara had been taken in the room, trying to get a sense of Organa Solo's public face. Most of the furniture, the desk, the pair of bookshelves, the side tables, all of the chairs, were made of a wood with a distinctive dark coloring, probably crayon oak from Alderaan. With Karrde's energy now absent and business concluded, the office instantly grew more somber. Leia stood and turned away, pouring 2 fresh cups of caf despite the hour. "Do you want anything added to yours, Mara?" "No, thank you," Mara replied. "I usually just drink it as is. It's stronger that way." Leia offered her a smile. No preference for taste. It was an idle question, a probing of her preferences, her mundane likes and dislikes, but it felt oddly personal. She could count on one hand the number of times people had asked her that kind of question while she was in Imperial Palace. It felt almost invasive, although it was doubtful Leia intended it as such. "I like the spice blend you serve," Mara replied honestly. "It doesn't need anything else." Leia settled back into her chair and placed Mara's caf down on a coaster. "How are you, Mara?" Leia asked, and if the question about her preferences hadn't been probing, this definitely was. Mara felt her instincts kick in, felt the urge to make idle, meaningless small talk while she evaded whatever ill intent her conversation partner had in asking such questions, but only for a moment. She sipped her caf, took a breath, let it out slowly. No, Leia wasn't interrogating her. Leia's small talk wasn't meant to be invasive. It had no insidious purpose. Mara wasn't on assignment. It was just small talk. Regular people made small talk all the time. She tried to force herself to relax. But there was something about the way Leia looked at her that made Mara feel transparent. Mara sat back, hoping that physically relaxing against the seat would help her mentally relax, and considered her answer carefully. After she left Coruscant, she and Karrde had spent weeks on the Wild Karrde, recruiting for the Smugglers Alliance and establishing new contacts and trade routes. Then Karrde and Aves had left on their own business, and she had commanded the Wild Karrde herself for the first time. She'd fallen into the authority offered her without hesitation. The routes they'd run had been simple and profitable. The solitude the crew had largely left her be had been a blessing. Without the Emperor's voice in her head, with the Force answering to her call once more, she had taken the opportunity to practice her abilities, even including some of Skywalker's meditation techniques. Her skill with the lightsaber had returned with only a minimum of rust, which she had quickly stripped away. Most importantly, Mara's mind was her own, perhaps for the first time in her entire life, at least for the first time since Palpatine had taken her from her parents. Who was the Emperor's hand without the Emperor? She could remember after the Emperor's death wondering the same thing, but she realized now that his death had not truly meant his absence. Even discounting his voice, he'd continued to define her through the damage he had inflicted and the consuming void his absence had left in her life. The image of Luke Skywalker's dead face after she slashed him across the chest was still vivid in her mind. With the clone's death had come true freedom, and the Emperor's hand was finally, mercifully dead. Karrde understood, even if he never said as much out loud. It may even have been why he left her alone on the Wild Karrde while he and Aves traveled on the last resort. She had been quiet for much too long. Leia was still watching her with an expression that was much too knowing for Mara's liking, and perhaps the sudden pressure to say something made her answer more honestly than she normally would have. "I'm not really sure how I've been," she replied, cradling the mug, wary of revealing how vulnerable she felt but finding herself doing it anyway. "Less sure about things than when we met, I suppose." "You look happier," Leia said softly, as her brown eyes watched Mara much too knowingly for Mara's comfort. Mara offered Leia a tight smile. "I'm not really used to thinking about my happiness," she admitted. "It's important not to forget it," Leia said soothingly. "I can't get so lost in my responsibilities and in the needs of the New Republic that I forget what makes me happy." She shook her head. "I even almost let the New Republic marry me off to Prince Isador of Hapes because I put everything but myself first." She took a sip of her own caf. "Sometimes I forget I'm not just Counselor Organa Solo of the New Republic. I'm also Han's wife, and Jacen and Jaina's mother, Luke's sister. But it's hard to take the professional face off when it feels like the galaxy rests on my shoulders, or when it's the only thing keeping me together." Mara hid her discomfiture by sipping her caf. That sounded alarmingly familiar. She sat, nodded in a way she hoped conveyed sympathy or understanding without revealing too much of her own feelings, and waited for Leia to continue. But Leia just sighed, looking out the window. The Senate building could be seen beneath them through the tinted transparent steel, its large mushroom dome structure gleaming with the afternoon sun. The silence lingered longer until Mara finally surrendered and broke it. "Is there anything I can do to help, Counselor?" Leia sent her a wry smile. "You can't call me Leia when we're alone, Mara." The words made Mara blink twice. They hadn't had that many private conversations. This was really only the third she could think of. That wasn't usually enough to privilege someone with name instead of title. "You saved my life, and my husband's life, and the lives of my twins, and the life of my brother," Leia spoke into her musings. "Chewbacca would say that makes us family." "I'm not a Wookiee." Mara's voice sounded a bit distant to her ears. "You're not, but I've spent enough time with Chewbacca to have grown my climbing claws," Leia joked. Mara chuckled, surprised at the riposte. "I just wanted to see how you were doing and to ask you a favor," Leia said, her expression darkening a bit. "A favor?" Mara asked cautiously. "What kind of favor?" Leia put down her mug and folded her hands on her desk, her expression darkening further. "I was hoping you'd go talk to Luke," she said. "Something is bothering him and he won't talk to me or Han about it. And his other friends, Lando, Wedge, the rest of the rogues, are all afoiled." She idly stroked her left hand with her right thumb. "He doesn't have all that many close friends," Leia said absently. Mara wasn't sure what surprised her more, the implication that Leia thought Mara Jade was a close friend of Luke Skywalker, the request itself, or Leia's unhappy tone. She took a moment, letting her brain process what Leia was asking. She could say no, but she really couldn't. One couldn't just tell Leia Organa Solo no, especially not after Leia Organa Solo had just claimed you as almost family. And it wasn't like she was avoiding Skywalker. They had even fallen into something of a routine, continuing her forced training before she left Coruscant with Karrde. Mara felt the stirrings of obligation tug at her and sighed inwardly. She wondered vaguely if this was what made Leia such an effective diplomat. Mara wasn't even sure whether Leia was manipulating her on purpose. "Where is he?" Leia looked up, as if drawn from her own distant musings. "He spent a lot of time in the Emperor's Jedi Museum of late." Mara frowned and quickly racked her brain. "I was practically raised in the palace. I've never heard of a Jedi museum." She'd been through all the exhibits of the Imperial Museum, and there hadn't been more than one dedicated to the Jedi of the Old Republic, and even that had been little more than an explanation of their treachery. Palpatine had done all he could to destroy their memory. "Next door," Leia explained with a small frown of her own. "It was a concealed wing of the Imperial Museum. We stumbled across it after we captured Coruscant. You weren't familiar with it?" "No," Mara said. That was odd, but Palpatine had kept plenty of secrets, even, perhaps especially from his hand. Well, Luke spent some time there after it was first discovered, and he's been spending more time there the last week or so. Leia frowned. He's been distant and distracted, and it's not like him. And he won't talk about it, at least not with me. Her frown deepened, and Mara could sense that Leia's worry and frustration both ran deep. I was hoping, she gestured at Mara, that maybe you would be able to help. Why me? Mara asked, and instantly regretted the question. Her regret must have been obvious, too, at the slight amusement that tugged at Leia's frown. As I said, Luke doesn't have many friends. He'll be happy to see you. Leia's voice trailed off, and the smile vanished back into the frown. Mara could see the hint of pain in her brown eyes. He might talk to you about some of the things he doesn't like talking with me about. There was again Leia's casual assumption that Skywalker was her friend. She wasn't his confidant. She should correct the misapprehension, she knew. But if she did, Leia might try to argue with her, convince her that Skywalker was her friend, and stars only knew where that debate would end. Fine, Mara replied instead, a bit more gruffly than she'd really intended. Leia just smiled. Thank you, Mara. If you need anything, just let me know. Oh, and tell Talon that you and he are invited to dinner with us at least once before you both go back off-world. Dinner. Mara felt disturbingly off-kilter. It was time to end the conversation before Leia surprised her again. She took a slow breath as she stood up, covering her momentary lack of composure with emotion. Of course, she said instead of asking any more questions. Questions were dangerous. Good afternoon, Council. She caught the word in her throat at Leia's imperious look. Feeling dazed, she corrected. Leia. Better, Leia said approvingly. It's always good to see you, Mara. Despite the waning light, she felt warmer, and this time she knew exactly why. The Imperial Museum had reopened in stages for the last 3 years. Thanks to the passcode Leia had given her, Mara had been permitted entry to one of the yet unopened wings of the museum. She found herself in a darkened, empty space once she was past the handful of security guards at the entrance. Where once there would be lines waiting for tickets or admission, there was now just an empty marble floor. Where once there would have been gatherings of Coruscanti or wealthy of-order school children, come to celebrate the Empire and learn of its history, there was the gleam of evening sunlight off abandoned benches and a deep, lonely silence. During the height of the Empire, the museum had been one of the main tourist attractions on Coruscant, with exhibits that dated back to the Clone Wars, detailing the history of Senator Palpatine and the other heroes of the Old Republic who had reforged that decrepit institution into the New Order. It had been a mainstay of Imperial political philosophy that all governments inevitably declined, and that the Old Republic, millennia old, had long since passed into its dotage and beyond. Such decay could only be fought with the vigor of great men, those same scholars said, chosen and blessed by fate, and as such Senator Palpatine was all that held the Empire together and prevented its slide back into decrepitude and chaos. Anything that predated Palpatine's rule had been forgotten or marginalized as unimportant. Today, New Republic academics were restoring the museum, revising each exhibit with sourced, true information, and obtaining provenance for and repatriating looted art and artifacts from all across the galaxy. Mara could remember her first trip to the Imperial Museum, to the majesty and the myth. It had been soon after she had been brought to the Imperial Palace, she thought, though it was impossible to be sure. All her memory was suspect, given Palpatine's likely interference. Over the years it had been a place she frequented, on and off, a reminder of purpose and of pride. She was the Emperor's hand, chosen by Palpatine himself. She fought the internal corruption and decay that would destroy all government, all order, if given the chance. Vader dealt with the rebellion because he had all the subtlety of a bantha stampede. She was the scalpel, the precise instrument, the remover of cancers of all kinds. She hadn't returned to the Imperial Museum since she fled Coruscant with this and Icer's goons close on her heels, and she hadn't thought to visit after the Thrawn campaign, so this was the first time she stepped foot inside the museum in 6 years. The first time she stepped foot inside the museum since she'd fulfilled the Emperor's last command. More importantly, it was the first time she'd stepped foot inside the museum since she'd realized Palpatine had been a fraud. Just stepping inside this place again, remembering how it had made her so proud, was enough to make her skin crawl and put a bitter, coppery taste in her mouth. She had disdained the Empire after Palpatine's death because to her eyes it had become a tool for naked, unprincipled ambition. Loyalty had meant nothing to Pestage or Isert or Thrawn, or to any of the other warlords. The Empire under them would be just as corrupt as the Old Republic before Palpatine, and perhaps even more so. None of them were the great man Palpatine had been. But the Empire always had been just a tool for naked, unprincipled ambition. Everything Palpatine, everything her tutors, everything her fellow citizens had ever told her had been lies. Everything in this museum had presented the Empire as the galaxy's salvation, as an institution of perfect justice for all, how each and every citizen would always receive precisely what they deserved. It had always been a lie. Always. All for Palpatine's own benefit. How could she have been so blind? She thought back to her memories of the Emperor, of her joy at his praise, at the comfort of his presence when he touched her mind, and now all of it left her bitter cold. I was a child. I should have been left to be a child. The museum had been constructed years before Palpatine, repurposed it into the story of his grand rise to power, well-maintained marble floors and towering columns lining each wide hallway, with long, curved transparent steel ceilings. Light poured in from above, glare reduced to an acceptable level. Everything in the to-be-revised sections was covered with a faint layer of dust, except where construction teams were steadily removing old exhibits for eventual replacement with new ones. It would be another few years before the museum fully reopened as the Grand Museum of the Republic, but in the interim it had no guests in this wing, leaving it with an appropriately empty and abandoned feel. No one else should be subject to Palpatine's lies, she thought bitterly. Not ever again. The old fraud. During her time commanding the wild card, alone with only Dankin and Chen and Karrde's damned Vornskers for company, she had spent some time wondering why Palpatine hadn't turned her into an agent of the dark, as he had Vader. Why leave her illusions intact? Why let her believe that justice meant something more than whatever Palpatine desired, Palpatine received? Being back in this museum, she thought maybe she understood. Palpatine had never wanted the galaxy as a whole to see him for what he was. His strength was supported by pillars of illusion, of the lies that had filled this museum. Mara herself had been just another propaganda tool. She had been the Emperor's hand, and when she arrived, the illusion of justice inevitably followed, leaving all those in her wake convinced, by the strength of her example, that whatever misdeeds were committed by other Imperials, whatever men like Tarkin did, the Emperor was good and fair and just. They would believe it because she believed it, because she came on his behalf, acting in his name, and she did her best to live up to virtues that meant less than nothing to Palpatine. Virtues he had actively and thoroughly despised. This was not the first time she let thoughts like these tie her in knots. By the time she had found the long, seemingly abandoned hallway that would bring her to the Jedi wing of the museum, she had begun the process of unwinding the tension she'd let build in her gut. By the end of the long corridor, she was even keeled enough to remember that these bouts of self-recrimination were helping no one, least of all herself. She was Mara Jade, not the Emperor's hand. Letting the ambiguities of her past pull her down would not help her heal. She shouldn't dwell on it. She could hear the advice spoken in Luke's damnably calm, quietly passionate voice. If only doing it was as easy as saying it. There was a noticeable change in decor as Mara exited the corridor into the unmarked Jedi Museum, using the passkey Leia had given her to gain entrance. The large doors opened without complaint, but they released stale-smelling, musty air. Darkness and spider webs replaced muted sunlight. The heavy doors closed behind her once again, leaving her alone in the unfamiliar space. The room was long and rectangular, with footsteps etched in the thick layers of dust on the floor and dangling web strands hanging from the ceiling so thick she had to sweep them aside with her arm. She contemplated using her lightsaber to slice her path, but if Skywalker was here, then clearly he hadn't done that already. She refused to allow herself less composure than the Tatooine farm boy. Her lightsaber remained on her belt. Her skin abruptly went cold, and she almost stopped dead. The dark side was so thick here it made her nearly choke. The sense of malevolence, of stinging chastisement, of dark, unrestrained gloating sang with Palpatine's voice. She shivered at the unrepentant hate. This wasn't a museum, she thought with quiet, dreading awe as she stepped into the space. It was a mausoleum. She was surrounded by relics, statues, and occasional holo images, surprisingly well maintained given how long it had obviously been since this place had received regular maintenance. Statues of fallen Jedi, paired with relics of their passing. The statues had been defaced or decapitated, and in her mind's eye she could see Palpatine's rage-filled face as he personally destroyed each of them in his ritual of gloating. She stepped near one of the statues. It was a woman's body, though the statue, like many of the others, did not have a face. Anya Kuro, a voice from the base of the statue said, Jedi Master, she served with distinction during and after the Clone Wars. A hologram appeared, but Mara didn't recognize the woman's face even from the holo. There were other pieces of memorabilia around her, including a lightsaber. Trophies, Mara thought disgustedly. She looked around, stepping away from the exhibit, and realized there were dozens more. She continued on, passing statue after statue, hundreds of them. Perhaps many hundreds. This had been the Old Republic's Jedi Museum, she realized, but Palpatine had closed it and turned it instead into the list of his victories. Every defaced or otherwise disfigured Jedi was a Jedi that Palpatine had seen dead, one way or another. There were so many. Mara stepped close to a few exhibits, giving them closer looks. Rannick Salazar was also missing his face, and Mara wondered if there was some specific meaning in that. There was a collection of his possessions at the statue's feet, a lightsaber, a datapad, and a ring, among others. Another statue, deeper in, still had most of a face. It looked like it had been shot repeatedly with a blaster. Siri Tachi, Jedi Master, the voice said, apprentice to Adi Gallia and master of Ferrus Olin. She was frequently a companion to Obi-Wan Kenobi. The mention of Kenobi's name made Mara step in for a closer look, but Tachi had been killed years before the advent of the Empire. Strangely, none of her possessions, including her lightsaber, were present, and Mara wondered idly if that had something to do with the way she had been killed. A dull guilt tugged at her. Mara hadn't ever been a Jedi hunter, had never encountered a Jedi before Luke. But she had been a party to their deaths, had been complicit, deceived, but complicit, and thus responsible. Ultimate blame, of course, belonged to the Emperor, but if she'd seen through his deftly sewn veil of lies. Mara suddenly understood, looking at Salazar and Tachi statues, why these rooms reeked with the Emperor's wrath. Yes, his presence was still overpoweringly present, if far duller and more diffused than it was where he had died at Endor. But the light in these exhibits wasn't extinguished, merely buried, as if covered in layer after layer of tarpaulins, each dipped in the awful, clinging residue of the Emperor's presence. He could only kill them, Mara thought, and she smiled at the stubbornly determined expression Tachi wore for her holo, remembering something Skywalker had said. There is no death, there is the Force. Even with all his forbidden studies, his malevolence, Palpatine had failed to understand his enemy. He couldn't defeat them. Was that what Skywalker was doing here? Expelling the Emperor's lingering malevolence one day at a time, replacing it with his own, much more welcoming presence? Probably. She turned away from the statues towards the passageway into the next room. She could feel Skywalker's presence now, a breath of fresh air, like pushing back darkness. The Emperor's presence felt faded in comparison to the bright spirit of the living Jedi. She'd been nervous about seeing him again, she admitted, but in that moment she couldn't for the life of her remember why exactly that had been. She followed the thread that connected them, feeling his presence in her mind. The doors between them parted to admit her, the cobwebs sundered by his own earlier passage. As she neared his presence, she sensed a firm foundation of sun-warmed stone. She gripped the thread that connected them, and she used it to draw nearer as, unnoticed, the last vestiges of Palpatine's fog burned away. When she finally reached him, what she found wasn't exactly what she'd expected. Her lips blossomed into a surprised smile, and she laughed. Dignified as always, Skywalker. Asterisk. Luke Skywalker, Force Ghost anointed first of the new Jedi, felt anything but peaceful and serene. It had been a long 6 weeks since Wedge and Rogue Squadron had left Coruscant to join Garm Bel Iblis' campaign to retake Yukio and sunder the Imperial hold that Grand Admiral Thrawn had re-established over the galactic southeast. He wasn't sure how Ben would feel about a Jedi having drinking buddies, but he missed them all the same. Luke's arrival on Coruscant after the planet's conquest a few years before had been one of utter wonderment. During his childhood, Uncle Owen had always dismissed Coruscant as irrelevant and opulent to the point of wastefulness, an ecumenopolis that consumed food, water, and resources and spat out poor governance, ineffectual and corrupt at best, malicious at worst. Aunt Beru had rarely discussed it at all, other than to say that when she was young, it had been the bright center of the galaxy, where millions of people came together as one. Luke had quickly learned that both Owen and Beru had been correct, and he wondered what his father had made of the planet. The decision to move the New Republic's capital to Coruscant had been for symbolism more than anything else, but Luke knew that Leia had never been completely certain the move had been a wise one. Geography was power, and Coruscant's ancient political establishment was steadily working to re-establish itself within the old halls of the New Republic. Except one part of that ancient political establishment, the Jedi Order. The Jedi had always been both part of and separate from galactic politics, present, influential, but kept at a deliberate distance. The older political leaders who remembered the galaxy before Palpatine wiped out the Jedi had told Luke a lot about how things had used to be before the Empire, but a lot about the actual power dynamics and responsibilities between the Jedi and the galactic government remained frustratingly vague. Growing up as a moisture farmer, dreaming of being a pilot, Luke had never imagined that it would become his responsibility to help recreate and lead what was arguably the single most influential institution in galactic history. And here at the heart of government, that influence was power. Seductive, succulent, dangerous power, power which had destroyed many a Jedi of the Old Republic, tempted by everything from avarice to lust to the deceptive lure of easy solutions. Even after he had been given the task of recreating the Jedi Order, and had accepted it, he hadn't really realized what it would mean. But the responsibility had fallen to him, and, especially now that the leaders of the New Republic had begun to seriously consider reorganizing the galactic government from its current, provisional state to a hopefully more permanent one, uncertainty about what was best increasingly paralyzed him. The problem, or one problem, was that the New Republic's leadership all more or less assumed that the Jedi would be a part of the new political establishment, and would logically be organized along with and as a constituent component of the New Republic. Leia especially just took for granted that the Jedi Order would be formally re-established along with the New Republic, aiming towards a full restoration of the way things had been before. But Luke wasn't sure that was the right thing. Was this the right time to create a Jedi Order? Was he prepared to teach the new Jedi to join that order? Was being part of the New Republic, either formally or informally, right for people who should serve all life, not just the citizens of the Republic? And was he, Luke Skywalker, a moisture farmer from Tatooine, with limited formal education, and no political training other than what minimal tutoring Leia had provided after the victory at Endor, ready to become a major political figure? It was bad enough being the New Republic's only Jedi as it was. Leia had enough on her mind, and Luke didn't want to add to her myriad of worries and responsibilities. On top of that, he was slightly fearful that he and she would disagree about the right answer, that her commitment to the New Republic would lead her to a perspective about the Jedi with which he would be compelled to refute. He wasn't ready to fight with Leia about it. Not now, and not ever really. He was avoiding her, she had to know he was, and it had to hurt. He didn't need to spend as much time in Palpatine's Jedi Museum as he was, though the Force pulled him back here when he opened himself to it, like there was something he needed to find. And it was a convenient excuse to avoid her. Avoid everyone official, really. He spent weeks cleaning away cobwebs, restoring exhibits, checking and repairing lightsabers, reading entries, looking for guidance, wondering if perhaps once Palpatine's presence was banished, if the spirits of the Jedi memorialized in the museum might appear to him and offer him the guidance he sought. So far they hadn't, but he felt like his meditations were productive, and the Force kept teasing him with some hint of useful knowledge that he couldn't quite reach. It was like he'd forgotten a word, and it was just on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite remember it. Luke flexed, his arm muscles straining. His wrists ached, and he reached out to the Force to relax the tension building in them from the weight pressing down. His legs flexed a little as he carefully balanced the handstand, bringing his ankles closer together. When Yoda had first taught him handstand meditation, back on Dagobah, he had thought the Jedi Master had been playing a practical joke on him, and there were still times Luke suspected that perhaps Yoda had been. But the practice was excellent for focusing the mind. Concentrate. Feel the Force flow, he heard Yoda's voice in his memories. Good. Calm. Through the Force, things you will see. His eyes wavered shut, the meditation growing deeper as the world around him, the smells of the musty Jedi Museum, the lingering presence of Palpatine, his own sense of unease all faded away as the Force sustained him. He exhaled, stale breath leaving his lungs to be replaced by fresh, the Force strengthening his muscles and calming his mind. There, a voice, dark and confident, and another younger and less certain. He couldn't hear either of their words, the image hazy, but there was the snap hiss of a lightsaber and the steady buzzing of the ignited blade, a blue glow cast around. Was this the future, he thought? The future of the Jedi Order? Or perhaps it was the past, the training of the Jedi that had once occurred on this planet. Why would the Force need to show him this? Why now? He sank deeper into the trance, his arms straining and dripping with sweat as he sustained the handstand, his breathing slowing further still. He concentrated on the image, looking for anything useful. The lightsaber hummed and buzzed as it was swung, voices too hazy to be understood continued with the intonation of teacher and student. I don't understand, he thought, but in the words he heard a plaintive tone that Yoda would have chastised him for. He let the frustration go and could feel an echo of Yoda's satisfaction. Something was different now. There was another presence, brighter and more vivid. The image of master and student faded under the bright glare of his light, warmth and humor and carefully banked affection washing over him. The Force was never so forthright with its approval, he thought happily, in fact. A woman laughed, a bright, amused laugh that was totally unexpected and instantly recognizable. The vision banished, Luke's eyes shot open. There, a few meters away from him, peering upside down at him with bright, dazzling green eyes and good humor that sent an unexpected jolt through him, was Mara Jade. Dignified as always, Skywalker, she teased him, though the words bore no malice. Her presence, her smile really, pulled him fully out of the trance. He opened his mouth to respond, but with his focus split between her and the Force, the strain of the handstand and the inexorability of gravity was suddenly too much. With a sound that started with the first few letters of her name and ended with a surprised yelp, Luke fell backwards and hit the floor. "Oh, Mara," he groaned as the pain from the impact shot through him. Her presence in the Force was not so encompassing now that he had exited the trance, but he could feel a myriad of emotions radiating from her, a mix of fading nervousness and humor and cautious affection that lingered in his mind. She laughed, smiling. He groaned again as he sat up, reaching out to the Force to soothe his complaining arm muscles. How long had he been holding that handstand anyway? He shook his head, rubbing his arms. "Interesting place you found here, Skywalker," Mara said from above him. Her smile still hadn't left her face, and Luke took a moment to just watch her smile. He could still remember the first time he saw her really smile at him, and the second. He wasn't sure what it was that made her smile so intoxicatingly attractive. Maybe it was because he'd only known her scowl for so long. Luke forced himself to look away, fearing he would make her uncomfortable, and gestured at the exhibits around them. "The Emperor destroyed everything he could," he replied. "What he didn't destroy or corrupt, he brought here. There's so much here, but his presence still infects this place." He sighed heavily, staring at the ceiling. The mahogany-colored wood was still covered with spider webs. I know, I can feel it, Mara replied softly, sitting next to him. Together, they sat in companionable silence for a moment, Luke recovering, Mara making her peace with her memories. Luke reached out, his hand brushing her leg gently. She looked down at him, her eyebrow arching. Welcome back to Coruscant, he said with a smile. How was your trip around the galaxy? She threw him a patient look. The trip was productive, she replied. We learned a few useful things that the New Republic ought to find valuable, and so far the Fringe is holding together better than I would have expected it to. The dream of the Smugglers' Alliance isn't dead, though I think the only thing really holding it together right now is Karrde's reputation. Luke's gaze was unwavering. And you? She rolled her eyes at him. With a groan, Luke sat up and shifted towards her, his knee resting accidentally against hers. She looked down at where they touched, as if considering an alien experience. Luke tensed, prepared for her to object or needle, but she didn't do either. He nudged her with his knee, and her attention was drawn back to his face. You came looking for me? I'm touched. Mara nudged him back aggressively, her knee knocking against his in a way that was just a little bit painful. He winced. Your sister sent me, she retorted, her leg settling back so that there was a bare minimum of space between them. She's worried about you. Leia sent you? Luke said in wonderment. He thought about all the ways he could point out how undeniably odd it was for her to be doing Leia a favor, but he felt her tensing and preparing a pointed retort and decided not to poke the crate dragon. He sighed instead and rubbed his temple, retreating back into his earlier concerns about the Jedi and the Republic. Skywalker. Her voice brought him back out of the passing miasma. Do you remember that conversation we had on Wayland? He asked, turning his head to look at her again. When we talked about how to teach young Jedi. You told me that ultimately the only way to teach Jedi to be just and honorable and conscientious was through example. Mara nodded. Are you still worried about that? When he didn't respond immediately, her knee nudged his gently, and he looked up to see her expression. She looked back, attentive. He nodded. Yes, of course, but... His voice trailed off and the frustrations that had driven him to meditation bubbled up once again. He saw her gaze narrow, felt her lean towards him. He hadn't felt like he could talk to Leia about this, not with her responsibilities in the government. And if he couldn't talk to Leia, then he couldn't talk to Han. Wedge was off planet. Lando was away putting Klon back together, but Mara was here. Listening. Mara, what does it mean to be a Jedi? She frowned at him, puzzled. That's an odd question to be asking me, especially here. Not really, Luke replied. Being out in the galaxy, so many people have ideas about what it means to be a Jedi. For some people, we're the embodiments of good and justice. Others remember us as evil or corrupt or disinterested. For some, we're military heroes. For others, we're villains who leave legacies and death and destruction. For some, we're wise sages and problem solvers and dispensers of justice. For others, we're lazy and entitled fools who think we know better than we actually do. She stared at him, and an expression of understanding fell over her eyes. So, what is a Jedi, actually? She asked him. We listen to the Force and let it guide us, he murmured. Beyond that, he shrugged. I've never felt like I was any of those things. Just a man from Tatooine with useful abilities. He sighed softly. I don't know if I can be what Leia wants me to be, he admitted. I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask, Mara said, looking through him more than at him. I was all of those things on your list too, when I was the Emperor's hand. She was silent for a long moment. He pushed his sudden, fragile hopes for them aside, reminding himself yet again that the last thing Mara needed was him further complicating her life. I guess my life is a lesson. I think I always knew Palpatine was evil, she admitted. Deep down, I knew something was wrong. I should have known something was wrong. But I didn't listen to the Force, or even to my own best judgment. I listened to him. She looked down. I should have known better, she admitted softly. Luke's hand slid over hers, his fingers wrapping around hers and squeezing. It was an impetuous gesture, and he was relieved when she didn't quickly pull away. You couldn't have, he reassured her. I could have, she retorted hotly. I'm not a fool, Skywalker. I saw the Empire, I saw the Emperor, I saw the people he surrounded himself with. But I let him tell me they were necessary evils. Let him tell me it was for the greater good. I let him lie to me. I was willfully blind. Her fingers were hard around his now, a hint of pain twinging his hand from where her squeezed it. With a grimace she relaxed her grip. I trusted him more than I trusted myself, she murmured. I trusted his word over my own experience. She squeezed his hand and then released it, leaving his skin cold without hers against it. Your Jedi should never do that. Not ever. Not for anyone. He nodded. Is this what has been bothering you for weeks? She asked. He shrugged. It's a big problem. If the Jedi Order isn't part of the New Republic, does that mean we're autonomous? That brings all kinds of its own issues. Funding, for one, Mara pointed out. He stilled at her words, but no, she couldn't know. He nodded choppily. Unless we can find some external funds, he agreed more calmly than he felt. Enough to make us independent. She eyed him suspiciously, but if she suspected he was holding something back, she decided not to call him on it. Yeah, well, good luck with that. One Jedi, or even a handful, won't need that much in the way of credits, but a whole order will. And I doubt you'll want to be demanding pay for your services. We're not mercenaries, he said firmly. I'll need to think about this some more. Maybe ask some other people who have a vested stake. He nudged her knee with his and smiled at her. In the meantime, I assume you're back on Coruscant for the time being. Mara wrinkled her nose and nodded. Yes, at least for the next few months I'll need to be here in my role as liaison, getting the Smugglers Alliance and its formal links to the New Republic shipping and intelligence services up and running. She winced. This is going to be like herding pigeons, she muttered. You can do it, Mara. I know you can. He smiled at her. She sent him a sideways look. I can, but that doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it, she retorted. Luke laughed. Well, I hear the trick with pigeons is having a couple of small boxes that they fight to try and sit in. He paused, watching her. You know, he said, serious again, if you have any free time while you're here, I'd enjoy a training partner. He heard the hope in his voice and tried to tamp down on it. He didn't just ask Mara about the Jedi because she was Force strong, or even because he thought of her as a friend, but because he hoped that someday she would join him as a Jedi. He saw in her the future of the Order, a companion who understood the Force and understood its abuse. He saw in her an equal. Someday, if she wanted, when she was ready. Her gaze told him that she thought he was thoroughly insane, probably for a dozen different reasons. He just smiled at her, watching the hint of turmoil, feeling her internal conflict, hoping. If I have time, she conceded, then rolled her eyes again as she undoubtedly felt his burst of relief and joy at her tepid agreement. I was about to get something to eat. It's getting late and I haven't had anything since lunch, Luke said. Care to join me? He stood, then offered her his hand. She looked up at him, then placed her hand in his. Sure, she said. I know a few good places around here. She offered him a wry smile, using his support to pull herself to her feet. Or I did anyway. Luke chuckled. Lead on. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Chapter 5. As the wing commander of General Bell Iblis Fighter Group, Wedge normally rated a suite aboard the flagship. Space was always a luxury aboard a warship, but the general's tabs he had finally allowed Admiral Akbar to pin to his chest came with some recompense, even with the added flimsy work. His quarters on Orthovan boasted a full-size refresher with a real shower, a living room with space for several guests to fit comfortably around a table, and a real, full-size bed in a separate chamber. After so many years stuffed into bunk rooms with other pilots, his quarters on Orthovan sometimes felt spacious and quiet to the point of absurdity. When it got too quiet on night watch, Wedge almost missed being able to hear Hobby snoring. Almost. Unfortunately, Wedge's quarters on the Eshin strike were more cramped than what he had aboard Orthovan. Originally Warlord Singe's Nightcaller, while the strike had received a new coat of paint and furnishings, and thankfully felt much homier than the last time Wedge had served aboard her, the corvette was still much smaller than a star cruiser. Captain Taban had offered Wedge the ship's captain's quarters when Rogue Squadron had been moved from Orthovan to Eschen Strike for the Hishium operation, but Wedge wasn't about to put Atril out of her stateroom and refuge for the sake of temporary comfort. So he crammed back into pilot's quarters with a rack best described as a cot and a desk that folded into the wall. The refreshers, of course, were communal at the end of the hall. It felt like home, but his back was starting to complain and he swore the quarters had shrunk since he was last aboard with the Wraiths. It would only be a few more days, he thought to himself, reviewing the datapad that Tycho had sent over for his evaluation with a sigh. Then the rogues would transfer back to Orthovan, and he and General Bel Iblis and the fleet's other strategists would get together with their intelligence operatives and decide how best to move on Yukio. With the Imperial frontier base on Hishium and Republic hands, Bel Iblis now had the perfect staging point for an attack on the Agri-world. And he'd have more restful sleep. Wedge reviewed the briefing documents a second time and frowned. Rogers had picked up 6 of Thrawn's best star destroyers, adding his own agonizer to the mix. That gave Yukio a strong defensive presence that would cost fleet heavily if they went in directly. Those ships and their crews, especially Thrawn's former flagship Chimera, had proved their mettle time and again. And they were probably the least difficult problem the New Republic had to face. Thrawn had managed to capture Yukio with his planetary defenses intact, including his extremely formidable planetary shield. It wasn't enough to just recapture Yukio. Wedge knew they needed to take the world with a minimum of collateral damage. Will the Imperials burn the world to keep his farms out of New Republic hands? Can we knock them off balance and guarantee a peaceful withdrawal? Come at them sideways somehow. Wedge rubbed his lip. Thorny's strategic problems grated, but he'd had enough years of command to know when to muddle through and when to come back to a problem later with a fresh mind. He put the briefing notes down and paged his desk holo display over through happy landings and parties to something more recent. It was a moment captured candidly by Merrick's, of him dancing with Ela after they'd taken down Isard for the last time. The image coruscated as they whirled, painting her golden hair and deep brown eyes in shades of blue, a satisfied smile on her face contrasting with the barely restrained idiot's grin on his, phasing into fuzz as the sequence repeated itself ad infinitum. Ela had been incommunicado for 2 weeks. When they started seeing each other a few months ago, they both knew contact would be spotty at times. After all, he was the squadron commander of the New Republic's premier starfighter squadron, and she one of Aaron Kraken's protégés. Still, the uncertainty gnawed at him as he ruefully observed that his concern for her was no less than he'd inflicted on his own friends over the years. Certainly, whatever it was Ela was up to, it wasn't as dangerous as flying against a Death Star. His comm chimed, and Wedge flicked it on, welcoming the distraction. Antilles. General, said the voice of Eschen Strike's Bothan communications officer. There's a HoloNet message for you, but we're unable to trace it back to its source. The Bothan's voice was dark with suspicion. It's NRI sealed and encrypted for your retinal scan only, sir. Wedge made a face. Patch it through, and do not log, on my authority. Acknowledged, General. The Bothan's feed vanished, and Wedge pivoted slightly at his desk, verified his hatch was closed and secured, then opened the clamshell folds of the datapad-sized uplink authenticator. He leaned forward to offer the small scanner an unobstructed view of his retina, and waited. Eschen Strike had once possessed a more sophisticated holocom suite that would have permitted the caller to appear as a full hologram, but that had been removed during the Corvette's refit, and his uplink was rudimentary, at best. Wedge's heart sank as the image resolved, and he schooled his expression into something more professional. The face that appeared in a grainy two-dimensional projection was indeed from intelligence, but it wasn't the face Wedge had been hoping for. General Antilles, said General Aaron Kraken, head of New Republic Intelligence, Ela's boss, and somewhat mercurial, ally over the years. I understand you're aboard Eschen Strike. Wedge's fears subsided a bit when Kraken's expression registered. For a heartbeat, Wedge had thought that Kraken was calling to tell him that Ela had been captured or lost or was missing, but the general was not wearing the iron-faced sympathy that such a call demanded. But if Kraken wasn't calling about Ela, then he was calling about something else. Wedge's heart sank all over again. "We're patrolling Hishian." Wedge's voice was flat. "What is it you want, General?" Kraken took a breath. "An NRI facility in Albrian sector has just gone dark. We received what might have been the beginning of a distress call, but the message was cut off almost instantly. All subsequent attempts to communicate with the facility have failed. I want you to go check it out." Wedge stiffened. "General, I'm attached to General Bel Iblis's task force as part of the—" "Yes, I know that. But this is of vital importance. The facility serves as a prison for dangerous people, people with skills that are useful to NRI but who cannot be allowed to operate freely. You are close enough to get there in a matter of hours. Anyone else I might send would take days." Kraken offered a weak nod. "I will contact General Bel Iblis and make him aware of your redeployment. I've sent the necessary information for the hyperspace calculations to Eshin Strike, as well as the procedures required for keeping the planet's location strictly confidential." Wedge crossed his arms, his expression hardening. "You want me to take my people into a potential combat situation without knowing anything about that situation? Allied strength, enemy strength, system geography, planetary geography. I know better than most how dangerous it is to accept a mission without proper reconnaissance. We just kicked the crap out of 2 Star Destroyers because we knew things they didn't think we knew." Kraken watched him, the image of his face blurring with static from the poor holocom connection. "All right," he relented. "I'll forward you everything I have, but you tell your people that this information is classified, and that classification is to be respected. Understood? Tell Horn twice." "We still won't know what attacked the facility," Wedge pointed out. "We might end up coming out of hyperspace in the teeth of an Imperial task force. I'm not expecting you to take any unnecessary risks. Get in, find out what's going on, do what you can, and get out. Clear?" Kraken took a breath. "We need this facility. I know I'm asking a lot, but you always deliver. If you do this for me, Wedge, I'll owe you one." Wedge's eyebrows rose, a bit of the gunrunner he used to be coming to the fore. "You'll owe me one." "That's right," Kraken confirmed. "One favor." Wedge didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. But he knew Kraken. "Tell me one thing," he said. "If Pash were still flying with the rogues, would you still be sending us?" Kraken's green eyes flashed with anger. "You know better than to ask me that, Wedge," he growled. Aaron Kraken had never been shy about sending his son Pash into danger. Wedge and Pash had been partners during the New Republic operations to capture Coruscant. They'd flown together against a superstar destroyer. Wedge had once sent Pash into a raging thunderstorm flying an antique Z-95. It wasn't a fair question to ask the general, but it was the only way Wedge had to be sure that Aaron wasn't sending him and his pilots and the crew of Eshin Strike into a death trap. The righteous indignation in Kraken's eyes bore no sign of a guilty conscience. "That was good." "One favor," Wedge confirmed. "To be reclaimed at a time and place of my choosing. We're en route as of now." He cut the holocom connection before Kraken could add any new requests, took a last fond look at Ela's image, and turned to recover his flight suit before preparing to kick tired, shocky pilots and crew into gear. Asterisk. The hyperspace voyage was brief, and Wedge made sure his pilots got some stems from medical before they all strapped back into their snub fighters. Eshin Strike's calf wasn't the best in the fleet, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as what they'd had to work with on Hoth. "I don't like this," Atral's voice said in Wedge's ear over the command-level comm channel. "I pulled all the ready munitions we have from our torpedo lockers to re-equip your fighters, but the close quarters is making it difficult to rearm on short notice." Did General Kraken say anything else? Wedge checked his X-wing systems. Shields, weapons, engines all in the green, but Wedge only had 4 proton torpedoes. It would have to do. "Gate, do another full system check on us. Then pull systems reports from the squadron's other astrometches. Highlight any issues that might hinder combat performance." His astromech whistled in acknowledgement. Then Wedge keyed in his own comm. "The general and I had only a short conversation. You've looked at the intel he sent us, What kind of force would be required to take out the base defenses? There was silence on the other end of the comm as Attrell considered the question. Gate whistled, a sound that Wedge knew from experience meant task complete, and the summary of information on the other rogues appeared on Wedge's HUD. He flicked through it. Rogue 4, report the specifics of your weapon's malfunction, he ordered over the squadron frequency. If something can go wrong, something does go wrong, Hobby's voice came back typically dour. My number 3 laser cannon is operating at 50% after our last engagement. I think it's an issue with the flashback suppressor, but my astromech thinks it's a problem with the Tabana gas injector. There was a confirming warble from Hobby's astromech. If I'm right, it would be worse. If it's the flashback suppressor, the cannon might blow up when you try to fire it, Wedge pointed out. I know. I'm having the techs disable it. I'll run with 3 cannons instead of 4. Hobby sighed. It's certainly not the first time I've had to make do with a less than optimal loadout. There was a muttering about proton torpedoes, and then Hobby cut the comm. I wish we knew more about where we were headed. Corrin's voice came over the squadron comm, echoing Attrell's earlier question. I don't like flying blind into NRMSs. I don't like flying blind into anything, added Rogue 12, her voice equally aggrieved. Attrell's voice cut into the conversation over her private link to Wedge. So, the prison defense schematic that Kraken sent suggests it is both formidably defended and vulnerable. Her voice was calm and distant, focused on the information in front of her. It relies heavily on droids to man both the starfighter defenses. It looks like they've got old Clone Wars vintage droid fighters deployed here, which can be unreliable, and the planetary guns. They probably could all be disabled with the bombardment, but that depends on how powerful the prison shields are, and this isn't detailed enough to give me a firm spec on those. But a bombardment only makes sense if you're there to kill the prisoners. It would be hard to knock out the generator without also flattening the rest of the facility. So, any attack would benefit from precision rather than brute force? Wedge asked. In the background, the rogues were still chattering about their opinions on the mission. He tuned them out for the moment. That's how I would do it, Attrell responded. We could probably do it with Strike and the rogues, but you really want a ground element to knock out the shield generators from the inside. I think you can get a shuttle in under the shield umbrella with some deft flying. Makes sense, Wedge replied. Well, let's come out of hyperspace far enough out to take a look. Then we can move in slowly once we know what we're dealing with. Confirmed, Attrell replied confidently. 5 minutes until I bring us out of hyperspace. Are you going to launch as soon as we arrive? No. We're better off hidden in the Corvette until we know what we're doing. Best to keep at least one surprise in reserve. He flicked his comm back to the squadron channel. Quiet, he ordered, and the debate subsided. We'll be arriving in 5 minutes. We're coming out of hyperspace far enough out that we should see any threats before they hit us. Then we can move in to deal with whatever it is we find. If we're badly outgunned, we'll hop back out and tell Kraken we're sorry, but Rogue Squadron is no longer in the business of suicide missions. There was an echo of acknowledgments from his pilots. Wedge watched the timer count down slowly, feeling the familiar tension that always arrived before battle. He just wished he knew what they were about to face. 30 seconds to real space, Ashen Strike's communications officer said over the squadron comm. Here we go, Rogue 5's voice murmured, then abruptly brightened. Hey boss, think it'll be a platoon of rampaging pirate Ewoks. Wedge laughed, shaking his head. Yate, remind me to give West kitchen duty when we get back to Orthovan. But he could feel the tension lift, and not for the first time was glad that years of war had burnished away Jansen's sense of humor to something only mildly insufferable most of the time. Asterisk. Ashen Strike came out of hyperspace well outside of the planetary gravity well, and on schedule, which meant at the very least no interdictor cruiser lying in wait. That first concern relieved, Captain Taban turned towards the display as it started to update. The planet didn't have a name in the data provided by Kraken, but it was a mountainous rock, dry and cold and generally unpleasant. 3 rocky moons circled it, and the ruined debris of a 4th moon scattered around them all, kicking up more rocks as it impacted the moons. What a mess, Her sensor officer muttered. Yeah, Atral murmured. Any second now the ship's sensors would update the display again. Her heart fell. There it was. She keyed in the comm and started to speak, but paused as the display updated yet again. Maybe it wasn't quite as bad as it had first seemed. General Antilles, we've got scanners on the base. 1 Imperial, 2, and what looks like 2 or 3 squadrons of TIEs. CAC isn't sure, but best guess is a mix of interceptors and defenders. They're engaged with the automated base defenses. Wedge's voice came back tense. How are the defenses doing? They're losing, but the Imperials aren't completely unscathed. She tapped, zooming. The Star Destroyer is named Invidious. Never heard of it, Wedge replied. It's not part of Roger's fleet, and as far as I know there are no other Imperial capital ships in Albrian sector. A warlord maybe. Could be. The destroyer is showing signs of battle damage, Atral said. In fact, its starboard shields look a little wobbly. One of the red dots signifying a TIE vanished from the display, and the droid fighters just got another kill. She watched the display, considering the options. What do we do, General? Asterisk. Wedge was trying to answer that question himself. He was the general, and this was his operation. That made their next move his call. Damn Kraken anyway, who was so important that NRI had needed a secret prison on this rock just to hold them. Boss, 4, Hobby's voice was as excited as Wedge could remember hearing it. I have an idea. Fleary Voru, formerly Moff of Corellia, found being on the bridge of a Star Destroyer again to be a disorienting experience. Wearing the uniform of an Imperial Moff, equal in rank to the uniform worn by Admiral Tavira, was familiar, but odd. Like he'd stepped into the past. But he could afford to show no weakness, not to Tavira, and not to her crew. These men and women and aliens were not the loyal servants of the Empire of old. They were wolves, their teeth hidden behind Imperial uniforms worn just short of regulation crispness. They would, he knew, happily devour him and suck the marrow from his bones if they thought at the right time, and they would just as happily let him fatten up, regain some of the wealth and power he had lost, and then devour him, like a Suloni veriform cattle farmer. It was important to have teeth of his own, complete with fangs to flash at anyone who got too eager for the meal. We've lost 5 more TIEs, Admiral, said one of the officers standing on the Invidious command walkway. Blade, Saber, and Pike squadrons report the enemy droid fighters are competent combatants, and they outnumber our TIEs. He scowled at his display. All the metallic content in orbit is making sensors extremely unreliable. Tavira's hands were folded behind her back as she watched the display. The number of starfighters engaged with Invidious squadrons of uglies. Tavira insisted on calling them TIE Advanced. Voru had learned, but they were not from the senior line of snub fighters. Essentially an attempt to cobble together a more powerful snub fighter in the mode of the TIE Defender out of TIE Interceptor parts. The clutch starfighter was an impressive craft, if somewhat finicky. The pilots can consider this exercise an opportunity for advancement, Tavira said, watching the engagement out of her forward bridge window. Those who survive will receive promotions. Those who do not will be replaced. Captain Knive has plenty of candidates for promotion to our starfighter squadron's garrison in Kessel. From below, the prison's planetary guns were still firing. The first time they had spat blue fire from the surface up at Invidious, Voru had winced with concern, but the guns did not possess anywhere near the firepower of the best modern Kuwaiti ground cannons. The only real danger was the persistent flutter in the ship's starboard shields, which was why the ship's port side was angled towards the planet. Down in the starboard crew pit, Voru could see officers clustered around a station monitoring the faulty shield generator, trying to maintain its power at close to full efficiency. Is there any sign of Republic reinforcements? He asked Tavira. She was one of the few Imperial officers he had ever surpassed in height. Her petite frame was compact even compared to his own small stature. The man standing beside her, the white-masked Tavis Karrde who had so ably cowed Duel and Skynk's necks on Kessel, was quite another matter, beating both of them in the height department by at least half a meter. Is there any sign of Republic reinforcements? She echoed, looking at her sensor officer. The man shook his head. Not yet, Admiral. I believe we managed to prevent any distress signals from escaping with our jamming. Tavira offered Voru an alarmingly charming smile, one that under other circumstances would have absolutely demanded a smile from him in return. He reminded himself that this woman was chief among the wolves and resisted the impulse. See, Moff Voru, as I said, my crew is most competent. We have nullified their call for help. We are about to finish off their starfighter defenses, and once that is done we will land our ground forces and seize the prison. The 3 clutch squadrons were indeed about finished with the 4 squadrons of antique droid starfighters. Droid starfighters had certain advantages, namely not requiring training before they could be put into the field and the small cost of a droid versus a sentient brain, but those same advantages also made them inherently inferior to piloted starfighters. The age of the droid starfighters Kraken had acquired to protect his black site prison, probably the only thing he could acquire without risking the site's secrecy, just compounded their weakness. The 30-odd clutch starfighters had sustained numerous casualties, but they had inflicted substantially more damage than they had sustained. Time to send down the shuttle, Tavira said breezily. She walked to the back of the bridge and opened a wall closet, removing a blast-resistant vest and sliding it on over her uniform. Inform the landing force that I will be accompanying them personally, she announced. Commander Navaranian, you have the bridge. Do keep it intact for me? The youngish man at the communication station stiffened in surprise. Why, yes, ma'am. Voru leaned towards her as she pulled the blaster vest into place, her pair of heavy blaster pistols hanging conveniently at her sides. Do you think it's wise to go yourself? He asked her, quiet enough not to be overheard. He knew better than to be overheard questioning her on her own bridge. She offered him a wolfish grin. You and I both know that to earn the loyalty of the men under your command, you must be willing to share the risks they take, she replied. That goes double for men like these. She inclined her head towards the semi-piratical men and women crewing her bridge, and the clutch snub fighters and their pilots beyond the bridge window. Don't worry, she said, her voice reassuring. I'm sure they'll take pity on you, even without me and the Tavis car here to protect you. Voru's expression hardened. I am not as defenseless as you think, he cautioned her. I did not rise to the heights I did without being able to get my hands dirty. That's cute, old man, she replied dismissively. Tavis car, with me. With that she turned her back on him, leaving him gritting his teeth in annoyance at her disrespect, and at the fact that she was likely correct. The last few years on Kessel had carved away at the last reserves of his strength and patience, and his advancing age meant he might never hone his edge to what it once was. Well, people had told him that before. He'd just have to prove them wrong, yet again. Voru strode into the center of the bridge, his back ramrod straight, and stood next to the newly named acting captain Navin. When the Admiral is prepared, drop our ground forces at the edge of the prison's perimeter shields, the man was ordering. Prepare an ion bombardment of the shields to scramble their targeting sensors while the dropship makes its approach. Tell the clutch pilots that the moment the facility's shields are down, they are to provide any necessary air support to the Admiral. There was a hum of commotion in the starboard crew pit as the ship's starboard shields once again fluttered, then stabilized. Navaranian scowled, then shook his head. When this is over, we'll need maintenance on the starboard shield generators, but for now it shouldn't matter. The base's fighters have been neutralized, and we can protect our starboard shields from incoming fire. Perhaps, Voru agreed, but it is my experience that all vulnerabilities should be addressed as quickly as possible. You never know what threats may lurk in unexpected places. Navaranian scowled at him, then turned his back and stood in the center of the bridge, looking resplendent and actually being useless. Voru watched his back, then climbed down the ladder into the starboard crew pit. I know a little something about star destroyers, he said to the surprised crewers, who parted for the Moff's uniform unexpectedly in their midst. Let's see if I can help. Asterisk. The Sentinel-class landing craft loaded with Tavira's elite Invidious ground forces, wielding an eclectic mix of preferred weapons and armor. Despite their ragtag appearance, the Teva's Karrde knew the men and women in this squad were more dangerous than their haphazard appearance would suggest. In the Imperial Army, the expectation would have been uniform equipment and training, but Invidious no longer carried the Imperial Army. Only a handful of them carried the standard Stormtrooper E-11 blaster, and those they did carry featured extensive customization. The Teva's Karrde didn't carry a blaster at all. Blasters have their place, his master had told him once. But if you depend on a blaster, you will see every fight from the perspective of a man armed with a blaster. At a far remove, the consequence of violence is never a thing you should separate yourself from, lest you forget the impact of a violent act. His lips, covered by the Deomer bear mask he wore, tightened at the memory. Thinking of his master only ever brought him pain, and he tried to put the memory out of his mind before the other. Heavier recollections coursed through him, uncontrolled. He could see them coming, the pain of the heavy footsteps, the heavy breathing, the flash of red, the fear and pain, and the horrifying hum of the lightsaber that would end his tutelage. He took a shuddering breath, acutely aware of Tavira beside him, her violet eyes focused on the prison steadily growing beneath them as the shuttle descended. Blue-white laser fire pounded upwards, slamming uselessly into the Invidious shields. The Star Destroyer fired back, its own darker blue ion blast skittering over the prison shields like a spiderweb, scattering the prison sensors, and allowing the shuttle to descend through the rain of fire without sustaining more than an occasional glancing blast. The prison was built into the craggy side of a mountain, with landing pads that stretched out into a ravine, and held aloft by buttresses and repulsor lifts. There were a half-dozen of them, each large enough to host a lander the size of their Sentinel, but none were occupied now. Support equipment for the droid fighters that Invidious 3 squadrons of clutch snub fighters had destroyed revealed what the primary purpose of the platforms had been prior to their arrival. The air was thick with the acrid stench of heavy turbolaser fire, contrasting with the chill from the elevation. The ravines below the landing pads were hundreds of meters deep, and the prison itself had been built into the side of a mountain. The shuttle circled, descending down into one of those ravines. "This is going to be tricky," yelled the shuttle's pilot to Tavira over the pounding thunder of the weapons and the ship's roaring engines. Tavira pulled out both of her heavy blaster pistols and offered the pilot a broad grin, her white teeth shining. "Do it right the first time, then," she yelled back. The shuttle dropped into the ravine under the hemispheric dome of the prison's deflector shields, then tilted its nose up and strained upwards. The inertia drove all of them back, and the Teva's Karrde gripped both the side of the landing craft and Tavira's waist to keep them from sliding with the rest of the ground forces towards the rear of the shuttle. The pilot stared at his controls and the rock face as it flowed past, the shuttle shooting through the gap between the rock face and the shields. Tavira pumped her fist triumphantly as the shuttle popped above one of the landing pads. "Go," she screamed as the shuttle leveled out, its landing ramp dipping, and 36 troops charged down the ramp, blasters firing. Light blaster fire flashed towards the shuttle, deflecting off its heavy shields. Battle droids of the same vintage as the droid starfighters ambled out, blaster rifles held in mechanical hands, firing at the pirates storming the base. One of Tavira's people quickly assembled a tripod for a pre-charged E-Web heavy repeating blaster borrowed from the shuttle stores and started pounding away, sending huge bolts of green laser fire into the crowd of droids. Tavira herself walked down the ramp with negligent disregard for her own safety. With a single blaster pistol in each hand, she started firing as she approached, trusting the Teva's Karrde to protect her from incoming fire. He used the force to catch a blaster bolt that had been destined for her chest and dissipated it in his hand, then pulled her down next to the E-Web nest. The heavy repeater continued to roar, the weapon glowing dangerously red as his fire tore through battle droids. The Teva's Karrde tried to keep Tavira from rising again, but she was not so easily deterred. Waving him away with a quick jerk of her head, the pirate warlord stood up and commenced firing, muzzles of her heavy blaster pistols flipping up in each hand and dropping down to their targets as she discharged them in an alternating sequence. One of her shots took a battle droid in the middle of his awkwardly shaped head, sending the droid smoking to the surface of the landing pad. Tavira took her time, lining up shot after shot, cool as if she was refining her technique on the practice range. Her accuracy was exemplary. Her combat style would be suicidal if not for the Tevas Karrde's finely honed danger sense. The acrid stench of burning ozone would linger in his mask for days, he thought sourly, again remembering his master's disdain for blasters. There was a tingling at the back of his neck, his danger sense kicking in, anticipation and demand swirling. His lightsaber flowed into his hand and his thumb double-tapped the weapon's activation stud. The snap hiss of the blade could be easily heard even over the pounding laser battle, and he swept the blue blade through the air, bouncing a single blaster bolt away from Tavira's head. She didn't duck back, and didn't stop firing as he swept the blade back, deflecting a second bolt away from her shoulder. Both bolts sped away harmlessly, and Tavira laughed with a maniacal lilt as her own blaster fire slammed into droid after droid. Tavira finally dropped back down, finding new power packs for her depleted blasters, and offered the Tevas Karrde a ferocious grin as she slapped them into place. But the danger sense tickling his neck hadn't subsided, and her grin faded from his awareness as he stretched out into the Force. Frowning, he let the Force guide his eyes and turned, peering through the mask up at the dagger shape of the Invidious above them. He flinched as the Star Destroyer's ion fire smeared above them, the hemispheric planetary shields covered in a bright blue web of deflected light, radiating painfully and mildly scorching his vision. Tavira's comlink buzzed, and she flicked it on. "What is it?" She yelled over the ongoing firefight, her soprano voice cutting through the din. She waved at the man at the E-web, and his pounding fire subsided, the weapon's red glow from the burgeoning overheat subsiding for a moment. The ship's response was static-filled, the signal only reaching them by reflecting off the canyon under the shielding dome. Miral, Vet Aproa, Ron of XW, ordered the ties, gauge. Tavira twisted around to stare upwards with the Tevas Karrde as the ion cannon fire subsided. They could see the Invidious clearly now, and see the green turbolaser fire that it had begun to send out into space from its vulnerable starboard flank. Using sensory enhancement techniques his master had taught him, the Tevas Karrde focused his gaze, but it wasn't necessary, as even Tavira could see the flashes of laser fire as the snub fighters surrounding the Invidious engaged one another, punctured by explosions. And then the sky was rocked as a bright explosion tore through Invidious' starboard flank, and Tavira cursed ferociously. "Invidious! Blast it! Navigarian! What in blazes?" She turned and pointed at the Tevas Karrde. "You! Into the facility now! Take a team, find our target, and get out." She dropped back down into a more protected location as he hesitated. He really shouldn't leave her alone and vulnerable like this, but her glare let him know she wasn't in the mood for argument. "You're sworn to me, now do as I order." His lightsaber ignited. He ran towards the prison, deflecting away blaster fire, and carving through battle droids with ease. In the sky above, the sounds of battle continued. Chapter 6. February 27, 2024. "This is exciting," Corran Horn said to himself as his X-Wing hummed underneath him, roaring towards the out-of-sight, stationary form of the Star Destroyer Invidious. In front of him he could see the quad engines of Mind Dono's X-Wing, and behind him the nose and laser cannons of Oral's. The 10 fighters of Rogue Squadron stormed ahead in a straight line, using the Karrde, Rocky, unnamed planet's largest Karrde, Rocky, unnamed moon as cover to keep the Star Destroyer from seeing them. The X-Wing swerved, following Wedge's lead as he darted behind the moon and some of the other, larger asteroids to make a hopefully unnoticed approach. The comms were silent, with none of the usual chatter. Transmissions might be picked up by the Star Destroyer, so once the plans were made, they were carried out without further discussion. His astromech, Whistler, moaned nervously. "I know, buddy," Corran soothed him. "I'm not used to flying like this either." Mind's X-Wing swooped to the left, following Ren's, and for a moment Corran could see the line of snub fighters, stretched out single file. For once, Corran thought, the formation flying that they occasionally practiced actually was coming in handy. The Eshin Strike was a swift vessel, but nowhere near as swift as an X-Wing, and its larger profile meant it had to be more careful than the X-Wings to avoid being spotted as it made its own approach, so the X-Wings had left the Corvette well behind them. Karrde just hoped Hobby was right about the planet's metallic heavy orbital profile covering their approach, because this was going to get very messy very fast if he wasn't. The moon was looming large in front of them now, and Wedge daringly swept down towards the surface, leading the rest of the squadron to follow him. Whistler warbled nervously as they skimmed over the rock's nearly atmosphereless surface, the faintest whistle of air passing above the cockpit. Almost there, Whistler, Karrde reassured him. There was a large cliff looming before them now, and the line of X-Wings swept up to skim above it. And there it was, the Star Destroyer Invidious, its vulnerable starboard flank presented to them at a range of less than 7 kilometers. There was a click on the comm, and Karrde shifted power back to his X-Wing shields and weapons, letting them start to recharge as he coasted forward towards the Star Destroyer. The neat line formation dissolved as the rogues each sought a clear view of their target. The comm clicked again, twice, and Karrde switched his fire and control over to proton torpedoes. He didn't bother aiming. His targeting systems were already slave to Wedge's X-Wing, and he watched as his HUD flickered yellow then a steady red, and he pulled the trigger. 2 proton torpedoes lanced out from his X-Wing, and he saw them joined by 18 others. He waited 10 seconds, his HUD still humming the solid tone of a strong lock, then pulled the trigger again. If he'd had more torpedoes, he would have happily used them, but the rogues hadn't been able to fully rearm after the engagement with Chimera and Agonizer. Still, 40 torpedoes ought to be enough to hurt it, especially with that wobble in its starboard shields. Time to ruin your whole day, Karrde thought eagerly at the Star Destroyer. Asterisk. Commander Navarian, a man donning lieutenant's insignia called from the scanning station. We're being hit with the torpedo lock. A torpedo lock. Navarian's voice replied, and Voru looked up as the ship's de facto captain strode over to look for himself. Has the surface been holding some of their weapons back? He stepped to his left, peering down over the portside crew pit. Find the prison's torpedo launchers and destroy them at once, he ordered. Voru, working with a pair of former Imperial crewers who hadn't had the patience for Imperial discipline, turned his attention fully away from the ship's finicky starboard shield generators and upon the discussion above. They hadn't fixed the shields, only time in a yard could do that. They needed at least 3 system component replacements, but they were more stable than they'd been at least. No, sir, the scanning officer said. It's not coming from the surface. I think it's coming from the largest moon. Did the New Republic put weapons on the moon? Navarian asked, looking confused. I suppose there's no reason they couldn't, but it would make maintenance much more difficult. The scanning officer went pale. Incoming, he cried. 20. No 40 proton torpedoes. There are X-Wings out there. Navarian froze, staring at him in disbelief, then turned to peer out the starboard bridge windows. 40 pale blue lights, glowing in the void, streamed towards his Star Destroyer. He opened his mouth to respond, but shock had frozen him to the floor plating. His command was purely perfunctory, a formality. The combat was over. The threat from the base had been eliminated. They had prevented any distress signals from getting out. Voru could see the shock, the horror, the disbelief wash over the man's face as Navarian scrambled to come to Vera, and then the first 20 torpedoes hit. The starboard shields, reinforced and stabilized, were up to the challenge, mostly. They flickered again, enormous holes opening up in the protective coverage, and some of the torpedoes snuck through. The ship rocked lightly as bright explosions tore at the ship's outer layer of armor, blasting away turbolaser batteries and tractor beams. Far worse, one of the shield generators took a direct hit. When the second salvo struck, there was no shield to stop them. Asterisk. Woohoo! Howled Jansen over the comm as the starboard side of Invidious lit up. Small explosions became large ones, armor boiled away, and the ship jolted from the blow. Still, it was a Star Destroyer, and while the blow had been a heavy one, the ship remained in fighting shape. Rogues, came Wedge's voice, heads up, we have what's left of the Star Destroyer's fighter complement altering vector to meet us. 7-8, 9, 10, take the fighters coming up from the prison. Everyone else, we're going to chip some more paint off this Star Destroyer. 9 copies, Karrde confirmed, pointing his X-Wing down at the planet. There were still blasts of blue energy firing up from the surface at the Star Destroyer, but as he watched they died, and so too did the prison shields. Leader 9, the imps have knocked out the facility's weapons and shields. Might be about ready to make their escape. Confirmed 9, Wedge's voice came back. Take the fighters, then do what you can to prevent the prison break. I don't know who Kraken put in here, but I would bet good money that we don't want to have to find out. On it, Rogue Leader. Karrde's X-Wing entered the planet's atmosphere, and he throttled back as friction made itself known. Whistler warbled at him, and his HUD switched to one of the incoming fighters. What are those? He asked the astromech, but Whistler just warbled back uncertainly. Has anyone seen fighters like these before? Mindono's voice asked the question for him. Not sure? 7, Karrde replied. Some new Imperial snub fighter design maybe? But they didn't have time to think about it. The 4 rogues were met by 7 examples of the TIE design, which possessed a characteristic TIE fighter ball cockpit and engines, but married it to 3 sets of triangular panels. Like most TIE designs, they weren't designed for atmosphere, and were clearly having trouble, but Karrde's first blasts were unexpectedly absorbed. 9 to Squadron, he said into his comm. Enemy snub fighters are equipped with shields. He throttled back and pulled the stick towards him, rising after the enemy who had escaped. 5 here, and they also have ion cannons, said Wes, sounding harried. They're maneuverable too, maybe slightly better than Squint's. Karrde's HUD flicked green, and he pulled the trigger, sending far red blasts of laser fire converging on his target. One of the 4 missed entirely, the other 3 drilled through the cockpit in one of the panels. The ship tumbled, going into an uncontrolled spin. It spiraled away from the battle, heading out towards the planet's second moon. Well, they still die when you shoot them, he said to Whistler, and the droid twittered triumphantly as Karrde started looking for a new target. Asterisk. Voru climbed out of the starboard crew pit, stumbling as he did as another proton torpedo erupted against the ship's hull. There were X-Wings out there, and their pilots were good, exceptional even. Invidious 3 squadrons of clutch starfighters were capable, but their pilots were tired and low on fuel from their engagement with the base's droid fighters. Their numbers were diminished, and they thought the hard work was already done. The unexpected blow of the X-Wings' arrival had to be demoralizing. Worst of all, their commander was frozen in stupefied shock. Navarian might be an effective enough comms officer, but he evidently did not have the needed chops to command a ship in combat. He occasionally stammered orders, but they were never helpful. Voru stepped into the center of the bridge. They needed a leader, and he could be that. Helm, bring us down towards the surface, and pitch the main hangar bay to permit Admiral Tavira the easiest and shortest landing path. Guns, I want you to prepare to cover the Admiral's return. He turned towards Navaranian. Tell the fighters Thoroughly assignment is to prevent the X-Wings from engaging the Admiral's shuttle, he ordered the commander. Navarian stared at him, his eyes wide. Then he offered a choppy nod and reached for his communications headset. The ship rocked as another torpedo struck Invidious, and Voru grimaced. But no, the X-Wings had to be almost out of torpedoes if they weren't already. If they'd had many more, Invidious would have been hit with them in the Alpha strike. His Star Destroyer was still combat capable. All they had to do was get the shuttle, the Admiral, and their objective back aboard, and they could head for the hyperlimit, and there would be little the X-Wings could do to stop them. He just needed to make sure the crew didn't panic. Voru folded his arms behind his back, straightening his spine, and stood in the center of the bridge platform. His orders were given. It was appearances that mattered now. Asterisk. Karrde and Oral's X-Wing screamed over the landing platform occupied by the Invidious landing craft, strafing it with their laser cannons. Vaporized permacrete and pirates scattered everywhere. A repeater web returned fire, but his X-Wing shields were designed to stand up to turbolaser blasts and shrugged it off without issue. 9, the remaining ties are headed in your direction, Tycho's voice said into his ear. The squadron is all out of torps and Invidious knows it, so is basically ignoring us. Lead and 4 are strafing Invidious to get them to reconsider that perspective. Strike is inbound with bigger guns. 5, 6, and 12 are coming to join you. What's the status of the prison? Karrde checked his HUD, didn't see any ties in his immediate vicinity, and tilted his X-wing over to take a look down. The craggy rock of the mountainside flowed beneath his fighter as he slowly circled the prison that was settled into that mountainside. There's a Sentinel landing craft down there with shields strong enough to stand up to anything short of sustained cannon fire, Karrde reported. We've taken out a chunk of the landing forces. I'm not sure how many more there are down there, but it's at least a dozen less than it was. Tycho was silent for a few long moments. Karrde assumed that the veteran pilot was dodging turbolaser fire, or maybe removing the threat of it. Tycho's voice crackled back to life. Confirmed, Nye? Options. I'm not sure we have any good ones. Anything more we do up here might kill whatever prisoners the imps are here to rescue, not to mention whatever others they're not here to rescue. Are our orders to kill in order to prevent escape? Our orders didn't specify. Tycho's voice was annoyed. You have Nren, Oral, and mine with you. That's a formidable ground contingent. Might be time to go commando. Karrde grimaced. The possibility had occurred to him, but he didn't like it. He was a lot safer in his cockpit than he would be on the ground. On the other hand, his core sex sensibilities didn't like killing prisoners either. We'll need air support to keep the remaining ties off of us, he cautioned. You'll have it, Tycho promised. Gotta go? Tycho's voice clicked off. Karrde glanced upwards, watching as 3 X-wings, Wedge, Tycho, and Hobby flitted nimbly over the Invidious hull, blasting turbolaser batteries and tractor beams, dodging the steady stream of green fire that lanced out at them. Karrde pointed the nose of his fighter back at the prison. One more pass, Whistler. Then we'll land on the second pad, he ordered, wishing he'd let Luke Skywalker talk him into more force training while the rogues had been on Coruscant. Asterisk. The Taviskar carved his way through the antiquated battle droids with ruthless efficiency. In the confined corridors of the prison, and with only the smoking wreckage of ruined droids behind him, the blaster bolts could only come from the front, which made deflecting them all too easy. His white-blue blade hissed as beads of sweat trickled down his masked face. His lightsaber came down with a quick hissing slash, leaving the last of the battle droids in a split heap on the floor. His bronze armor was darkened from a few near misses, but his long-ago learned lightsaber skills had not failed him. Again, his master instructed him as the training remote buzzed behind the man's white-haired head. The drone spat bolts in bursts of 2 or 3, forcing him to respond quickly and precisely. His body had grown lanky and uncoordinated, and he grunted again and again with frustration as he was struck with stinging blasts. Conserve your movements, his master instructed firmly. The lightsaber is about grace, not power, and grace is found in your wrists, not your arms. The battle droids were a testament to that lesson, at least. The map showed only a handful of prisoners in this place, and he'd yet to meet a single human opponent. Wasn't manned entirely by droids. His long strides carried him at a quick pace through the darkened halls, and he reached his destination in a matter of minutes. The facility was not really all that large. His large, armored hand hit the release on the door, but it buzzed red in response. Access denied, the computer said. Well, all right. The Taviskar reached out with the force, making sure that the person he was there to rescue was not on the other side of the door. Then, once he was sure that an errant stroke with the lightsaber would not kill his quarry, he stabbed the blue-white lightsaber blade forward, driving it into the hinges of the door. The heavy metal-resisted butt had never been made to stand up to a lightsaber, and he grunted as he dragged the lightsaber slowly along the doorframe. The metal went red and liquid as he forced the blade down. You were wrong, Master, he thought to himself as he grimaced from the effort. There are times the lightsaber is about power. The door sagged, and he quickly plunged the blade through the door's locking mechanism. Then, with the force-enhanced push, he sent the heavy door slamming to the ground with a bone-rattling crash. Come in, a gravelly, aged male voice called from inside the darkened room. The Tavis Karrde stepped onto the fallen door, careful not to put his foot on any molten metal. Heat radiated off of it in waves. The room was larger than he expected and built like a comfortable studio apartment. False windows brought in a modicum of light meant to appear natural, but the majority of the light in the room came from the myriad of screens. Computers lined every wall, flickering with light and activity. The floor was kept clear and marked with tread marks from a wheeled desk chair. In a side space was a bed, neatly kept, and doors that presumably led to a refresher. He disengaged his lightsaber, the blade vanishing with a distinctive hiss, and walked further into the room. As he did, the computer screens died as one, and the room's ceiling lights illuminated. Which of my former associates sent you to free me from Kraken's clutches? The same male voice considered, clicking his tongue. Surely most are dead by now, and most of the rest don't have the gall or the ability to stage something like this. The Tavis Karrde's eyes scanned the room, guided by the Force. The figure seated in the rolling chair was short, well below average height for a male human, with thick brown fur and whiskers. His eyes were black and beady, with a pair of ears coming up from the top of his head, and his face narrowed to a snout. His hands and feet were both uncovered, ending with dark claws. A drawl, the Tavis Karrde thought with surprise. Not what he'd expected, but the drawl were native to the Corellia system, and Voru had been Moff of Corellia. Moff Fleary Voru of Corellia, the Tavis Karrde responded, his voice echoing in the mask. Those beady black eyes did not seem particularly intimidated by either his mask or his lightsaber, and even the huge bulk of the metal door laying flat on the floor of his spacious cell had not perturbed the alien calm. Voru, the drawl murmured, considering. Very well, he said after a moment and stood to his full 1 meter height. The movement seemed to pain the alien, and the Tavis Karrde realized that the drawl was very old for one of his species. For Voru I will escape, he agreed with a nod. Asterisk. Corran hopped out of his X-wing and ducked behind the permacrete barrier that separated the landing pad from the very deep chasm. Overhead X-wings and the odd Imperial fighters continued to spar. Oral's fighter fired a quick quad blast that was almost deafeningly loud to Corran's ears, and shrapnel cascaded over the landing platforms from the remains of his target. 2 other X-wings had landed with him. Mine had already assembled his sniper rifle and was firing at the group of enemies on the opposite ground platform, some 20 meters away. There was a network of landing platforms, arranged more or less in a circular pattern around the mountain prison. They each flared out with a large circular landing pad, supported by buttresses and backup repulsor lifts, and connected to the others by the flat area closest to the prison. Green and red blaster fire flashed between the grounded X-wing pilots and the Imperials across the gap between them. Nren dropped down beside Corran, carrying a large case. The Corran opened it, revealing the component parts of a long-barreled heavy blaster rifle. Corran gaped at it. You had that in your X-wing. I decided to keep it after Seatric, Nren said with a toothy grin, assembling the blaster. You never know the next time Tycho is going to tell us to storm a fortress after all. He fitted the pieces together, smacked in one of the power packs, then swung the long barrel of the powerful blaster over the barrier. The weapon roared, sending a hefty bolt of green energy slamming across the chasm, then another. Nren's tentacles curled up as he pulled the trigger again and again. I guess this proves you right, Corran replied, firing his own blaster pistol. Remind me to stash a blaster rifle in my X-wing when we get back to Orthovan. Something on the other platform exploded spectacularly, and Corran's comlink clicked. I took out that web they had set up, mine murmured coolly in Corran's ear, clear despite the scream of ion engines and blaster fire above. There's another group of them hiding in the structure itself. They're going to have to make a run for the shuttle sooner or later. There was a roar of engines, and the landing craft the Imperials had used to set down lifted slightly off the ground. They're getting ready, Corran announced. No, you think? Retorted Nren. The shuttle's engines roared again, the blast as they flared enough to drown out even the sounds of the ongoing melee above. Corran glanced up as an X-wing swooped overhead, his laser cannons sending bursts of energy into the shuttle, but the Sentinel shields proved too strong and sustained the energy without complaint. Karrde grimaced, wishing they saved a torpedo or two instead of unloading them all into Invidious. The X-Wing's run came with its own costs. One of the remaining ties splashed the fighter with green and blue fire, puncturing his aft shields and disabling two of the snub fighter's 4 engines. A second X-Wing bracketed the tie with laser fire and forced it to go evasive. The first X-Wing limped uneasily towards space. Karrde breathed a sigh of relief, his sudden panic passing. That was 12, he was pretty sure, but while Enery was out of the fight, at least her X-Wing was still mostly flyable. Here they come, called Wren, and his heavy blaster snarled, sending 3 quick shots towards the prison exit. Karrde followed them with his eyes, and then the 4 screamed at him, and Karrde's instincts took over. His father had always taught him to trust his instincts, and that trust had saved his life on more than one occasion. He grabbed Wren and yanked the large Karrde down and away, the long blaster clattering to the ground next to them. Wren flailed, resisting in his surprise, and Karrde found them all wrapped up in a pile of limbs as Wren's 3 blaster bolts came back at them. The first 2 soared over their heads, quite possibly at the right height to take their heads off if Karrde hadn't reacted, while the third struck the permacrete barrier and sent agonizing fragments scouring over their skin. Karrde rode off of Wren and pulled his lightsaber off his belt, the metal of the hilt chilled by the cool mountain air, and ignited the silver-white blade with its distinctive snap hiss. He stood awkwardly as across the wide chasm the now small group of Imperials was running towards the waiting shuttle. One of the group fired at them, and Karrde focused to his utmost to bat away a pistol shot. There were 3 of them he could see, a woman wearing what looked like an Imperial Moff's uniform, which was odd, to say the least, and holding the blaster which had just shot at him, a draw running uncertainly alongside her seemingly of his own volition, which was equally odd, and a tall man wearing full-body bronze armor, including a white masked helmet that covered his face. In the man's hand was a glowing blue lightsaber. Of the 3 of them, the man with the lightsaber was certainly both the most odd and the most concerning. Wren fumbled with his long blaster as Mine's sniper rifle fired at the group, but the armored man stopped, turned towards them, and batted the fire away as he walked backwards towards the shuttle. The woman and the Drawl both jumped onto the shuttle's lifted landing ramp, the Drawl struggling with it for a moment. Wren raised his blaster and fired another shot, but the man deflected it back, forcing Karrde to bat it down. He put his hand on Wren's back, and the Karrde hissed in disgust. They're going to get away. Not if we can stop them in the sky, Karrde replied. The shuttle lifted up off the ground, its landing ramp rising to close after it had picked up the man with the lightsaber, and Karrde turned to run towards his X-Wing, then abruptly stopped and threw himself to the permacrete surface of the landing platform just before the landing shuttle's large underslung laser turret opened fire. The heavy burst from his laser cannon burned into Wren's defenseless X-Wing, and the starfighter exploded. Laser cannons and engines shattered, fragments of melted metal erupting in all directions. Asterisk. Tavira swung the shuttle's turret to target the second X-Wing and pulled the trigger. Heavy quad bursts of laser fire lanced into the landed, stationary craft and it too exploded. The third grounded X-Wing was now trapped behind a field of debris and fire, so she ignored it. Besides, the shuttle's nose swung up towards space and her Invidious, taking it out of her sight. Her attention went entirely to her beloved ship. Those bastards! The Star Destroyer she had paid such a high price for was scarred from obvious torpedo impacts, but Navarian was obviously doing a competent enough job commanding the ship. The Star Destroyer was moving into position to expedite her return. After that, she thought viciously, we'll see about getting a little revenge. She reached into her uniform and pulled out a remote. For now, she swung the turret to look behind the shuttle and waited for exactly the right moment. It's time to make sure we get out of here and get a down payment. She pressed the button. Asterisk. Karrde stared at the burning wreckage of the 2 destroyed X-Wings. For a single, horrified moment he thought Whistler had just died, but no. They'd gotten lucky, and the shuttle had chosen not to blow up his X-Wing. Stupid. He chastised himself viciously. We should never have let them get back to the shuttle. But then, a corner of his mind reminded him, they hadn't known the Imperials would have a lightsaber wielder with them. There was a humming sound from the base, and he and Ren both turned with a frown to look at it. "What's that?" he asked, his voice hoarse, speaking loudly to be heard over his deafened ears. "I don't know," Ren replied, sounding stunned. The sound grew louder, sending a tremble through the ground beneath them. "It sounds like the base's power generator." The sky above them started to shimmer as the base shields were reactivated, and there was the sudden, deafening roar of the base's automated defenses. Karrde gaped as blue-white fire shot into the sky. Gavin Dirklighter's X-Wing caught the edges of an unexpected capital-grade blast which melted both his starboard S-foils, sending the fighter into a death spiral. Karrde watched with the fist around his heart until he saw the fighter's cockpit pop open. Gavin's ejection seat guided him down into the ravine while his fighter slammed into one of the nearby mountains, sending snow and rocks upwards in a reasonable imitation of a volcanic eruption. The remaining airborne X-Wings went evasive as the automated guns started tracking them. "Oh, Sith spit," Karrde breathed. He and Ren took one look at each other, and then they sprinted towards the facility. Asterisk. Admiral Tavira's shuttle is now back on board, Navarian announced. "Excellent," Vohr replied, maintaining his commanding demeanor. "Helm, get us to the hyperlimit. Take us out the moment we reach it. All fighters return to the hangar or be left behind." His eyes tracked the plot. There were still 5 X-Wings out there combat capable, 3 of which were still stitching Invidious with laser fire. It wasn't any serious threat to their spaceworthiness, but they'd already lost far too many of the ship's turbolasers and tractor beams. Then there was the Corellian corvette racing down on them. A corvette was normally no threat to a star destroyer, but Invidious battle damage meant they had both fewer teeth and less protection than normal. The corvette probably couldn't kill them, but it could certainly hurt them some more. Best to avoid that. They had what they came for. The 3 remaining X-Wings swarmed over Invidious' hull, firing indiscriminately. There was a sudden cheer from the portside crew pit, and Vohr peered over just in time to see an X-Wing spin past the portside bridge windows, out of control. The pilot had lost an S-foil and the attached engine from a turbolaser blast, and was trying to maneuver out of the combat. As Vohr watched, the pilot managed to recover, barely, before he spun into the planet's dense web of metallic satellites. The fighter's engines flared, and it limped off in the direction of the incoming corvette. That seemed to be enough, and the last 2 X-Wings broke off their pursuit, weaving to avoid turbolaser fire as they retreated, allowing the Star Destroyer to recover his remaining fighters and escape. A costly victory, Vohr thought as he peered out the starboard bridge windows at the ship's blackened hull. But despite the damage, he knew this was a victory. He had what he had come for, and there was an upside to all the damage. Invidious would now need maintenance and repair even more than it had before. Tavira could not supply that, but Vohr was pretty sure that he could. The Star Destroyer reached the hyperlimit and transitioned into hyperspace without the Moff even noticing. Yes, he thought, smiling to himself, this will work nicely. Chapter 7. Wedge Antilles pulled his helmet off and tossed it to the side, then pushed his hands through his hair. Gay whistled from the astromech socket behind him and the X-Wing's cockpit released. Wedge pushed it up, climbing out and then down the ladder that the maintenance crew brought in. Eschenstrike's hangar was cramped, and as soon as he was down the crew maneuvered the fighter deeper into the hangar to create more space for the remainder of Rogue Squadron's X-Wings. What of them are left? He thought bitterly. Half my pilots are out of action after today. They hadn't lost any pilots, and that was no small consolation, but Gavin, Ren, and mine had lost their X-Wings, and Inari, Hobby, and Corran's fighters were going to need some time in the shop before they could be considered combat ready, though Corran's probably would only take a few hours. That left just Wedge, Tycho, Wes, and Oral ready to fly on a moment's notice, their now total lack of proton torpedoes notwithstanding. And the squadron had never gotten fully up to strength even before it had been assigned to Bel Iblis. He was down to a mere third of a typical 12-fighter squadron. Not good enough. His pilots were rattled, he knew. Karrde was one of the most level-headed men he knew, and Karrde had sounded strained even when announcing the good news that he and the other rogues on the ground had managed to retake control of Kraken's droid-operated prison and shut its shields and guns back down. The thought of Kraken made Wedge scowl. This was the last time he would let the head of NRI send him and his squadron blind into combat. They were the New Republic now, not the Rebellion, and desperation was no longer justification for an over-reliance on grit, skill, and luck. That over-reliance had gotten more than a few of his pilots killed, including some of the best. Wedge took a breath. In the last few years, Luke had often told him, on the rare occasion the two of them spent any time together, that serenity came from proper breathing. He exhaled, and then inhaled again slowly, letting his stomach inflate as he did, mindful of Luke's brief lessons. It helped a little. His rogues were arriving now. Tycho was bringing them in one at a time. Inari's X-Wing was blackened from laser fire that had come too close to puncturing her cockpit, and a quick glance told him that she was probably going to need both of her dorsal engines replaced. Karrde's green and black X-Wing came uneasily through the hangar next, the fighter pocked and marked from shrapnel strikes. Whistler, Karrde's astromech, offered a relieved whoop as the snub fighter settled to the deck. Gay whistled back as the techs extracted him with the crane. The cockpit of Karrde's X-Wing opened and Karrde clambered down the ladder, quickly wheeled into place. He hit the ground with a two-footed thump, gave the tech a thumbs up, and waved to Whistler. "Take care of the X-Wing, Whistler. I'll be back to check on it in a little bit." When he saw Wedge watching him, he strode over. "General." "Karrde," Wedge nodded back. "What news of the prison?" As Karrde came closer, Wedge could see the toll the battle had taken on him. His face was streaked with grime and blood, and his lightsaber, which Karrde usually kept carefully out of sight, very protective of the fact that he had Force talents, hung openly from his belt. He pushed his brown hair back, dry sweat making him look even more miserable. He gave Wedge a serious expression and tossed a casual salute. "Kraken didn't keep many prisoners here, and we're pretty sure there was only one escapee. A draw, the prison records just have him listed as Eliezer." Karrde shook his head. "There's something familiar about that name, Wedge, but I can't quite place it. I think I must have came across it at some point during my time in Corsac, but," he shrugged helplessly. "Whistler doesn't remember him, so it wasn't one of my cases. I do know who got him out, though, and you'll recognize her." Mrin recognized her immediately from the prison security footage. Karrde handed him a data card, and Wedge glanced down at the series of images. He felt his lips contort into an annoyed scowl. "Leonia Tavira," he muttered. "Moff Leonia Tavira," Karrde corrected, "at least from the uniform she was wearing. She was Moff of the Adu sector when the rogues first encountered her on Yatu. That was about 5 years ago, not that long after Endor," Wedge mused, wearing an expression that was a cross between a smirk and a frown. "Hobby and Wes will be thrilled. She captured and threatened to execute them." Mrin told me a bit about that while we waited for Nara to pick up Gavin. Gavin has a broken arm, by the way, but he'll be fine after a quick back-to-dip. Oh, and we recovered Gavin's astromech. Tycho managed to get him out of that ravine he got stuck in. Karrde took back his datapad. "We've got a bigger problem than Tavira, though." Wedge frowned. "What do you mean? Do you know why Kraken had this Eliezer locked up?" Karrde shook his head and frowned. "No, I don't, and that's frustrating. Eliezer's prison wasn't what I would have expected. He had computer access and hollow net access, which Kraken had quite deliberately provided him. You'll have to ask NRI about that." He paused for a second, then shrugged. "I wonder if Ela might remember his name? She always had a better memory than I did for minor details while we were partners in Corsac." He held up his hand. "But back to the problem." Karrde put his hand on his lightsaber. "Wedge, Tavira was accompanied by a Force wielder, someone skilled with the lightsaber. He deflected Narin's blaster bolts back at us during a light fight, and took the door to Eliezer's cell off its hinges. We found it still smoldering on the floor where he left it. A Force wielder, Wedge asked slowly. One without lightsaber, Karrde confirmed. He was wearing some kind of bizarre bronze armor, too, and his face was covered with a mask. We never got a look at him. Wedge's blood was steadily getting colder. Leonia Tavira had been a formidable foe in the past, and her principal weakness had been an impetuosity that might have been a product of youth. 5 years older, was she also 5 years wiser? 5 years more experienced. She clearly had access to a Star Destroyer, but a Star Destroyer and a Force Adept. And now also a prisoner that General Aaron Kraken, the New Republic's intelligence savant, had deemed sufficiently dangerous to stash in a fully unmanned prison in a system so unremarkable that their star charts hadn't even given it a name. Not good, Wedge murmured. The conversation subsided under the scream of a snub fighter's engines. They both looked behind them and saw Hobby's X-Wing nosing his way cautiously into the hangar. The fighter had seen better days. It was missing one full S-foil and half of another one, and the whine of the craft as it settled to the ground was the sound of 2 engines straining to do a job that would normally have been done by 4. The engines sounded almost relieved as Hobby let the wounded snub fighter rest. Hobby popped the fighter canopy and gave Wedge a tired wave. Hey, boss. Good news. I'm not dead, he called dourly. Glad to hear it, Wedge called back pointedly. What happened? Lucky turbolaser blast, Hobby scowled. I would have hit their bridge if they hadn't clipped me, too. He shook his head. I get no luck. You're lucky you're still alive, Wedge pointed out, then clapped Karrde on the back and adopted some forced cheer. Well, I'm sure Zray will be thrilled at the excellent state you two have brought your fighters back in. The 2 men both grimaced. Zray, Rogue Squadron's Verpine chief mechanic, was notoriously protective of his X-Wings and seemed to like them more than he liked their pilots. I think I'll go see if Whistler managed to get anything else useful out of the prison computer, Karrde said. Hobby just looked mournfully at his crippled snub fighter, hung his head, and sighed. Asterisk. Unlike most Corellian corvettes, the bridge of Eschenstrike was buried in the heart of the ship. Wedge climbed up one of the ladders to reach it. Inside was the corvette's bridge crew, all alert for a potential return of their Star Destroyer friend. Atril was huddled next to a Bothan at the communication station. She looked up as she saw Wedge approaching and folded her arms behind her back. The Bothan, distracted and failing to notice his approach, did so much more hastily once Wedge had joined them. As you were, Wedge nodded at them the way senior officers had once nodded at him. Anything new? Atril shook her head. No. We finished our survey of the base defenses, and there isn't much left here. She frowned. We might have to stay and picket the system ourselves for a while. Wedge scoffed and shook his head. I trusted Kraken and agreed to do him a favor and come here and check it out for him because no one else was available. I've done that. I've no intention of being stuck on guard duty. Very well, General, Atril replied formally, the formality giving her Coruscanti accent some additional bite. Orders. I need a secure communications link to Coruscant, he replied. And by secure, I mean as well encrypted as we have available. I need to report to General Kraken. He handed the Bothan a datapad. It doesn't need to be a live communication, though. Take this, transmit it to NRI as soon as we have a hollow net encrypt prepared. Eschenstrike's Fur communications specialist took the datapad and nodded. I'll begin working on it right away. He turned to his station. Atril stepped closer to Wedge, lowering her voice. That Star Destroyer, invidious. My people have found 2 mentions of her in the ship's intelligence records. The most recent one has her as part of Admiral Pterodac's little fiefdom in the deep core. If Pterodac has sent any kind of reinforcement to Rogris out here, it could radically alter the balance of power. Our numerical advantage over Rogris isn't that great. Wedge frowned. That was true, though Leonia Tavira working for Pterodac seemed unlikely. She had always been out for herself, not for the Empire. But that had been years ago now, and Tavira could have changed, is definitely something to be concerned about, he agreed. Put together a report and send it off to General Bel Iblis as soon as it's ready. It's already written, Atril replied, her gray eyes watching him with some concern. "Are you all right?" Wedge shook his head, his expression a rather pointed command to drop it. He turned towards the exit back into Strike's main spinal hallway. "Let me know when we hear from Kraken," he ordered, leaving Atral watching him as he left. Asterisk. Atral tracked Wedge down a few hours later. Ashen Strike's bridge had once been located at the bow of the ship, but at the Battle of TLC it had taken a direct hit, killing then Lieutenant Tabin's immediate predecessor and leaving her in command of the corvette. She still wished she hadn't gotten Ashen Strike only because Chade Harkness had been killed, but battlefield promotions were hardly rare. Wedge was sitting in the forward lounge that had replaced the ship's original bridge area. It was compact and not particularly comfortable, but it presented a nice view of the nameless planet they orbited and the numerous metallic rocks and moons that orbited that planet. Wedge was looking over a stack of datapads, each containing a different report: maintenance, tactical, strategic, intelligence. He was reading each one, adding his own notations and shortcuts to get back to important data quickly. Next to him, his astromech, Gate, whistled softly as he integrated the most important information into his databank so Wedge could access it even while piloting his X-Wing. Atral bit her lip, sure this wasn't a good idea, then sat on the couch next to him. "Going to answer my question now?" she asked. He didn't look at her. "I thought I told you to drop it." "Well, you haven't talked to Tycho or Wes." "Wedge." "I know, I checked. So whatever it is that's bothering you, you've decided to stew on it rather than actually talk about it." She shrugged. "Besides, in the forward lounge you agreed to leave your rank at the door." Wedge sighed and put the datapad he was holding, a summary report on what was left of Kraken's secret prison's defenses, down and turned to her. "Sorry, Atral. I'm just a bit on edge right now." Atral offered him a small smile. "I get it, Wedge." Years before, Wedge had been there for her when she had needed to talk. The Battle of Eschen had been a decisive victory, and the New Republic had even renamed the captured corvette Nightcaller in his honor. But for Atral, the memory of Eschen would always be mixed with trauma and regret. Being stuck in a dying, endlessly spinning out of control TIE fighter after she blasted open the bridge of a Star Destroyer to begin battle had left her shaken. And then, to return to her ship and promptly be expected to resume command, when she'd only days before become captain after Chode's death. There were times she wished she hadn't let Fleet Command rename Nightcaller in honor of that battle. It had been a few years, though, and the dreams weren't as common as they had been. When she needed help, she turned to Wedge. Now she saw him bundling his fears and hiding them away, even from his most trusted confidants, and she knew that it was her turn to reach out. "But that's not going to distract me." "I'm mad at Kraken," Wedge said stiffly, "and I'm mad at myself for letting him talk me into flying this mission." That was true, she had no doubt, but it wasn't what was really bothering him. "All your pilots came back?" "Barely," Wedge retorted, "and we could easily have lost Gavin and Hobby if things had gone just a little bit differently." He shook his head. "What was I thinking? Taking an understrength squadron of X-Wings and against a Star Destroyer all by ourselves, and without even a full load of proton torpedoes." "It was a good plan, and it worked," Atral countered him, her voice cooling noticeably. "We did a lot of damage to that Star Destroyer, and we came out of the fight with valuable intelligence. And none of us is dead." She crooked a finger at him. "And once you sit down and talk with Tycho, he'll tell Yawa exactly the same thing." Wedge rubbed his face, looking more tired than she remembered him, even during the doldrums of the Thrawn campaign. "As for your understrength squadron," she continued, "there have got to be great X-Wing pilots out there you've flown with before who would be happy to fill in your vacancies, at least for a while." That prompted him to look up, and his brown eyes were suddenly thoughtful. "Personally, I think you need a vacation," she continued, debating whether to bring up Ela. And the door to the lounge slid open and Tycho stepped in, still wearing his orange Rogue Squadron flight suit. In his hand he held a datapad, and his expression was grim. He glanced between them for a moment, then his eyes met Wedge's. "We just got Kraken's response," he said simply. You're not going to like this. When the New Republic liberated Coruscant, it also captured the headquarters of the Imperial Security Bureau. The ISB was still the self-proclaimed chief defender of the Emperor's new order from perceived internal threats, and proud of being vicious and ruthless about it. For that, it had been funded extraordinarily well, lavished with an inordinately large share of the Empire's yearly budget. Much of that money was siphoned into the private accounts of corrupt bureaucrats, Ila Wessery knew, but some of it went to producing extraordinarily fine covert intelligence vessels. Ila attempted to rest in the passenger seat of one of those vessels, which had been captured intact along with ISB headquarters and had been repurposed for NRI use. With his help, getting into Yukio had been relatively easy, but getting out had been far more dangerous. After the battle at Hishium, the Empire had instituted a sector-wide security crackdown to find the insidious mole that had leaked their strategic maneuvers to the enemy, and as she had been that insidious mole, Ila had been more than a little concerned that they would be caught. 3 hyperjumps out of Yukio, she finally allowed herself to relax. "I think we made it," she groaned, running her hands through her light brown blonde hair and offering her companion a tired smile. "Was a bit dicier than I wanted it to be, but yes," her fellow passenger, Cap Dendo, agreed with a grin. A red-skinned, horned Deveronian with a long history working in New Republic intelligence, Cap was one of NRI's more skilled commando operatives, having been trained at one point by General Crix Madine himself. He and Leia's aide Winter had famously been one of Rebel Alliance's better covert teams during the years right before and after Endor. "This is the last jump before Druckenwell." "Good," Ila sighed, brushing her hands over her slacks. Had the Imperials realized they hadn't come to Yukio to pick up a food shipment for transit to the Imperial Regional Headquarters at Lineary, they would almost certainly have been interdicted by now. Assuming they'd gotten away clean, or even with just a few-hour lead, it was unlikely that the Imperials would be able to stop them before they reached Druckenwell. She relaxed a bit. That meant they were almost certainly safe. Once we get to Druckenwell, we can unload that shipment of foodstuffs and check in with Kraken for our next assignment. "I wonder if we'll get any details about how Hishium went," Cap mused thoughtfully. Ila wondered the same. Wedge and Corran would almost certainly have been at Hishium to fight Rogris' 2 star destroyers. She knew the 2 men had both flown dozens, hundreds even, in Wedge's case, of combat missions, most of them far more dangerous than that one would have been. That didn't prevent her heart palpitations at the thought of it. "You knew what you were getting yourself into when you finally gave in and kissed him," she scolded herself. "He's a pilot. An X-Wing pilot. He does dangerous things sometimes." Wedge had been so patient and loving, even before they'd been a couple. How many functions had they attended together, arm in arm? How many times had they found an excuse for a quiet dinner that they both had known was a date, even if neither had ever used the title? He'd waited more than a year after her husband's death before approaching her for a date they hadn't called a date. She smiled. He'd been so shy. She clung to that memory, and the memories that had followed, wishing fervently in that moment that she and Wedge had chosen different careers. She could feel Cap very carefully not saying anything. He had learned not to, as she had a tendency to snap at him when he interrupted her out of a moment of reverie. Corran had learned that lesson too. She pushed herself out of the co-pilot seat, not looking at Cap. "I'm going to go shower and try to take a nap," she said. "Wake me when we get to Druckenwell." What little sleep Ila got was plagued by dreams of Rogue Squadron debris and houses in the Coronet City suburbs, leaving her not quite rested when she returned to the cockpit. "What is it?" she asked, yawning, gathering her musk blonde hair back into a loose tail after her restless sleep. Outside, the spinning stars of hyperspace were gone, replaced by the slowly spinning ugly gray, brown, and green of the highly polluted industrial world of Druckenwell. It had been a major Imperial weapons supplier once, after Endor. It had been one of the first worlds the New Republic had wrested from the Empire. The New Republic garrison fleet in orbit featured multiple Mon Calamari star cruisers. Ila felt relief sag through her. If the Empire had been chasing them, it couldn't catch them now. "Kraken is calling," Cap informed her. She stiffened. "Right now." "Right now," Cap confirmed and ushered her into the co-pilot seat. Next to her, the ship's pilot, one of the 4 Nori commandos that was under Cap's command, kept the ship in close contact with the local HoloNet node. She tiredly pushed her hair out of her face, and then the green eyes of her superior appeared on the large console monitor. Agent Wessery, Colonel Dendo, Aaron Kraken said, his expression stiff and unhappy. Good work on Yukio. Unfortunately, I have a new assignment for you. Ela and Cap glanced at each other, frowning. Yes, sir, replied Cap. Kraken's expression was pinched and there were more lines in his face than usual. Whatever had happened since they had been last in contact, it hadn't been good. There's been a jailbreak at a secret NRI facility in the Albrian sector. I sent the rogues to investigate. She sat up, her breath catching in her chest. And they engaged a star destroyer, the Invidious. Our most recent intelligence report suggests that Warlord Pterodot gave her to Moff Leonia Tavira in exchange for a substantial bribe. Kraken's expression darkened. The rogues drove her off, but not before she made off with the facility's prized prisoner, the draw slicer Eliezer. Ela's heart ached with worry, but surely Kraken would have told her if something happened to Wedge, and that name, she forced her mind away from the rogues and back to the matter at hand, closing her eyes and thinking back to her time with Korsek. Draw were native to the planet Draw, which was in the Corellia system and under Korsek jurisdiction, and the name was definitely familiar. My old boss in Korsek mentioned him a few times, Ela murmured, visualizing Gil's face and her old Korsek office, putting herself back in the past for a moment. At least I was never the one Korsek sent to try to get Eliezer, she remembered Gil saying. He never left evidence we could pin on him. I wish we knew how he did what he did. But what was it Eliezer had done? Kraken just nodded, interjecting into her thoughts. He was a Korsek dreamstalker for a long time, decades ago. He was seemingly always able to extract information from even some of their most secure communications. Kraken's expression darkened. Just having this conversation is probably unwise with him loose, but I doubt he's been able to get any equipment up and running so quickly. How did he end up in the NRI prison? Cap asked. The expression on Kraken's face was one of a temporarily satisfied predator. That's a long story, and not one worth sharing. Eliezer was an asset of sorts. He agreed to extract certain information on people, places, or ships for NRI, and I agreed to keep him comfortable in his confinement. He's provided several vital pieces of information over the years. Kraken's smile thinned. One of the reasons he was so dangerous was no one knew I'd flipped him, and most thought him dead. If he worked for you, then you must know how he does what he does. Ela asked, curiosity finally fully overtaking tension. I know the basics. During the last years of the Old Republic, Eliezer was a historian and traveling scholar. He studied in Corellia, at the MR, LSST Trait and Science Academy, and at the Arcanum of Gildane, among others. His specialty was the history and inner workings of the HoloNet. The HoloNet permitted all long-distance galactic faster-than-light communication, Ela knew. It was also a relic of the past, first built and implemented by the Old Republic at least 4,000 years ago. The actual technology of the HoloNet could be replicated, but was no longer fully understood. It was commonly believed to be effectively unsliceable because of the esoteric functioning of the underlying technology, requiring direct infiltration of one of the relay nodes, which could and did happen, but was relatively easy to spot. But if that wasn't true, he can exploit the HoloNet, she asked carefully. Kraken nodded. How he does it I don't know. He's extraordinarily protective of those secrets. Unsurprisingly, I suppose. All I gave him while he was in custody was limited HoloNet access. He always refused to share anything about how he did what he did, but was otherwise cooperative. Kraken's cheek twitched angrily. He had a very similar, somewhat less amicable agreement with Imperial intelligence for a brief time, and before that he was usually employed by criminal elements on Corellia. Ela nodded slowly. Yes, that would make sense, and matched what she remembered of the way Gil talked about him. She met Kraken's eyes, acutely aware that the live communication between NRI headquarters on Coruscant and their ship in orbit of Drakenwell was only possible thanks to the HoloNet. "What do you want us to do?" Kraken nodded, businesslike. "I'm sending you everything I have on Eliezer. Every rumor, every case report, every job he did for me in captivity. Needless to say, I want you to keep it all very close, as there are things in there that are so classified that I'd erase them from my own mind if I could. I want you to take all of them and find him for me." His expression grew very, very serious. "I don't know what his agenda is, but I do know what he can do. If he's free, and he decides to go back to working for the highest bidder, then no secret we have is safe. Every military maneuver, every battle plan, every classified communication, every political secret, all of it could be had for the right price. Or, alternatively, we forego all use of the HoloNet and cripple ourselves, turning every routine communication into a slog requiring hundreds or thousands of courier vessels and delays for travel time." He shook his head. "Eliezer has been my secret weapon for years, Ela. Now he's someone else's, and we can't let it stand." She rubbed her cheek with a sigh. So much for spending time with Wedge after the liberation of Yukio. "Yes, sir." She gave a slow, resigned nod. "We'll get to work." Chapter 8. The Palace District had changed a lot in the 6 years since Palpatine's death. Mara went out of her way, now, to think of him as Palpatine and not the Emperor. There was some small satisfaction every time she thought of her old master, and used his name, always with the awareness that Palpatine had been a lying fraud, and not his title, which still sent a shudder of awareness and obeisance through her that she was going to eliminate. Though the minor disrespect of her use of his name would no doubt frustrate Palpatine far less than her choice of breakfast company. Across from her, Skywalker was perusing the Woonseer Cafe's intricate menu with an attentive expression. They spent a fair amount of time together since her return to Coruscant a week ago. Before she and Karrde had left Coruscant on their Smuggler's Alliance quest, she and Skywalker had found a surprisingly comfortable camaraderie, sharing meals and furthering her Jedi training. Now that she had returned, that old pattern had resumed as if it had never ended. Her primary complaint was Skywalker's poor taste in eateries. As far as she was concerned, most of those places were less sanitary than a trash compactor and less culinarily satisfying than Imperial ration bars. Though she actually rather liked Imperial ration bars. An acquired taste? Probably. Luckily, one of the things that hadn't changed about the Palace District was the plethora of local dining options. When she'd been younger, before Palpatine had put her into full operation, like she was a combat droid needing his last system checks and not a child who still needed to grow up, she had used her freedom of movement to explore the city. She found a number of places that had become havens. The Imperial Opera, now renamed and under new management, had been one of her favorites. When she'd finally gotten up the courage to look at ticket availability, she'd actually lamented the loss of her position as Emperor's Hand for the first time in years. Without Palpatine's box seats, it would take her years to get in to see a performance. With the opera out of the question, at least for now, Mara turned to her other favorite hideaways. The Adarian building was located not far from the Imperial Palace, a magnificently constructed building of multicolored transparent steel that glittered in the sun, casting rainbow shadows down over the plaza that faced the Senate Dome. During Imperial rule, the building had been Doriana Tower, named after one of the Emperor of Senator Palpatine's most trusted aides during the Old Republic years. The building's top floor held another of Mara's favorite places. The ceiling pointed upwards in a tall pyramid, made of tinted transparent steel that cast the floor below in slowly shifting colors, ringed by walkways with immaculately ordered greenery that offered spots of solitude. Inside, planters with a rich mix of imported potting soil hosted plants and flowers. They crawled up the interior of the transparent steel pyramid and helped block the sun's glare, and were well maintained by diligent gardener droids. The tables were spaced far apart from one another, each size to hold only 1 or 2 persons, which was just fine with Mara. Before now, she'd always come here alone. Besides the artful ambience, the food here had always been excellent. The culinary arts had never been required for the position of Emperor's Hand, Ration bars provided all the nutritional and caloric value that the human body required and could be easily carried and stored, but she did enjoy fine food even if she never learned to prepare it for herself. Karrde had realized early in their business relationship that she could be lured with the promise of a fine meal, and had exploited that more than once. This both annoyed her and she allowed it, since the exploitation was never onerous, and the food was always excellent. Skywalker put his menu down and gave his order to the table droid. "I can't believe I haven't been here before," he mused, his blonde hair tousled. He offered her one of his bright, naive smiles, looking absurdly youthful. She rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth curled up in a smile of her own. During the Empire, this place was a refuge for members of the court aristocracy who wanted to get away for a little solitude, she explained quietly, sipping her caf. That aristocracy is mostly gone now, although she glanced around the room and nodded subtly at a few of the other diners. I still recognize some of the faces here. My guess is this place is still finding its new clientele. It's only been a few years since the New Republic took Coruscant and a lot of the old aristocracy fled. Skywalker nodded, looking out the large transparent steel windows. The Senate dome loomed across the square, its huge, mushroom dome busy with activity as all the senators and their staff arrived with the sun. Beyond that, casting the dome in shadows, was the looming dark towers of the Imperial Palace. "Leia says they're going to dismantle it," he murmured. Mara blinked. "Dismantle what?" Skywalker nodded at the window and the imposing structure beyond. "The Imperial Palace. There are enough people uncomfortable with the symbolism of the New Republic taking up residence there that they're planning to knock it down and replace it with something new." Mara looked out the window after him. The Imperial Palace was an enormously tall black castle, magnificent and imposing, ringed with towers. Whatever had been at that location before the Empire was long gone now. The palace had been there as long as she'd been alive. She'd been raised in the palace. A small part of her heart still looked out at the building and thought of it as home. But that was the part of her that still wanted to say the Emperor instead of Palpatine. "The Smugglers' Alliance has just been assigned an office there," she replied, her voice sounding distant in her ears as she fought down a swell of memories. Skywalker nodded. His hand twitched, sliding towards her. Then he drew it back. "I know," he replied. "Leia told me. But it's only temporary. She said that you will have a new office when the replacement is prepared. I'm not sure what they're planning exactly." "Good riddance," Mara said darkly, turning her head away from the Imperial Palace. "The view here will be nicer when it's gone anyway." Her eyes met Skywalker's, and the compassion shining in his blue eyes made her want to throw her calf at him. Hug him? Toss him through the multicolored transparent steel. But then, he smiled at her again, and her brief bout of indignation faded. So he was feeling overprotective. It was just Luke. She could handle overprotective. The conversation was interrupted by the delivery of their food. "Wow," Skywalker said, his eyes widening as he took in his plate of seared nerf rashers over jewel groats. "I hope the food tastes as good as it looks." Mara was already delicately conveying the first bites of her dish, an array of crepes made from small eggs from factory-bred Coruscant game fowl with sautéed thornwort fungus inside. She paused to answer, and shook before she took a bite. Despite having ordered this meal dozens of times before, almost a ritual in years past, she was unimpressed with the overly curated, staid flavors of the standard all-coral breakfast for the great and good. Skywalker, on the other hand, was paying only surface-level attention to table manners, and was focused on devouring his plate with the rapaciousness of a starving rancor. He offered her an apologetic smile, slowing his pace. "It is as good as it looks," he confirmed. "Farm boy," she thought affectionately. He cut off a piece of the nerf and speared it with a fork, watching her. "So, are you free for some training this morning?" She quickly did a mental rundown of her schedule. "I have a few hours," she replied, taking another bite of her own meal. She wondered if perhaps the tower had gotten a new cooking staff since the Imperial turnover, and the Adarians were not as adept with the menu as its previous management had been. "Meditation again today. You're not going to make me do that handstand, are you?" She had expected her teasing to make him smile. It usually did. But instead, his expression grew serious. "No," he said, putting his fork down. "Not meditation today. I was thinking I could teach you some of the more advanced lightsaber forms. See if any of them appeal to you." Mara frowned. The Emperor had taught her a great many Force abilities: sensory and memory enhancement, basic trances, levitation and telekinesis, and most importantly, danger awareness. She'd carried a lightsaber as the Emperor's hand. For a moment, she allowed herself to mourn the loss of the magenta blade, which she'd sacrificed to escape the one-time ICER's operatives actually managed to find her, but lightsaber dueling had never been a serious part of her training. It hadn't been necessary. There weren't enough lightsaber wielders left in the galaxy for her to need to train to oppose them herself. That was what Palpatine had kept Vader for. And Vader had been the only true master of the form who might have taught it to her. She had no doubt that he would have refused had she ever asked. "Why?" she asked. Skywalker shrugged, his expression taking on that distant gaze that told her he was communing with the Force as much as he was talking to her. "I'm not sure," he admitted. "I just think it's important." She wrinkled her nose. "You know, I wish these Force premonitions of yours were a bit more precise. It's hard to plan for the future when all you get is vague intuition." Skywalker smiled. "Sometimes they're more precise, but not often," he said. "It's not any different than your danger sense, really. It's just more removed from the threats." He nodded at her. "With a little more training, I have no doubt that you'll start getting them too. Maybe you'll be better at interpreting them than I am. I'm still not sure what to make of my last vision, the one of a man training a boy." Mara took another bite of her breakfast, thinking about how quickly her own Force powers had grown over the last year. Since she had fulfilled Palpatine's last command, she refused to imagine Luke's dead face, fighting successfully to prevent the image from resolving in her mind. All the old powers she'd possessed as the Emperor's hand had returned, with more consistency and fidelity than she'd had at the previous height of her power. The only one that remained absent was the ability to communicate with the Force across galactic distances, but as she'd only ever been able to do that with Palpatine, she was just as happy it hadn't returned. So Skywalker was probably right. Pretty soon, she might start having more Force premonitions too. What was it he had said when he'd given her his old lightsaber? "Because you're on your way to becoming a Jedi, and you'll need it." Skywalker was watching her with that damnably knowing expression of his, sympathetic and caring. She huffed softly, glaring at him. "I'm not about to join your damned fool crusade," she hissed. "Maybe not," Skywalker said with a grin. "But if I teach you some more lightsaber forms, you might be able to beat me the next time we spar." "I can beat Yowie now," she retorted. His grin grew broader. "Well, let's finish breakfast and I'll give you an opportunity to prove it." She pointed her fork at him. "You're on, Jedi." The training facility in the Imperial Palace, which had been allocated to Skywalker for lightsaber training, was hidden away in a centrally located but otherwise isolated spot that gave it easy access to the rest of the palace, but that people would be unlikely to stumble over. It was a location Mara knew well, and the swell of old memories when she entered the room brought her to a halt. Skywalker didn't notice until he'd put several strides between them, turning back with a concerned look. "Mara." She shook her head, then strode into the room confidently after him, refusing to allow her past to burden her or him this moment. "It's nothing. I was tutored here. In martial arts, etching, and others, and dance, ballroom, and performance." She turned away from him, fighting back a swell of memories, both good and bad, sometimes both at once. She had loved to dance, loved it for its own sake, but for Palpatine it had been merely a tool, an asset for a skilled covert operative. Was it something she, Mara Jade, owned for herself? Or had dancing been something that belonged to the Emperor's hand? Was it something she even wanted to reclaim? She could tell that Skywalker wanted to ask what she was thinking. To her relief, he didn't inquire further. He just watched her for a long moment, then turned away himself and stepped into a large closet which, in the days of the Empire, had housed weapons of every variety. Now it seemed mostly empty, but he emerged holding a pair of wooden swords just under a meter in length, with a slightly wider wooden handle. He extended one slowly to her, handle first, and she took her hand off the actual saber at her belt to accept it. Wooden swords. It was extremely light, and she spun the handle in her hand comfortably as she adjusted to it. Solanese airwood, she guessed. It was heavier than a lightsaber would have been, and balanced slightly differently, but not by that much. That's right, Skywalker replied. We can't get a feel for technique with a live blade, but for sparring it's safer to use one of these. They're surprisingly robust and don't break easily. He walked into the center of the room. Mara could remember it being filled with obstacles to practice movement over changes in height, but now it was a large, open space. She followed him, keeping a moderate distance. I found them on campus, he continued. It was a quick trip I made a few months ago, looking for Jedi relics. There used to be a training facility there. There wasn't much to be found. The Empire was very thorough when they destroyed the place, but I came across a few relics in the markets. He smiled thinly. Some of them had been planted by Imperial agents, and were decidedly unhelpful, but some of the local artisans still make these, and some of the local clans do train like the Jedi used to. He tossed the training sword from one hand to the other, then back. I'm not much of a woodworker though, so try not to break them. No promises, Mara said curtly as she tested the wooden sword. It wasn't a sword, really. It had no edge, and was really just a long stick for all practical purposes. Despite its light weight, it felt solid, and Mara thought it would make a pretty decent baton in its own right. She stretched out her senses to attune herself to her weapon, breathing and centering herself as she remembered from Skywalker's first lessons. Rules. Skywalker's expression was confident, eager even. Her competitive instincts flared in response. The Jedi lifted his training sword into a guard position. The usual. Start slow and go to light contact. Mara nodded. She widened her stance, gripped the handle with both hands, and adopted a standard guard with the shaft pointed straight up, dipping the blade in a small salute. Luke matched her, and as one they began, working through parries, swings, and thrusts at half speed. Again as one they drew back. Mara offered Skywalker a new salute. He returned it, and then they moved to clash again, this time at full speed. Her stick immediately left its guard position as she slid forward, the tip of her blade moving slightly as she probed for weaknesses in his guard. Skywalker offered her none, giving ground and blocking only when necessary. His feet shifted to adjust to her new angle of approach. He glided backwards as she pursued him. He fought defensively, as he had on Wayland, moving to void and block her thrusts and slashes before shifting to the occasional lightning-fast retaliatory strike to keep her off balance. Long years of intermittent dance training helped Mara keep her balance. Adjusting her stance, she lowered her core and lashed out with a low strike that caught him by surprise. The tip of her sword nipped at his calves while the base of her blade protected her head and body. As he parried, she pounced, staggering her steps towards him and powering the midpoint of her blade straight into the tip of his, knocking his sword out of the way before transitioning into a leg sweep. To her disappointment, she didn't make contact. Luke jumped over her leg, stepping backwards to put some more distance between them. She pursued furiously, on him like slobber on a hut as she searched for an opening. Her aggressiveness almost cost her as Skywalker abruptly shifted from a defensive style to a more offensive one. His sword slashed at her in the middle of a step. The only thing that kept her from catching that blow across the chest was a flicker of force awareness. She rolled and came up on the balls of her feet, regaining her center and grinning fiercely as he came after her again. Her sword swatted as out of the way, and she caught his chest with a quick snap kick that, while he managed to step back and avoid most of his power, staggered him slightly. When he came in again, he did so more cautiously. Now Mara was playing defense with her blade, trying to make it a moving wall, all while striking out with her extremities when opportunities presented themselves. The shift in tactics had the advantage of not allowing Luke an opening, but it tired her quickly and earned her a stinging blow to her left wrist, and a momentary look of horror from her sparring partner. Mara smiled briefly to reassure him before she transferred to a single-handed grip, body set sideways in a more traditional dueling stance. Then, rather than press his advantage, Skywalker dropped back a step and raised his blade in the two-handed guard that screened his upper torso, took a breath, and stepped into measure with her. Asterisk. Luke could feel the sweat beading on his brow as Mara surged to meet him again. He caught her off guard by switching from the defensive to the offensive, but just as she was more comfortable attacking, he was more comfortable preserving his energy for critical strikes. Fighting Mara was like fighting a whirlwind. She was always in motion, could move with remarkable deception, and was seemingly mechanical in her endurance. Luke stopped trying to watch her eyes and guess her next move, opening himself fully to the Force and feeling the warmth and certainty of what he had to do to defend against her, just as he could feel her presence stretching out too, looking for an opening of her own. Mara's eyes gleamed as she thrust the tip of her sword directly at his chest, forcing a small shift in parry, but this attack was a hair slower. She was getting tired, she had to be, but she was no more willing to relinquish this moment of connection than he was. Sparring with droids or whatever commando he could wrangle up was nowhere near as satisfying as sparring with Mara. There was a sheer rightness to it that enticed him to ask each time, and he guessed she felt similarly or she would have said no. Both of them could fight at the limits of their abilities, no holding back. It was liberating. She stepped back, covering her retreat with 2 quick jabs, gaining distance before she drew in a long breath, and then to Luke's surprise she flexed her left hand, tossed her sword from her right hand to her left, and realigned her body to fight with her offhand. Mentally anticipating a combined slash and whirling kick up close and ignoring murmurs in the Force, he stepped back himself to open more distance. And Mara charged, eyes flashing, red braids streaming out behind her, wooden sword aimed right at his head. Luke smiled, judged the distance, and stepped in to meet it in mid-swing. As Mara closed, she used the base of her blade to flick his point out of the way, levering it away from his body, and useless for anything for a split second. That was all Mara needed. A small, colorful pistol flickered into her hand, and she shot him in the chest, just over the heart. The small foam dart bounced off him and fell to the floor before they broke apart, and he found himself staring down the barrel of her blaster as his sword came up again on instinct. "Got you," Mara said with a predatory smile, her Force sense gleaming with satisfaction. She spun the child's toy once to drive her victory home as a smuggler might, then made it disappear into her ensemble like a well-trained assassin. Luke laughed breathlessly, wiping sweat from his brow. "I think the blaster is cheating, Mara. On the contrary, I think it teaches an important lesson, Skywalker. Do you think the next Karrde rate Baelth or Thrawn will play fair?" she asked, lifting an eyebrow. "And if the answer is no, then why should I put myself at a disadvantage?" She prodded him with the tip of her sword. "And why should you?" "Let me see if I can explain it," he sighed, moving to fetch 2 bottles of water from a cooling unit he kept in the training closet and tossing Mara one. She drank from it greedily. "I'm not sure if I fully understand how I feel myself. But, growing up how I did, where I did, I learned what a blaster or slug thrower can do young, and I also learned it was a tool to be respected, not a symbol to wave around to make myself feel big and other people feel small. It puts holes in things. It's designed to, and those things can be targets, food for a week, or a person." He shrugged. "That's what people see. A tool. A soldier's weapon." Mara frowned at him. "The saber," he said, motioning his head towards it. "That's a tool, too. It can open doors, block blasters. And it's a weapon. But it's also a symbol. When people see a lightsaber, they don't see a soldier, they see a Jedi. And there are still a lot of beings around the galaxy for whom that has meaning." He smiled wryly. "An elegant weapon of a more civilized age," Ben said. "There is something to that," Mara admitted thoughtfully. Luke looked at her inquisitively, and she sighed. "Before I lost the lightsaber Pellaeon gave me, people responded to it in one of 2 ways. During the Empire, most people saw it and assumed I was like Vader." Both Luke and Mara grimaced. "But after Palpatine's death, I met others who saw the blade and reacted with hopefulness. She looked down. I got myself into trouble a few times that way, she sighed. But, symbolic issues or not, Skywalker, a lightsaber has practical limitations that a backup blaster can overcome. Luke chuckled. Ben took me into the worst cantina in the worst city on Tatooine, and he had the arm off an Aqualish inside of 5 minutes. That Aqualish had a blaster, and it didn't do him any good. If Ben had really needed a blaster, he could have taken that one. And if I ever find myself needing a weapon, I can always take one off my opponents. Mara wrinkled her nose. Why not just carry your own all the time so you don't have to rely on some poor unfortunate properly maintaining theirs? She frowned at him. Besides, your Imperial file said you carried a blaster. A Zahn 57 if I recall correctly. He drank from the water bottle again, moving slightly to begin a cooldown. I did carry a blaster. Until I resigned my military commission, he agreed. Though I stopped carrying the Zahn not long after Endor. Han chopped me up a custom blast tech after we took Drakkenwell as a thanks for getting him out of Jabba's. We spent a long time tinkering with it for a longer effective range. I've still got it back in my apartment. Mara nodded. When things heat up with the Empire again, you should go back to carrying it, she told him firmly. Luke felt a deep sadness and tried not to let any of it show on his face. I've tried not to kill anyone I didn't have to since I enlisted. The last few years I've been able to talk down more situations than I've had to fight my way out of. I think not having a visible, recognizable distance weapon might have helped with that. It also might have been why few Jedi carried blasters. They were keepers of the peace, not soldiers, and they were symbols of that peace. I am too. Well, the potential for peace anyway. Mara shook her head in denial. No, Skywalker. You're both. You're farm boy, sage, and pilot. Some people expect you to be practically divine. They expect this shining hero of the Republic, perfect and poised and perfect. She wrinkled her nose. You try to be what people expect and it'll get you killed. Or maybe it'll get someone else killed because you will be in a situation where you need a blaster and don't have it. She shook her head again. You remember that question you asked me before? What does it mean to be a Jedi? He nodded. Well, here's my answer. She folded her arms across her chest. Whatever you think it should mean, you're the only Jedi, and you can't be everything to everybody. Her gaze softened. You can't save the galaxy on your own, Skywalker, she said. You can't even save the New Republic, not any more than your sister can. In the end, people make their own choices. When I was the Emperor's hand, it wasn't my job to save the Empire. We all knew only Palpatine could do that, and that was a laughable fiction. It was my job to make a small difference when and where I could, and that was still too much for one woman to do all on her own, a lot of the time. She gave a slight bow, which he returned, stepped in close to hand him the training sword. He took it. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that I want you doing everything you can to stay alive when now you're going into dangerous situations. He sighed heavily. Mara. Don't mar me, farm boy, she interrupted. You're under no obligation to ride mental rails trying to do what you think Yoda, or Ben, or any of those other Jedi in that museum would have wanted. Don't get so caught up with striving for their approval that you forget that you get to build traditions too. But they have to make sense. She paused. Most of the time, at least. If they do, the rest of us will just follow your lead. She shook her head at him. And no, she preempted his question. That still doesn't mean that I'll join the New Order. Her tone didn't quite match her words, and her refusal didn't dampen his enthusiasm at Mara Jade voluntarily saying that she would follow his lead. That enthusiasm, however, also didn't quite help to lift the full weight of the obligation now draped over his shoulders. Hey, Mara brought his attention back to her, her hand wrapped around Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber. His gift to her. She thumbled the blade to life with this distinctive snap hiss. How about showing me some of those power strikes you were doing? I was getting hits but my wrist wishes I had it, and I should fight more conservatively with the live blade. She saluted the humming blade at him. Luke, mentally and emotionally drained, hauled himself up. All right, he replied, shaking off some of the pressure that being the first of the new Jedi had heaped on him and focusing instead on the woman standing in front of him, wielding his father's blade. Let's start with the two forms I used earlier. Hours later, washed and exhausted, Mara finally arrived at the new offices for the Smugglers Alliance. Unlike the training facility, it was kept in close proximity to all the major administrative centers in the Imperial Palace, the ambassadors' offices, Palace Security's primary coordination center, and the various dignitaries who comprised the New Republic, unofficial aristocracy, were all a short walk or lift away. Better than that, the docking bay the wild Karrde was currently stationed in could be reached with a quick airspeed ride. She didn't know why Skywalker doubted his ability to teach or his ability to lead. He was an exemplary teacher, guiding her ably through both his verbal guidance and gentle force promptings, helping her learn quickly and using force techniques to speed her development of the muscle memory so necessary to precise training. He would model, she would imitate, and though her arms were furious and the rest of her was tired, it had been one of the most productive learning sessions she could remember having. She wondered, vaguely, if the location had also helped. The training room in the Imperial Palace that Skywalker had co-opted had always been a location she found conducive to learning. She preferred to credit Skywalker, though. Mara, Karrde greeted her. He glanced at the chrono, then back at Mara. Had a productive morning? He asked. Yes, she replied, moving to the desk that would become hers. Have we acquired a droid to help with the office work yet? She asked, sorting through the stack of datapads and flimsy that was waiting for her. She sighed as she saw page after page requiring a formal signature. The best part of being Emperor's hand was definitely the lack of flimsy work, she thought tiredly. Karrde watched her, sliding back in his chair. He furnished these rooms himself, Mara knew. The decor and lighting distinctly reminded her of his office aboard the Wildcat. His white tunic was dotted with red highlights, his sleeves rolled up as he worked. His usual light blue cloak was folded over the back of his chair. He'd also grown out his beard some, letting it thicken and gray, in a way that reminded Mara very vaguely of the old Imperial aristocracy. The overall effect added to his usual distinguished appearance, but not so much that anyone would forget his roguishness. Clearly, Karrde intended to dress for the part he wanted to play. Finding one that I can be assured has no potential exploits is difficult, he reminded her. I will continue searching. Mara thought of her droid, K3. Palpatine hadn't really allowed her friends, not that she'd ever have admitted that she wanted any, but she'd had a protocol droid. The last thing she remembered of K-Tho was his concerned, electronic voice when she collapsed under the strain of the Emperor's dying message. She'd woken up in a cell, accused of treason, with this and Icer's goons watching over her. That cell was only a few floors down. Mara. She shook herself. Sorry, she muttered. Distracted. What's on today's priority list? Karrde lifted one perfectly manicured eyebrow. Counselor Organa Solo invited us over for dinner. Remember? Mara froze. Right? Dinner. Anything I need to do before then? Nothing serious, Karrde replied. I've already got Gint working on a simple program that will allow the New Republic to make shipping requests and the members of the Smugglers Alliance to receive them, based on the payment scale we agreed to. It should be ready before our formal contract is signed. He stood and walked to the office door and slid it shut, then took out one of his electronic scramblers and put it on the desk. Other than that, he continued calmly, the only important thing we should discuss is my most recent meeting with General Kraken. She grimaced. Being at NRI's beck and call was her least favorite part of this whole arrangement. Does NRI have any requests? Of a sort. Karrde's tone became conspiratorial. Apparently the HoloNet has been compromised. Mara frowned. Compromised? You mean someone has placed a bug on one of the network nodes? I am afraid nothing so easily solved. Karrde frowned as he resumed his seat. There's someone out there with the ability to slice the HoloNet more directly. Kraken tells me that we should assume that all HoloNet transmissions are potentially vulnerable to interception. Without adequate encryption, their contents could be captured. With adequate encryption, the slicer will still be able to get information like point of origin, destination, and potentially other data from the originating and receiving holocron nodes. He shook his head. I heard rumors of someone with such talents many years ago, but it has been a decade at least since then. Mara nodded slowly. She'd heard rumors herself, years before, that such things were possible. The HoloNet was widely viewed as effectively sacrosanct, impervious except in the case of a compromised node, and even then, the only risk was to transmissions that went through that precise node. She'd always wondered if Palpatine had intentionally encouraged the growth of that belief to make it easier to track his enemies. She had a more pressing question under these circumstances, though. Why did Kraken tell us this? He has a mission for me, Karrde explained. Two, actually. He slid a datapad towards Mara, who caught it as it fell over the edge of his desk towards her. First, he has asked if he can borrow Gint to work up an encrypt that can stand up to the best of Imperial Intelligence's codebreakers. Second, he's asked me to join General Bell Iblis in the O'Brien sector, personally. Some of this wasn't surprising. You did tell Kraken about our little gift, then. She knew he had intended to tell the general about the toy she and Karrde hoped to acquire. Trying to keep it a secret from Kraken was a fool's errand anyway. I did, he nodded. He didn't elaborate, and she wasn't really expecting him to. If there was more she needed to know, he'd tell her. Otherwise, it was best to compartmentalize information as much as possible, and Karrde more than most liked to play his cards close to his well-tailored vest. When do you leave? In a few days, he replied. There are a few more things I want to get done here first. I'm still hoping to have a signed contract with the New Republic before I depart. But we do have more important concerns for this evening. I don't intend to miss dinner with the Solos. Mara sighed. What should I wear? Whatever you think appropriate, of course. Though I would leave the blasters at home. I'm quite sure Solo has more than enough of them for all of us, should the need arise. Karrde smiled, though I very much hope that it will not. Chapter 9. The last time Mara had visited the Solo residence, it had not been a casual occasion. She could still remember the sounds of blaster fire and desperation that had echoed through the halls of the Imperial Palace, the contingent of Imperial commandos who had been opposed by the New Republic's palace security. Garm Bell Iblis had been there too, proving his mettle as he led palace security in a desperate attempt to rescue Leia and her twins. She hadn't even thought about it before she threw herself into that particular fray, she remembered. She had just reacted, risking her life and her freedom to protect Leia Organa Solo and her infant children. The New Republic had, of course, rewarded her by throwing her in prison. Karrde walked beside her, wearing his usual fitted white tunic, dark pants, and light blue cape. He knew how to make an impression, and he knew when not to make one. Tonight he was dressed to match the preconceived notions he wanted to continue to cultivate, refined, respectable, but still roguish. He knew as well as she did that the newsies would find out that representatives of the Smugglers' Alliance had dined with Counselor Leia Organa Solo and her family, and it was important that the face of the Smugglers' Alliance be exactly what both the Senate and the Smuggler could accept. Alienating either would doom the Enterprise. Mara, therefore, had dressed similarly. She had considered, briefly, one of her formal or semi-formal gowns, but dismissed them as insufficiently roguish. She had also considered one of her normal, casual tunic jumpsuit outfits that she usually wore aboard ship, but dismissed them as insufficiently formal. Reluctantly, she had chosen an emerald green tunic with a high collar. The tunic was loose enough to hide her forearm holster, which she had, even more reluctantly, left aboard the wild card, and paired well with her nondescript slacks. She finished the outfit with her combat boots. Her lightsaber dangled from her belt, brazenly challenging any of the palace security guards they passed to object. None did. It wasn't quite a replacement for her holdout, but it was better than nothing. She wasn't sure how to feel about the fact that it no longer seemed odd to her that the Imperials were gone. The security guards were more casual than their stormtrooper predecessors had been, but no less attentive. They watched her with a mix of caution and respect that she could live with. Karrde pressed the buzzer, And they waited. And waited. Mara glanced at Karrde, reaching out with the force as she checked for trouble. The door was flung open with excess force, smacking into the wall with a bang. Han Solo stood in the doorway, a wailing Jaina Solo clutched under his arm, and a greasy spatula in his other hand. He had a large red splotch on his tunic, which Mara belatedly realized was the result of a cooking mishap and not a blaster wound. Karrde. Han barked, his attention already moving on. Open the door when the kid gets here. He ordered the utterly bewildered pair of smugglers, heading back towards the kitchen at a brisk, slightly unsteady trot. Karrde and Mara looked at each other. Mara's eyebrows both lifted slowly, while Karrde's expression slowly grew into a grin. Not what I expected, Karrde said dryly. Mara blinked, and she closed the door as they entered the apartment. It looked different, without all the furniture turned over to block blaster fire. Do you need any help? Karrde called, leaning to the side and peering towards the kitchen. No! Han yelled back angrily, the sound of a baby wailing growing from that same direction. Oh, for the love of. The ex-smuggler and husband to the New Republic's likely future chief of state exclaimed around a muffled sizzling sound. There was another rustle of movement and Han came back, this time holding Jaina in both arms, the spatula left behind. Here. He growled and thrust Jaina into Mara's arms. You hold her while I salvage what's left of the Karrde sausages. Mara didn't even have time to object before Han was gone again, cursing under his breath. She gaped at the crying face, moving her arms in a way that she hoped was the right way to hold a baby, then glared daggers after hands retreating back. I'm not a nursemaid. You are today, sister. Han yelled back, vanishing into the kitchen. Mara tried to find the right way to arrange her hands but was terrified to move lest she drop the crying baby, who seemed to have cried herself out as her wail started to subside. She didn't dare look at Karrde. If he was smirking even 1/10 the amount he probably was, she might skewer him with her lightsaber, even if she had to manipulate it with the force to do it without dropping Jaina. Karrde, probably knowing this, didn't tease her. He did step closer. Here, Mara, he said, carefully helping her rearrange her arms to cradle the baby properly. How do you know how to hold a baby? She asked him, sparing him a glance as Jaina stopped crying and settled calmly against her chest. Mara peered down at the now contented Jaina, the baby's brown eyes blinking curiously up at Mara, her tiny hands awkwardly snatching at the buttons on Mara's tunic. Smugglers learn how to do all kinds of things. Mara gasped softly as she realized the exploration wasn't just limited to Jaina's limb. There was a gentle, weak prodding through the force, unformed and inchoate but definitely there. Oh, she said, swallowing and holding the baby closer. She'd known the twins were force strong, known that Sebaoth had wanted them for exactly that reason. She let Karrde lead her to one of the couches in the living space, and sat down as Jaina's explorations got a bit more active. Do you want me to hold her instead? Karrde asked, sounding amused. She would make him pay for this later, and Solo too, for that matter. She stopped crying, Mara pointed out. Would moving her be a bad idea? I suspect she likes you more than she would like me, so, perhaps, Karrde replied, his audible amusement only growing. She glared at him, but Jaina tugging on her tunic brought her attention back to the baby. Where's 3PO? Winter hurried into the room from the hallway that led to the bedrooms, stopping short as she saw Jaina and Mara. Oh, the Alderaanian said, blinking a few times. Well, that explains where Jaina got to. Do you need any help, Winter? Karrde asked with his normal, polished politeness. This was not like any dinner party Mara had ever attended before. I believe you're providing the most important help right now, Winter murmured, her expression quirking into a smile. The princess should be back soon, but she was delayed at the palace. Chewbacca needed to do some vital repairs on the Millennium Falcon. Her tone suggested polite skepticism about how vital the repairs to the Falcon truly were, and Luke should be here any minute. There was a door chime. Karrde, will you get that? Han yelled from the kitchen. Winter was already moving towards the door. She wasn't wearing one of her usual long gowns, but a far more functional plain blue shirt and pair of slacks, though her hair was nonetheless up in an elegant Alderanian twist. There was an electronic greeting, and R2-D2 rolled determinedly into the room, followed by Skywalker. "Good evening, Winter," he greeted her. "Luke," Winter smiled. "Master Trade Karrde and Miss Jade are already here, keeping an eye on Jaina for me." She closed the door behind him. Skywalker's eyes found Mara's, and a slow smile crossed his lips as he watched Jaina tugging weakly at her tunic. Mara could feel her cheeks start to burn. She lifted Jaina up and was going to hand the toddler to Karrde, but Jaina's brown eyes blinked accusingly at her. With a sigh, she placed Jaina back down. Jaina giggled. Skywalker made his way over to them, still smiling. "Not a word, Skywalker," she hissed at him. "Not a single, blasted word." "I wouldn't dare," he replied with an insouciant smirk. "If I did, the next time you pull a toy blaster on me, it might be loaded with something really dangerous, like hot sauce or custard." Leia was late, as usual. Her hurried footsteps past palace security at this hour were no longer a surprise to anyone. Mon Mothma continued to rely heavily on her, and Leia was one of the few members of the New Republic Inner Council who was genuinely trusted by all the New Republic's disparate factions. Consequently, her portfolio of responsibilities steadily continued to grow. Just as consequently, she was rarely home in time for dinner. As was typical, she arrived well after dinner was ready, the heady smells from the kitchen stirring hunger she'd let go too long unfulfilled. Winter usually was responsible for making sure she ate while she was at the office, but the demands of dinner prep had sent her home early to help Han with cooking and watching the kids, and Leia had not eaten since lunch much too long ago now. Mara and Karrde were already there, and she greeted them quickly. They were sitting with the rest of her family. Han was tending to the kitchen and keeping the food warm and ready, but Winter, Chewbacca, and Luke were all sitting and talking with the two members of the Smugglers' Alliance over an expansive array of appetizers. She wished Lando had been there too. Then all the non-Nori members of their Wayland team would have been present. Had she invited Lando, she suspected he would have come all the way from Klon too. When she had been a child, her father had made a point to host gatherings with his close friends and confidants, as well as his work acquaintances, on a regular basis. They were vital to maintain the tight sense of camaraderie that allowed a community to flourish and thrive. But Bail Organa had possessed an army of servants and seemingly endless wealth, the splendor of Alderaan at its isolationist, pacifistic height. Leia and Han were far from poor, and Winter was worth an army of servants all on her own. But between Leia's responsibilities in the New Republic government, which often felt like all the responsibilities of the New Republic's government, and the comparative sparseness of their resources, Leia did not host these events as often as her father had. And Jacen and Jaina complicated things. Still, how often are all of you going to be on Coruscant at once? Karrde will be leaving again, and you never know when Luke will be called away to put a fire out somewhere. And Han is Han, as much as he'd rather be home with the kids. You never know when the New Republic will find a new way to demand his service, Leia, she reminded herself. You can't miss these opportunities. She went down the hallway to change out of her work clothes and into something more appropriate for a casual gathering, and stopped as she saw the small, domed form of R2-D2 in the hall. The droid's photoreceptor turned to look at her, and she swore the droid was slouching. He whistled at her sadly. "What is it, R2?" she asked him, frowning. He whistled at her, and she fumbled in her pockets for her translation device. "You can't find 3PO." She frowned, suddenly concerned. Reaching out with the Force, she felt for danger and found none. That's odd. Wait. Han and Winter preparing for dinner. Two toddlers underfoot. No, 3PO going missing wasn't that odd. She stopped by the hall closet and pulled it open. Sure enough, 3PO was on the floor in a crumpled heap, the lights of his eyes dark. She bit her lip to hide a laugh, then reached down and pulled the droid to his feet and reached behind him to switch him back on. The droid's eyes flickered as they lit, and the droid started. "Oh, my word," he stumbled, looking around. I think something must have happened. R2 whistled cheerfully, rocking back and forth on two of his wheels. R2-2. Are you here already? Oh dear, I must have been deactivated. 3PO looked from side to side, stiffening with sudden concern. Has anyone seen Mistress Jaina? She's fine, 3PO, Leia soothed the droid. Why don't you and R2 catch up while we have dinner? You can recharge in the back. But Mistress Leia, I haven't set the table yet. Master Han still needs to decide which style of dining arrangement he would prefer to use for the event tonight. I suggested the Changeling, of course, as that's most appropriate for. R2 blatted at 3PO, turned and started rolling down the hall. It's all right, 3PO. Winter took care of it already. Oh, 3PO wilted. Well, very well then. He turned and ambled after R2, leaving Leia hiding a laugh and wondering what exactly the protocol droid had done to end up unceremoniously shoved into the closet. Mara was shocked to find that while Han's plating left something to be desired relative to Woonseer's, the food was flavorful, plentiful, and creative. Han had made both a Corellian and an Alderaanian dish, the latter with Winter's help, and seemed to delight in Karrde and Mara's clear surprise. What? Did you really think I wouldn't be just as great a cook as I am a smuggler? He'd quite smugly proclaimed, before making a bold attack run on the vicinity of Jacyn's mouth with a soft plastoid spoon shaped like an X-wing. Leia and Luke had both rolled their eyes. With the main meal concluded, Mara found a seat out of the way in the Solo's living space and quietly observed the chaos from behind a Corellian sweet cream with the dusting of chocolate. She had understated when she had thought that this was unlike any dinner party she had ever attended before. It bore no resemblance to the staid, formal affairs of the imperial Coruscanti nobility that she'd attended as Countess Claria, or even the much less stilted but still quite socially coded events she and Karrde had attended with the various mercantile groups that aggregated under the Smugglers Alliance umbrella. More than anything, it reminded her of her time as a barmaid on Forless, with the same constant low-level chaos and casual camaraderie. Karrde was enjoying it quite a bit, she could tell. There was a difference between Karrde's polite but not quite genuine enjoyment and Karrde's actual, genuine enjoyment of a social engagement, and from the crinkle of his cheeks and the small smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth, he was definitely experiencing the latter. Jaina and Jacyn were unbearable terrors on two pairs of wobbly legs, and Karrde watched them, chatting idly with Solo and Leia, and sipping a glass of green wine, likely an early vintage from New Alderaan. Mara found herself again wondering just how much of the manipulation was on purpose. Leia had, quite effectively, drawn Karrde, and herself, into her web of associates, and Mara admitted to herself in the quiet solitude of her own mind, Leia had become their friend. In so doing, Leia had cemented the bond between the New Republic and the Smugglers Alliance, and quite possibly given herself a new tool to use in negotiations. But normal people didn't think like that, she berated herself gently. She didn't get any sense of manipulation or machination from Leia, just quiet happiness. No, she thought decisively, watching Leia lean into Han's side, the smuggler's arm wrapping securely around her waist. Leia might be Vader's daughter, but she isn't Vader. Not in any way that matters. A sense of longing started to gather in her chest, and she didn't know where it was coming from, and she knew even less how to handle it. She reached out in the Force, wondering where Skywalker had gotten to, got a sense of him in the other room, felt a hint of concern. She sat up a bit, but feeling her reach out to him, the Jedi reached back. It was a problem, whatever it was, but it wasn't a problem for right now, his emotion said. Reassurance tinged with affection brushed her mind. Is nothing urgent, Mara? It whispered. Luke's mental voice clung to the first syllable of her name, as his voice always did when he spoke it, quiet and reverent. Distracted as she was by the mental touch, Leia settling down on the couch next to her caught her by surprise. Leia offered her a smile, then laughed as Jaina barreled into the couch at knee level, crawling awkwardly up towards her mother. Leia reached forward and picked her daughter up with both hands before settling Jaina in her lap. The child watched her mother with one of her big, innocent, confident smiles, then looked at Mara and gave her one too. That's Mara, Leia said soothingly. Ma. Jaina babbled, looking at Leia and then at Mara. Mara found herself utterly transfixed by the little girl. I saved her, she realized, a swell of emotion swirling in her. I saved her from Sebaoth. I saved her from the Empire. She swallowed hard. I saved her from maybe being me. Mara, Leia spelled out the 2 syllables slowly, holding Jaina to keep her from toddling off the couch. On the other side of the room, Mara heard quiet baby laughter. She looked over and was astonished to see Karrde holding Jacen like it was the most natural thing in the world, smiling and talking amiably with Han and Chewbacca. Ma. Jaina tried again. Mara, Leia replied patiently, emphasizing the second syllable. She has trouble with the R sound, Leia murmured to Mara. Jaina blinked, first at her mother, then at Mara. Mara gasped softly as Jaina reached out in the Force again. She heard Leia gasp as she too realized what Jaina was doing. Mara and Leia's eyes met as Jaina toddled across the couch and stumbled and fell into Mara's lap. Rah, Jaina babbled. Leia laughed. Good enough. Jaina climbed towards Mara's more determinedly and collapsed against Mara's chest, giggling. Mara held her with both hands, breath caught in her chest. Rah, Jaina said again, this time with a hint of her mother's imperiousness. Sure, Mara managed. What, no one else gets to call me that. Understood. Leia watched Jaina crawl over Mara fondly. She likes you? Mara looked over at Leia. Sure, she probably looked completely befuddled. I think I like her too. Leia just smiled. I won't tell anyone if you don't. She watched Jaina and Mara for a while, then looked around with a small frown. Where's Luke? Mara nodded in the general direction of Leia's office. R2 came in and said he'd received a HoloNet message, she replied, grappling gently with Jaina. He went into your office to listen to it. She glanced in that direction herself, feeling Skywalker's mild tension and concern as his emotions shifted to decisiveness. Whatever the message had been about, Skywalker had just made a decision about what he was going to do about it. But there was no sense of imminence from him. It doesn't seem to be an immediate problem, she reassured Leia. Leia watched her pensively. Did you get a chance to talk with my brother about what's bothering him? Mara allowed Jaina to draw her attention, offering the toddler a small, reassuring smile. The baby smiled back. But that was just a transient distraction, and not a sufficient justification to avoid answering Leia's question. We've talked, she demurred, offering Leia a glance. And you don't want to talk about it? Leia probed gently. She reached out to help Mara keep the crawling Jaina from sliding back onto the floor. Mara was reluctant to say anything more. It wasn't her place to insert herself into Skywalker and Leia's relationship, even if Leia was the one who had invited her involvement. And she doubted Skywalker would appreciate her sharing his reservations about the relationship between Jedi and New Republic with anyone, including, or especially his sister. That was his place, not hers. Not really, she agreed apologetically. But I think he's about ready to talk about it. Leia nodded, picking up Jaina and hugging her. She offered Mara a small smile. Family, she said ruefully. I wouldn't know, Mara thought. It was a thought that had occurred to her on and off over the years, especially recently, but never with the full weight of sorrow that came with it now. She looked around the room, watching the Solo family, Han and Chewie talking with Karrde while they all entertained Jacen, Winter sitting on the opposite couch, watching the chaos. She sent Mara a small smile when she caught her looking, Leia and Jaina. Skywalker, whose Force presence was closer now. She glanced over towards the door to Leia's office and caught him standing in the doorway, watching the chaos much as she was. The gaze lingered. Mara could feel Leia watching her and broke the contact. Luke walked over and knelt by Winter, speaking quietly. Whatever it was he said made the normally staid woman illuminate with a relieved smile, then squeezed Luke's hand. Mara could read her lips, though she was too far away to hear the words spoken, "Thank you." Luke patted her shoulder and headed towards Leia, Mara, and Jaina. He settled on the arm of the couch nearest Mara. Is everything all right? Asked Leia, her expression concerned. Luke took a breath, then shrugged. I'm not really sure, he admitted. I gotta come from Wedge, and I'm going to need to head out to join him for a while, I think. Mara's lips tightened. Skywalker was leaving. Trouble? She asked. Wedge lost a few X-Wings in his last engagement. Oh, he's fine. Tycho's fine, he hastened to add at Leia's suddenly pained expression. All his pilots are fine, even Wes. I just told Winter that Tycho sends his love. But, he frowned, he said they ran into a Force adept armed with a lightsaber, fighting on the other side. Both Leia and Mara straightened at that. Jaina, sensing the sudden tension, looked around fearfully. Leia soothed her gently. Mara could feel Leia trying to split her attention, sending reassurance to Jaina while paying full attention to Luke. I didn't know the Empire had any other dark Jedi, Leia said. I'm not sure it does, Luke replied thoughtfully. He turned to Mara. I suppose we know why I wanted to practice sparring now, he mused. Never assume, Mara cautioned him. Her voice softened despite her best efforts. When do you leave? I think I'll pack my X-Wing tonight and set off for Albrian Sector in the morning, Luke replied. Mara glanced over at Karrde, then back to Skywalker. Karrde's upcoming movements should be kept secret, but having Skywalker along would definitely be helpful on Rendili. I have a better idea, she said. Karrde is heading that way himself in a few days. Instead of hibernating in that cockpit of yours, maybe catch a ride with him instead. It'll be more comfortable, and you won't lose that much time. I'm sure the wild Karrde has a faster hyperdrive than your X-Wing. Skywalker offered her a grin. Think it'll be a more passenger-friendly journey this time? Or is Karrde going to knock me out and lock me up again? Don't tempt him, Mara shot back archly. He still carries his Salamry aboard. Asterisk. Leia watched Luke and Mara, desperately hiding her smile. Luke departing Coruscant to rejoin the Rogues was hardly good news. She didn't get to spend enough time with her brother, or her husband, or her kids, as it was, but she'd gotten used to the reality of Luke being a Jedi just as he, and Han, had gotten used to the reality of her being the engine of the New Republic. She excused herself, leaving Jaina in Luke's arms as he and Mara bantered. She slid into Han's arms and let them wrap around her. Winter is putting Jacen to bed, she asked. Mum, Han swayed gently with her in his arms. You were late from work today. She sighed. Don't start, Han, she chastised him, tucking her head against his chest and hugging him back. Besides, when I got back I found 3PO stuffed into the hall closet. Again? Han snorted. Goldenrod wanted to know which set of our formal silverware we'd be using, and if we were going to set the table using Alderaanian, Coruscanti, or Chandrilan table etiquette. Then he failed to keep an eye on Jaina, and she was underfoot in the kitchen at the most delicate part of the cooking process, and his trying to catch her was only making things worse. He shrugged, kissing the top of her head gently. So I switched him off and shoved him into the closet. Leia snickered softly, turning her head. Winter had come back from the bedrooms and was attempting to disentangle Jaina from Luke and Mara, while the two Force users talked quietly with Karrde about their upcoming travel plans. The look of contentment on Luke's face while he watched Mara's utterly baffled incompetence as she tried to get Jaina to go with Winter made Leia want to cry. He looked so happy, she whispered to her husband. Yeah, Han murmured back smugly. I'm not surprised. He's been smitten with Jade since they met, and that was while she was still threatening to murder him. He swayed with his wife gently. You should have seen his face at the katana battle after she got shot down. Winter finally managed to collect Jaina into her arms. Jaina was unhappy about this development, and Leia reached out in the Force to her daughter, sending waves of reassurance and love. She was surprised when she felt not just one, but two other similar projections of emotional reassurance, and bit her lip and snuggled closer into Han's chest. She's still coming to terms with her past, I think. That's not surprising either, Han replied. I know a dozen ex-Imperials who've been grappling with their Imperial service for years, and none of them was a personal servant for old Wrinkles himself. He drew back from his wife and looked down. Do you want me to talk to her about it? He asked carefully. Maybe, Leia mused. There are a few people I can ask. What, none with my guile? Han said with a cocky grin. She laughed. No, none with your guile. Han winked at her, releasing the embrace. Hey kid! Han called to the other side of the room, interrupting Luke's discussion with Mara and Karrde. Come give me a hand with the cleanup, will you? Luke opened his mouth to explain that he was busy, but Mara stopped him with a hand. She stood. You two finish planning. I'll help, she said, moving across the kitchen to help Han collect the dishes. He and Leia watched her curiously, and she glared at him as she stacked 3 plates on her forearm. What? You know how to do this properly. I wouldn't have thought the Emperor would bother teaching one of his agents how to do anything as domestic as clearing dishes, Han said, putting skepticism into his voice that Leia recognized as feigned. Mara rolled her eyes. It's been a long time since Palpatine taught me anything, she said witheringly, stacking another plate on her forearm. I know what I'm doing. Leia snickered softly, leaning in to kiss Han. You old scoundrel, she whispered against his cheek. Don't you know it, he whispered back, drawing her in for a long lingering kiss, distracting her briefly before dropping her onto the softest pillow of the settee. Nice to know I can still sweep you off your feet, he murmured against her lips, then abruptly withdrew, leaving her sunken deeply into the cushions. Nerf herder, Leia muttered, clawing herself out of the comfortable upholstery. Once free, she moved to talk with Luke and Karrde while Han guided Mara, dishes now piled high on her arm, into the kitchen. Asterisk. Mara could feel Skywalker's presence even after he was out of eyesight, feel Leia's gentle amusement at the sight of Mara Jade doing kitchen chores, and Jaina and Jacyn's childlike exhaustion as Winter collected them for bed. It took a moment before Han was comfortable with her in what was quite obviously his space, but after he saw her work, Han relaxed. He let her wash, taking for himself the task of drying the dishes and putting them back. You're pretty good at this, he probed as she let old muscle memory take over. Mara handed Han a clean dish to dry. Forless, she explained. After Palpatine died, Iser locked me up. I broke out of the Imperial Palace and escaped Coruscant, and to lay low I took a job there as a waitress. She handed him another dish. What's your excuse? Hey, Leia and Winter are busy running the galaxy, and won't I trust 3PO to do dishes? He retorted. Besides, when I was a kid, the only good days were spent in the kitchen with the stubborn old Wookiee. How long were you a waitress? Mara thought about it for a moment. A few weeks, maybe a month. I would have stayed longer, she added thoughtfully. It was the most settled I felt until I signed on with Karrde. She could feel Han's eyes on her, hear his curiosity. Why'd you leave? Her hand tightened on the dish she was holding. She forced it to relax. Gorb, the bar's owner, wasn't paying the local Black Sun grunts the way they wanted. One night they came in and shot up the place. Han nodded knowingly, his expression grim. Sounds like something Black Sun would do. They weren't very civilized after Zeiser's death. He took a dish from her, dried it, and slotted it away. Or before, for that matter. What did you do? Her green eyes flashed. I killed them. Then I found their boss, and I killed him too. She scrubbed the last dish with more ferocity than normal. It was my duty, restoring just a tiny bit of justice to an increasingly unjust universe. Gorb and Jorshman's faces flashed in her memory. They'd taken her in, they'd made her feel welcome. She had started to feel safe and comfortable, and then they were dead, and she was the Emperor's hand. She could feel Skywalker's spiking concern, his offer of emotional reassurance and empathy and affection. Mara couldn't decide if she wanted to wrap it around herself like a shawl or shrug it off like an unhappy Diomir Peak bear. Well, Han said, putting the dish away. Next time, you don't have to do it alone. She looked at him in surprise. You're not going to chastise me? Han poked himself in the chest. Who do you think you're talking to? I may not have been the Emperor's hand, but I was fleet long enough to get a commission, and then I lived the French life too, sweetheart. I know what it's like to want to shove a blaster down someone's throat, and I know what it's like to do it too. But I always had someone watching my back and keeping me, if not honest, then at least some kind of ethical. He leaned against the long kitchen counter. You're not on your own anymore, sister. Like it or not, you're part of the clan now. She stared at him in astonishment. I don't understand you rebels at all, she muttered. Han grinned at her. Haven't you heard? We're a new republic now. He grinned more broadly. And don't tell anyone, but my wife runs the whole show, he whispered conspiratorially. He puffed up his chest proudly. In my book, that makes her husband pretty damn prestigious, don't you think? Han. Leia's voice called from the other room. Han, we're having trouble getting Jaina and Jacen to go to sleep. Speaking of which, Han said with a grin, duty calls. He waved at the kitchen. Don't worry about the rest of the cleanup. I'll do it when I get back. He trotted out of the kitchen, leaving her watching him with a bemused expression. It took Mara another few minutes to finish the cleanup, minutes she spent wondering what Palpatine would find more infuriating. The Emperor's hand having dinner with Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa solo in the Imperial Palace, or the Emperor's hand doing the very domestic chores of the post-dinner party cleanup. Either way, his imagined expression was priceless, almost as valuable as having him out of her head. How did I end up here again? Of all the places in the whole universe, how did I end up here? There was a whistle, and R2-D2 rolled into the kitchen. The astromech stopped suddenly at the side of her cleaning the stove, his dome swiveling to look down into the living room, then back to her. What? She growled at him. Have you never seen someone clean in the kitchen before? The droid warbled nervously, placing all three wheels down on the kitchen floor and backing slowly back into the hallway. Wait, Mara said, and the droid froze. Come here, she waved at him. R2 made a wary sound, but apparently was either brave enough to obey the order, or not brave enough to try to flee. Mara knelt down and looked the droid in his photoreceptor. I need you to do me a favor. Chapter 10. Leonia Tavira had her arms crossed across her chest, her expression hard and cold. It reminded Voru of Isn't Isert at her angriest, but Voru actually found Tavira less scary simply because she wasn't nearly as insane. She was just angry, and wanted to unleash that anger on a convenient target. Was it worth it? She hissed furiously at him, slamming her palms down on the boardroom table in the Star Destroyer's conference lounge. Was one draw worth 2 squadrons of my fighters and crippling damage to my ship? It was an exaggeration on her part, but only a mild one. Invidious wasn't crippled, but it was also far from battle-ready. With its starboard shields now totally gone, and half its starboard armament out of commission, the ship was quite vulnerable. Had the X-Wings, which Tavira's censors people had belatedly identified as Rogue Squadron, only infuriating her even more, and offering him a moment's concern, but surely it was just a coincidence that the rogues were in sector, been armed with a full load of torpedoes, they might have been able to cripple Invidious beyond repair. Pointing that out to Tavira would be supremely unwise, however. You know he is, Voru replied soothingly. He's the key to the entire plan. Tavira slammed her hands on the table again, the glimmering surface vibrating from the impact. Voru winced, that had to hurt. He's old and feeble, and well past his prime. What if he can't do what we need him to? Voru's expression and voice hardened. He can. I've known Eliezer for a long time, nearly twice as long as you have been alive. I know what he can do, and what he can't do better than anyone alive or dead, better than Kraken, better than Isert. He lifted a finger warningly, his voice growing soft and menacing. Had anyone else been in the room, he wouldn't have dared. Tavira might feel compelled to have him killed just to maintain her facade of superiority, but alone, he could challenge her the way she deserved. Do not underestimate him, and do not underestimate me, he growled. Palpatine feared me once, and you would do well to remember that. Palpatine? Tavira glared back savagely, her purple eyes flashing with fury, beat you, and locked you away on Kessel to rot. Voru smiled, a small, vicious smile that he'd learned in the spice mines. And do you think that makes me less dangerous, Leonia? Or more? She glared at him, refusing to back down, but he could see the flicker of respect in her gaze. They stared at each other evenly. You have her hooked, he thought. Now she'll accept you as an equal, which means she will have you killed unless she has need of you. Time to remind her of your value. Voru allowed his smile to become much more genial, his hands sliding back along the table until they settled next to his sides. But I acknowledge that your losses have been greater than either of us had anticipated. Perhaps you will allow me to offer you proper recompense. Tavira straightened, folding her arms back across her chest. Go on, she said with a scowl. You have her? Voru brushed some invisible lint off his moth's uniform. I have a number of former associates within the Empire. Some are in positions of considerable authority even. One in particular has access to everything we will need to restore Invidious to prime condition. A full, proper Imperial fleet yard, well stocked with supplies and men. And why? Tavira asked coldly, but he could see the flicker of interest in her eyes. Would they agree to refit Invidious? This is not an Imperial vessel any longer. Ah, but it is, Voru replied. If it were to be restored to the Starfleet roster and put under the command of an active Imperial authority, it would hardly be the first time a warlord has returned to the fold. He held up a hand, forestalling her objections. It would only be a formality, he said calmingly. We would accept no orders and continue to operate independently. Tavira's eyes narrowed. And what do you want in exchange for this? She asked. Voru smiled. Nothing, of course. We agreed to a partnership. That partnership cannot be fulfilled unless each of us offers the other all the aid we have. This I can offer you. All I ask is you continue to fulfill your end of our bargain after I have delivered Invidious to the repair yards. She pursed her lips together. Voru could see the wheels spinning behind her eyes. When they had struck their bargain, he had asked for much, but in exchange he had promised much. So much that it was nearly unbelievable, even. I will you FLFIE my end of the bargain? Voru said confidently. Her eyes narrowed, fury and avarice competing for dominance behind them. He felt his lips twitch, yearning to smile, but resisted the impulse. You have her, he thought again, sure of it now. Where are we going? Voru did smile now. Lineary in the Dolder sector, he said. It's the last major Imperial fleet base in the galactic southeast. The Moff in charge there owes me. He paused, clasping his hands together and adopting a conspiratorial tone, more than a few favors. His tone shifted, turning darker. And if he chooses not to honor them, I have blackmail material that would end him. Tavira straightened her uniform, still scowling. Fine. I'll have us underway. She pointed at him, her eyes narrowing. This had better be worth it, Voru, she hissed, then turned and swept out the door like a storm cloud on a swift trellis breeze. He watched her go, quite satisfied with his day's work. He turned his attention to his next task, and his expression darkened with fury provoked by the memory of betrayal. Oh, Disra, he thought to himself, you are going to be so unhappy to see me again. But before he could see to make improper repayment for past slights, he had a friend to see. One who too had suffered because of Voru's imprisonment. Asterisk. The quarters Voru had procured for Eleazar were dark when the ex-Moff entered. He could hear the elderly drawl breathing, heard the slight relaxation of that breathing as the drawl realized it was Voru who had entered. Voru, the alien said, a distinct note of relief in his voice. Voru turned on the light. Eleazar had been average height for a drawl, but his posture was slightly hunched with age, reducing him to a little under 1 meter. His fur was a deep, reddish-brown, spotted white around the mouth, and whiskers, giving him the appearance of a beard. The lack of physical exercise combined with age had rendered him physically feeble. Voru just hoped that did not extend to his mental faculties as well. He could remember the younger Eleazar, older than Voru, easily, but still in his physical and mental prime. Energetic, ambitious, lured by greed and patriotism in equal measure. Do you remember how we met? Voru asked. The drawl laughed, his beady eyes closing briefly as his claw stroked at the arms of his chair. Is this a test of my identity, Voru? He asked, the sound darkly amused. Do you think that Kraken would go so far to hide a spy in your service? Voru just smiled. No, he replied. Oh, I have no doubt that Kraken would, if it were within his abilities. But I am reasonably certain he does not yet know that I escaped from Kessel, nor that I had discovered your HoloNet messages, and would be coming for you. Unless you know differently. No, the Droll agreed, seemingly enjoying the comfortable armchair which had come standard issue with the room. Kraken was the cleverest of my keepers in many ways, but his obsessions with secrecy and morals hindered him from properly surveilling my activities. One lasting weakness of the Republic, both old and new Voru agreed, the moral demands of his philosophy. Hardly the Republic's most fatal flaw, Eleazar riposted, and Voru smiled. That was more like it, he thought. That sounded like the Eleazar he remembered. But to answer your question, I did a job for a smuggler. Horse Karrde's outfit, if you remember him. Nothing too complicated or difficult. What I didn't know, Eleazar's beady eyes leveled on Voru, was that, as with every smuggling outfit that operated in or around Corellia, you were their silent partner, and privy to the details of that job. Karrde and I had an understanding, yes. Voru drew the desk chair out from his place against the wall, and sat in it, half facing Eleazar. The standard agreement. I agreed to allow him to use Corellia as a base of operations and safe haven, a place where he could safely fence his goods for a fair price. In exchange, he kept me up to date on affairs and gave me a cut of the profits. He smiled. Those were good years. Eleazar agreed, the sound approving. Good years for Corellia as well. Safe from the overreach of the Old Republic, then safe from the talons of the Empire. Good years? Those years were long past, now disrupted by Palpatine's decision to eliminate Voru as a potential rival and bring the ever-restless worlds of the Corellia system to heel, both Voru's and Eleazar's among them. Care for a game of Dedrick? Voru asked. He turned to one of the cabinets and fetched from it a portable Dedrick table. In times past, he and Eleazar had played many a game. Playing again would give him a good sense of the Droll's mental fitness. He set the table between them and switched the board on. He was gratified when Eleazar made the first move quickly. He took a moment to counter and watched as Eleazar peered at the board. The Droll took his time, which would have concerned Voru if he did not see the calculating poise behind Eleazar's beady eyes. Relief settled over him and he smiled. Eleazar may be physically feeble, but he had no more slow than Voru had himself. The game took some time to complete, and Voru found himself genuinely engrossed in the competition. He won, of course, but it was a near thing. The Droll sighed in annoyance as he settled deeper into his chair, his measured gaze now on Voru. Voru realized that the game had not just been his opportunity to test Eleazar, it had also been Eleazar's opportunity to test him. You got me out to do a job? Eleazar prompted. I did, Voru replied, smiling. As much as I like you, Eleazar, we both know that the effort of breaking you out was greater than the value of your company alone. The Droll laughed, though the sound turned into a hacking, awkward-sounding cough. The furred alien clenched his taloned hand into a fist and pounded his chest for a moment until it passed. I wouldn't think so. And you never were the sentimental type. He unclenched his hand and stroked his claws over the arm of his chair slowly, the soft sound of sharp nails sliding over inexpensive leather. I need two things, Voru said, sitting up. His eyes bored into the Droll's. Two things I am reasonably sure only you can provide. Go on, the Droll replied, his eyes narrowing. I need you to use your HoloNet infiltration skills to extract information from me. Eavesdropping on classified communications, both Republican and Imperial. Tracking ships through hyperspace, that kind of thing. Eleazar laughed. Yes, of course, he replied. And that would be quite enough. His voice grew quieter, arrogant. No one else can do that for you, because I have husbanded those secrets very, very carefully. But I know you have, Voru. I can't taste the ambition. There's something else you have planned, something dangerous, something rewarding, something challenging. His claws dug into the leather and tugged, and there was a tearing sound. I am old for a drawl, older than you are for a human. I had not expected a true challenge again. The drawl leaned forward in the chair, his eyes gleaming. Tell me. Voru pulled out a chair across from Eliezer, sat down across from him, looked him dead in the eyes like an equal, and told him. He could see the drawl's ambition grow with his avarice. Even if they gave to Vera her promised cut, there would be more than enough left over to pursue all their ambitions. More than enough. The Tabascar watched from his normal guard position on Invidious Bridge. The ship's bridge windows swirled with the light of hyperspace, but it would not be long before their arrival at Lineary now. Further along the elevated bridge floor, Moff Voru was providing instructions to the Invidious new communications officer. He was about the same age as Navarian had been, but wore nervousness of youth and inexperience. No doubt he, along with the rest of the bridge crew, noted Navarian's rather pronounced absence. He would have refused to execute the man himself, had he been asked. Such was below his honor. It didn't matter, Tavira had been more than happy to do it herself. The Admiral, or Moff, or Pirate Lord, or whatever title she was styling herself with now, was clearly unhappy. The angry glances she shot at Voru regularly were proof enough of that, as were her lingering gazes at the Invidious blackened hull stretched out below the ship's bridge. Invidious was her weapon and her toy, cherished and needed in equal measure. Her need to rend and exact vengeance had not been fully sated, but he knew from experience that it would fade, though never fully burn out. At least she is true to what she is, he thought. She is no silent schemer, like Voru is. There is honor in that, of a sort. Reversion in 5, drawled the officer overseeing the helm. Tavira and Voru were talking quietly now, discussing and finalizing their plans. The Tabascar stepped closer to maintain the proper distance, which conveniently also took him within easy earshot, even without using a force enhancement. Though coming close was not necessary at this moment, as the volume of their conversation grew. We'll tell Moff Disra that we have engaged the rebellion on multiple occasions and require aid to continue our campaign, Tavira was saying energetically. It has the benefit of even being true. Disra will then demand to see our credentials and place us at the bottom of the Lineary maintenance list. Her expression soured, which could force us to wait weeks or even months. Voru bowed his head deferentially. I believe I can see to it that Invidious is moved to the top of that list, Moff Tavira, he replied. The crew all used her military rank, but Voru used the civilian title likely because, in the old Imperial hierarchy, Moffs always outranked admirals. Since Voru was using the title himself, he had to offer it to Tavira as well, or he would in effect be claiming to be her superior. The title, combined with his obvious deference, were a salve to Tavira's ego. And Voru may be a schemer, the Tabascar thought silently, his face hot under his white Diomer bear mask, but at least he has the brains to scheme properly. And he is secure enough not to need his ego constantly catered to. His respect for the man ticked up. Maybe Voru would live longer than he'd originally expected. I will need a secure location for communications, Voru said. You can listen in, of course, he continued before Tavira could object, but it is important that Disra not know that you are listening, and that no one else hears anything I have to say to him. Voru smiled thinly. The threat of exposure is only effective at inducing behavior before it has been carried out, after all. Tavira considered, then nodded. You may use my office, she agreed. I haven't had much use for it since I took command of Invidious, but it has a full communication suite suitable for any officer of flag rank. Excellent, Voru smiled. Reversion in 1. Called the helm. Shall we, Moff Tavira? Asked Voru. Her answering smile was humorless and hungry. Asterisk. The Moff's office in Kenham, the largest city on the Imperial-held world of Lineary, was not as opulent as it ought to have been. The fine furniture, crafted painstakingly out of Karrde and Fidgety wood, would have been adequate for a Madrim Moff's office during the height of the Empire, but the artistry was substandard compared to some of the offices that Velum Disra had served in. and Lingerie was a poor replacement for the world that ought to have been his sector capital, Druckenwell. Lingerie was prettier and more picturesque, but that was about all it had to offer. There was little native industry for him to exploit and little trade to tax. Lingerie's sole appeal was the Imperial sector base, the very last major Imperial fleet base in the galactic southeast. Why did I have to get Dolder sector? Disra thought sourly, looking out the massive office windows and down upon the city below. A lake stretched out into the distance, with small sailing ships, a local obsession, gently gliding through the calm waves. It was a nice city, he thought, but not a wealthy one. Not by the standards of an Imperial moth. And with the Imperial base here, it did not even get the tourism revenue it ought, leaving a content, quiet, pleasant little city that offered nothing else. Why couldn't I have gotten Braxton, or Shelsha? Anything outside the Outer Rim would be better than this. And worse, with Garm Bell Iblis working his way through the neighboring Albrian sector, and the remainder of the Empire's holdings in the local Outer Rim, it was only a matter of time before the New Republic came for him here. Admiral Roger's squadron of Star Destroyers could hold for a while, he hoped and assumed, but Disra was under no illusions about the eventual fate of this region of space. His rule, such as it was, had a steadily approaching expiration date. Disra stalked around his office agitatedly. 40 years of hard work, 40 years of scheming, and plotting, and backstabbing. 40 years of slow progress punctuated by exuberant promotion. And what had it gotten him, ultimately? An office on a small, meaningless world. A moderate amount of wealth. He sneered out the window at Kenham below. A scenic view. His desk com buzzed and he stepped over to it and smacked it with more force than was really necessary. His bony hand stung from the impact. What? Moff Disra, a Star Destroyer, has just entered the system. The crisp, professional voice of the officer on watch, Disra forgot his name, Kelson or Kelso or Kelson or something, said. I've reads it as the Star Destroyer Invidious, last reported as an independent. There's an Admiral Tavira aboard who wants to speak with you. A Star Destroyer. And not Rogers. Strange, Disra mused silently. He stepped behind the desk and brought up all the information the system had on Invidious. Last in the possession of Admiral Teradoc, in the deep core, an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer outmatched any of the mobile units of Lingerie's picket individually, but it would stand little chance against the combined power of his Golan defense platforms. He then looked up to Vera and skimmed her service record. Formerly the Moff of Adu sector, some maneuvering for power since she was expelled from Ado's capital world. Did she say what she wants? No, sir. She refused to talk to anyone but you. She said it was a matter of great importance. Disra sighed. Very well, put her through. He sat behind his desk, aligning himself with the Imperial banner to provide a properly imposing backdrop. The screen flickered and a face appeared, but it was not Leonia Tavira. An older man, distinguished and confident, wearing a Moff's uniform fit well to his frame. An older man Disra recognized immediately, and his heart froze in his chest. Hello, Willem, Moff Fleary Voru said with a smile, cold as ice. It's been a long time. Voru steepled his hands together, leaning them against his chest as his smile grew thin. I was gratified to hear you'd finally been promoted to Moff, after all these years. You've come a long way from your post as my administrative aide in the Corellian office. Disra's eyes were wide with shock. Voru was locked away on Kessel, which was a death trap that had dozens of deaths daily. No one survived. But Voru was Voru, and his game hadn't been all mystique and misdirection. Trust a Minot like him to not only survive, but to prosper in such a power vacuum. With a ragged breath, Disra searched for poise. It was hard to come by under Voru's agonizingly smug gaze. Fleary, he said, trying to match casual familiarity with casual familiarity, and proud at how calm he sounded. I didn't know you had escaped Kessel. But I did, no thanks to you, Voru said, smiling the same thin, vulture smile that Disra remembered from when he'd been Voru's aide. Then again, I never did think we were friends. You never met a man you wouldn't sell for a promotion. Voru's fingers tapped together, watching Disra with the same cool regard that effortlessly stripped away poise and gravitas earned through his years of service and survival. Disra scowled at him. It was true, of course, but that was just how the Empire worked. That's what it took to be a Moff, and to be lectured on ethics and loyalty by Voru of all people. I don't remember you doing me any favors, he hissed stridently. Voru snorted contemptuously. Didn't I? How many of those pirate and smuggler connections that you made did you make at my behest? How many people did I introduce you to? How many of those connections have you used to your own benefit? Voru's smile was smug, with a hint of menace. His voice grew quiet to match. And how did you repay me? I owed you nothing, Disra spat at him, his hands slapping on his desk as he came half out of his chair. You would have left me as a secretary. There was no future in your service. I toiled, and for what? Additional leave. Fail to serve me now and you will have plenty of leave, but you won't be using it as you'd wish, Voru said coldly, his eyes flashing with a touch of the old anger. Because as it stands, I could use your service once again, Valine. Voru unlaced his hands and leaned towards the viewer. Invidious is in need of repairs. You will place the Star Destroyer on the top of the linear repair yard's priority list. If anyone asks, you will tell them that Invidious is in your personal service, and that her precise role is classified. You can make up something about ISB to deflect any questions, and you will provide me with any additional supply and service that I or Invidious require. And why, Disra spat back, feeling his cheek redden with embarrassment and anger, would I do any such thing? Because Voru's eyes narrowed to slits, and then his lips morphed back into his cold, vulture smile. If you do not, I will send all my evidence of your activities to the Moff Council and the Imperial Starfleet Command. All the deals with pirates, all the arrangements with Black Sun, all your treasonous activities in the Shelsha sector. Everything, villain. And then I will sit back and see how long it takes for you to be executed for treason. I have no idea what you're talking about, Disra retorted, his heart pounding in his chest. I am loyal. You are loyal to nothing and no one. Voru exploded, snarling with a rage that Disra had not forgotten the man could possess. Disra flinched back despite himself. The fire in Voru's eyes blazed, and then passed as the man settled back, steepling his hands together again, his calm restored. Did you think I lost everything when Palpatine destroyed my career, villain? Did you think I would not have security to keep my most important secrets? His smile was vicious. I know, villain. I know everything. Do not forget that. Disra couldn't help himself. I got into all that because Al told me to. He snarled angrily. I worked for you. And so you will again? Voru agreed, his tone oddly friendly now. Won't you? Disra could feel the urge to hyperventilate building in his gut. Suddenly all the problems with Lineary, the woes of his stalled career, the looming threat of Bel Iblis, none of it mattered. He knew Fleary Voru, and he knew better than to underestimate the man. He forced it all back. What do I get? He said, trying to match the other man's calm. What do you get? Voru laughed. What do you get, villain? Yes, Disra snarled. What do I get? You clearly need me, Fleary. Destroying me won't get you repairs on your Star Destroyer, or whatever else it is that you want from me. So, he sneered, eyes narrowing. What? Do, one, get? Voru's smile was slow and genuine, or a reasonable facsimile of genuine. There's the Disra I remember, he mused. Ambitious and bold. Good. I can't use that Disra. He tapped his fingers together again, watching Disra with a patient, curious smile. Shall we make a deal? Asterisk. Could you really destroy him? Asked Leonia to Vera after Voru had disabled the viewer. Her violet eyes were keen, and she seemed somewhat energized after having watched the exchange. Of course, Voru replied. An important rule, to Vera, one to remember. Do not make threats you cannot keep. That seemed to amuse her. She stood, brushing her hands over her slacks, then adjusting her bandana. I will return to the bridge and oversee our arrival at the Linear repair facility. A full refit will likely take weeks, she mused thoughtfully. Invidious was long overdue even before the damage we sustained. Palpatine had the Imperial II designed to require regular repair, Voru said, remaining seated. It was a way of ensuring his commanders could not exercise too much independence. He lifted a hand to stop her from exiting the room. I will be leaving in the morning, along with Eleazar and the Taviskar. I will also need a civilian freighter and a pilot. Tavira frowned at him, but this request was not unexpected. It had always been part of the plan, after all. Fine, she agreed grudgingly. I'll see to it. She turned and left. Voru relaxed, smiling to himself. Depending on the speed of the ship she procured for him, it would be a short hop from Lineary to Drakenwell, then a relatively quick trip along the Corellian run from Drakenwell to Coruscant. And then, he thought smugly, it will be time to take back what is mine. Chapter 11. Mara sat behind her desk in the new Smugglers Alliance office and rifled through her stack of data cards. Karrde was away, off in a final meeting with Leia Organa Solo and other representatives of the New Republic's inner circle, signing the paperwork that would finalize the creation of the Smugglers Alliance. And she, Mara Jade, would become an official agent of the New Republic's government. She leaned back in her very comfortable, Karrde's desk chair. Until then, there was literally nothing for her to do. Ghent had finished putting together the program that would offer shipping assignments and compensation to the Smugglers Alliance membership, and General Kraken had made it clear that Mara's new NRI counterpart, the mysterious Ela Wessary everyone seemed to know, was currently busy on assignment. What Mara would give for an assignment. Left alone in the Smugglers Alliance office, deep in the Imperial Palace, Mara had done some exercises and tried a bit of Skywalker seated meditation. It didn't help. The Imperial Palace loomed around her like a castle, and in her mind she ran through the floor plan of the floor she was on, then the floors above and below. She didn't have a holographic memory like Winter, but she was no slouch, and knowing the hidden byways of the palace inside and out had been one of the first tasks Palpatine had ever required of her. The palace had been her proving grounds, her first confined theater of operations. She knew every suite, every office, and every hidden passageway. She wasn't sure when she'd perfected her mental map of the palace, but she'd been young. Not yet even a teenager to be sure. Then Palpatine had set her loose, spying on his friends and rivals in equal measure, with a myriad of cover identities that she rarely needed. So skilled she had been in using the palace's secrets to avoid being seen. And soon enough the palace would be gone. She had told Skywalker that the palace's impending destruction was for the best, that it would improve the view from the Adarian building. But part of her, the part that still thought of this building as home, recoiled from the possibility. All that effort, all those years of struggle and work and discipline, her out-of-date mental map, all gone, disassembled, made to disappear the way the New Republic strove to make the Empire disappear. Spurred by some impulse she didn't quite understand, she sat up and activated her computer terminal. The system word as it came up. Then Mara searched for the floor plan of the palace. The one that came up was incomplete, and Mara frowned at it for a moment before realizing that the sectors that were missing were classified. It wasn't all that surprising that the restaurant that Kraken had taken Karrde didn't appear on the public map. She wasn't a skilled slicer like Ghent, but Mara knew her way around a computer network, and it would take more than even an excellent security system to keep the Emperor's hand out of files she wanted to access in her own house. Unless the New Republic had replaced the entire computer mainframe, which she doubted, there were certain commands embedded into the hardware itself that Mara might well be the last person alive to know. She'd have to tell Kraken about them eventually, but in the meantime. She brought up the full, unredacted map of the Imperial Palace and started perusing it, comparing her Imperial memories to the New Republic reality. She noted that the secret passages that she'd shown Palace security a year prior, when she and Garm Bel Iblis had foiled the Empire's attempt to kidnap Jacen and Jaina, her thoughts softened for a moment at the thought of Jaina, her memories of the toddler's innocent affection, surged forward, threatening to derail her train of thought, were now on the map. They hadn't found all of them, though, which was curious. The passages must be better hidden than Mara remembered. Or perhaps one of the palace's more recent occupants had blocked them off permanently, she considered. Scrolling through the map, she stopped at room after room, flashing back to memories of each one. A first mission, an investigation of the secret safe of the governor of Chandrila, who Palpatine has suspected of collaborating with Mon Mothma from one room, forced practice under Palpatine's guidance in the large training room near the throne room, which the new Republic had transformed into offices for the aides to the Inner Council. Her extensive and excruciating training in manners, etiquette, and conversation in the small ballroom. Mara frowned suddenly, staring at an empty gap on the map. That was odd. Her previous base of operations was missing. That was very odd. One of the palace's many towers had hosted a landing pad for the freighter that Mara had used as her personal vessel. Her primary armory had been there also, as well as a sophisticated computer system that she used to monitor her ongoing assignments. She'd had dozens of smaller bases scattered around Coruscant, serving as safe houses while she was on assignment and couldn't return to the palace, but the tower had been her primary. She could still remember when Palpatine had brought her there the first time, congratulating her for all her hard work and formally announcing that she was no longer a trainee but was now the Emperor's hand. But the tower in question didn't have a hangar listed, not on either the public or the classified map. Where she knew a hangar had been, where her hangar had been, the map showed nothing more than permacrete foundation and utilities lines. Mara's frown deepened. Was it possible that New Republic intelligence had missed it during their sweep of the palace? In theory it was, she supposed. The hangar had been hidden well enough. It had never appeared on any Imperial-era maps of the palace. Palpatine had seen to that. Her musings were distracted as the office door opened, and Karrde stepped in. He wore one of his quietly smug expressions, and flashed her an unusually satisfied grin. He slid a datapad across her desk, then fell into his even more comfortable seat and set up one of his electronic scramblers. Good news? Mara asked as she examined the datapad. Good news, Karrde confirmed. Meeting with the Inner Council is exhausting, and both Pellaeon and Akbar expressed degrees of skepticism about the sustainability of our project. But neither vetoed it, either. He nodded at the datapad. We have a contract and formal signatures. As of, he examined his chrono, 1500 standard Coruscant hours. We have a formal, verified, legal contract and are now officially the Smugglers Alliance. Mara put the datapad down. When will operations commence? Immediately in the case of shipping. There's a list of vital cargoes on that pad that the New Republic wants taken care of right away. I've already identified which of our associates are best placed to take care of each one, and I'll be sending additional bonuses out to ensure that they're taken care of in a timely fashion. Best to get started off with everyone happy. And in the case of intelligence, Karrde shrugged. Agent Wessery is still on assignment, I understand, but if any information comes to our attention that we think might be to the interests of NRI, I will forward it to General Kraken. He and I will be meeting once more before the wild card leaves Coruscant. We need to discuss Rendili before I head out to confer with General Bel Iblis. Of course, the current state of the Hollow Net makes long-range communication much more complicated. Mara nodded. I think I might have something that they could be interested in too, Mara said, glancing back at the map of the palace. But I want to go check it out before we tell them anything, in case it's nothing. Oh, Karrde raised an eyebrow. Anything concerning? I'm not sure, Mara admitted. I'll let you know. Mara, Karrde said warningly. You know that I trust you, and I am fully aware of your skills and expertise. But investigating anything that might be in the interests of NRI alone is foolhardy. Do you want me to come with you? Or I can call Denkin or Chin back from leave. She pursed her lips. No, that's all right, she replied. I'll ask Skywalker. I think I'm going to need his droid scanners for this anyway. Ah. Karrde's lips twitched, and Mara swore he was hiding a smile. Well, between you and Skywalker, I don't think there are any dangers in the galaxy you cannot handle. Mara's eyes narrowed, but Karrde just looked back at her with a damnably innocent expression. Her eyes narrowed even more. Karrde. He smiled. Go on, Mara, he said, amusement lurking in his voice. I'll take care of things here. The Imperial Palace had dozens of towers, many of which served no purpose other than defense. The external ring was festooned with weapons emplacements and surveillance equipment that made sure no one approached the tower unauthorized or unnoticed, though Luke had learned that the system was easy enough to compromise if you knew how, and the Empire did. He peered up at the 14th tower of that outer ring with a frown. How do we get in? Beside him, R2 whistled and put his wheels securely on the permacrete walkway, rolling towards the tower with his little sensor dish whirling. Mara wore a deceptively blank expression. Her shielding was good, but he could still feel the undercurrents of tension and uncertainty roiling beneath her placid surface. They stood on one of the external walks that separated the towers at higher levels. The Coruscant sun was hazy through a thick layer of clouds, and an occasional smattering of rain had left the permacrete slick. In front of them was Palace Tower 14. Like the rest of the palace, it was crafted out of imported stone, and then covered in a layer of black paint. The external wall of the tower was tough and resistant to damage, and the paint left it too slippery to climb. Glancing from side to side, Luke could see Tower 13 and Tower 15, and more towers beyond those. The palace was enormous. Looking outwards, he could see the comparatively tiny form of the Senate building, its dome occasionally reflecting sunlight when the clouds shifted. Beyond that, he could see the array of towers that characterized the endless city. It wouldn't have meant anything to him a few weeks before, but looking out now, the gleaming pyramidal peak of the Adarian building stood out to Luke. Mara stepped in close to the tower. Her hands rested over the painted stone, gliding as she slowly started to circle the tower. She stopped, and Luke could see her press into the seemingly smooth material and see it give under her applied pressure. There was a click, and Mara stepped back as creases in the stone appeared and a heavy door swung slowly open. Impressive craftsmanship, Luke commented, feeling no small amount of awe at the extraordinary stonework. Palpatine left no credits unspent when he built the palace, Mara said. She stepped into the gap in the stone. The corridors were lit only intermittently, from sunlight that peered in through windows along the exterior. Mara unbuckled her lightsaber and ignited it with a snap hiss. The blade cast blue-white light into the narrow walkway. There are other ways to get into this tower from the lower levels, she commented. I wouldn't typically have used this one. Too great a chance of being spotted. Does that mean we're not worried about being spotted now? Luke asked. R2 wheeled after Mara into the darkened corridor, producing a large spotlight as his sensor dish continued to whir. The light cast over Mara, leaving a shadow of her form stretched along the long corridor. Whatever we find, I'll have to take to Kraken anyway, Mara replied. And I don't want to be accused of sneaking around the Imperial Palace. She led them down the corridor, the only light from her lightsaber and R2's spotlight. They came to a fork, with the corridor shifting off to the left and right. It goes all around the tower, Mara explained. There are hidden passageways to get deeper in if you know where to look. They walked through the dark corridor, passing small, camouflaged windows that looked out both over the palace's interior courtyards and out into the city. Observation deck, she added. In the event of an uprising, stormtroopers could station snipers or web nests and cover the city surrounding the palace or the palace grounds themselves from up here. Luke peered out one of the windows, seeing the tiny figures of people going about their daily lives far below in the exterior courtyards. Palpatine was prepared for everything, he commented. He certainly thought he was, anyway, Mara muttered, more than a hint of scorn touching her words. She waved him back into the corridor. Now, along this inner wall, she stopped, disengaging her lightsaber and putting it back on her belt before placing the palms of both her hands on the interior wall of the corridor. She drew back with a frown. R2, are your scanners picking up anything? I'm pretty sure there was a door here. The little astromech wheeled up next to her, his sensor dish whirling slowly. He gave an uncertain warble. Mara glanced at Luke. What did he say? Too much interference in the wall for him to be sure where the door is, Luke replied with a frown. He closed his eyes, stretching out to the Force, pushing his Force sense through the wall and beyond. It was much easier to find mines than it was to map geography. There is a large open space beyond us, he murmured. Several meters in. I don't feel any passageways leading to it, though. Mara stepped back, reigniting her lightsaber to cast its blue glow across the wall. Her frown became the most visible single image in the entire corridor. It was here, she said with certainty. Someone must have come along and changed things around in the years I've been gone. Walled off the passageway. R2 warbled uncertainly. I'm not sure who, Mara replied, but I guess I answered. She was one of Palpatine's few favorites who knew who and what I was, along with Thrawn. After Palpatine died at Endor, her voice wavered for only a moment. She had me arrested and locked up in the palace. During interrogation, she asked me all kinds of questions about what resources Palpatine had given me. It wouldn't surprise me if she tracked this facility down after I made my escape. So we should be worried about traps? Luke asked, his hand on his own lightsaber. It's Isard, stated Mara flatly. Of course you ought to be worried about traps. The more convoluted the better. Come on, let's continue our circuit and see if we can't find a better hidden entrance. It took them the better part of an hour, stopping and starting to use all their, and R2's, senses to probe various promising locations. It was R2's triumphant whistle that finally brought the search to a halt. Found something? Mara asked. R2 whistled again, his sensor dome spinning as his one large photoreceptor swiveled between Luke and Mara, his large light focused on a particular spot on the wall. Mara stepped in close, feeling her hand over the wall slowly. He says there's a small recess in the wall that might be a trigger. Mara pressed down and the wall underneath it gave way. There was a whirring sound, a hiss of air, the smell of old lubricant, and then the slow mechanical creaking of a hidden doorway swinging back. Mara pressed her back to the wall next to the slowly on opening. Luke quickly did the same on the other side. With a nervous warble, R2 wheeled out of sight of the passageway. It slowly creaked open and then stopped with a heavy, stone-on-stone shutter. Mara drew back, her green eyes flicking to Luke. Well? Not feeling any imminent danger, he replied softly. Me neither, she replied, and reached her hand out into the opening. When nothing happened, Mara pulled back from the wall and poked her head to the side to take a look. The revealed passageway was nothing special. Dark, stone, square, just like the one they were already in. Not very exciting, Luke commented. There was no need to make it decorative, Mara countered. Nobody was supposed to see this. Come on. They took their time down the hallway, both stretched out to the force, seeking danger. It was an odd sensation, Luke thought. He could feel the structure around them, the passageway, but more than anything he could feel Mara. Her mind and his met in the middle, and stretched out as they were, it was hard to maintain the normal shields that would assure privacy. He could hear the edges of her thoughts, and knew she could hear him. It was strangely intimate, even if the only thought that was shared was their twin determination to keep from being surprised by a potential threat. The opening ahead should lead to the main facility, he heard. Had Mara said that, or thought it, an image of a large, wide hangar with a bulk freighter within it flashed into his mind. He saw a silver protocol droid with visual sensors that looked more like a blindfold than eyes. Mara, performing maintenance, Mara, discussing an assignment with the droid, Mara, hearing Palpatine's cold, approving voice in her head. Stop that, Mara hissed at him. You're projecting, Luke replied apologetically, trying to ease the flow of memories past him. He felt more than saw her grimace and the images stopped. You know, she growled testily, if you were carrying a blaster you could cover me, instead of just standing behind me being useless if we get shot at. You could let me go in front. Unlike you, I know where I'm going. They came to the end of the passage. It hadn't been that long since they'd entered it, stretching out to the force, and the accidental intimacy of the moment had caused time to come to a sluggish halt, and entered into the hangar that Luke had seen in Mara's memories. It was well maintained. A maintenance droid was humming as it worked, ignoring their presence entirely. Throughout the room was a battery of computers, their screens dark, set in front of empty chairs that the droid moved to clean, then returned to their place. Against the opposite wall sat the freighter from Mara's thoughts. She blinked, shaking her head. I didn't really expect it to still be here, she murmured. It was your ship? Luke asked carefully. One of them? Its name is L6000H82688. It's a modified Mach-E freighter. She frowned. Looks like it was just left here, though I'm sure Isert searched it thoroughly. The name of your ship was just a string of numbers and letters, Luke asked. He relaxed as his danger sense still hadn't alerted him to any. Withdrawing his force senses slightly, he could feel Mara doing the same, and the entanglement of their emotions faded. He peered around the room. This had been Mara's place, the place the Emperor's hand had made her fortress. Well, we used many different false identities for the ship when we traveled, Mara replied. It was best not to get too attached to the ship anyway. Palpatine made me replace them regularly to make sure I didn't get predictable, or I would have kept the Suwantek. What is this thing? She took a set in front of one of the terminals, tapping on the keyboard. Luke joined her. They weren't here before. He asked. It was an unnecessary question, as the memory he had seen of this place had been of an open space, uncluttered. The screen was slow to illuminate, bearing all the typical interface markers of an Imperial computer. No, she replied, tapping on the keyboard with increasing annoyance. A prompt appeared, requesting a password. Isert took this over, remember. Mara growled, and Luke could hear a hint of righteous indignation in her voice. I'm sure of it now. She probably made it a sanctum for Imperial intelligence's worst. There was a twinge in Luke's danger sense, and he peered around, concentrating, but the twinge didn't grow into any greater alarm. What is it? Probably nothing, Luke said. Well, Mara's attention reluctantly returned to the computer. I'm not going to try to slice this right now. I'll put together a report and send it to Kraken and let Gent and NRI take a crack at it. Maybe they can figure out what Isert was using this place for. Her righteous scowl remained. He couldn't take his eyes off her. There was place and purpose in her expression, the anger of a woman whose home had been usurped from her. This was our place, Luke murmured, finally giving voice to his earlier thought. Mara's eyes flicked back to him, hardening for a moment, but just for a moment, before she consciously relaxed. Yeah, she replied with a sigh. This was my place. This all belonged to the Emperor's hand. She waved at the room. The tower, the ship, the droids, the Imperial officers who rotated in and out and served as my crew and support, it was all mine. A small, melancholy smile tugged at her lips. It's not quite as grand as I remembered it, she admitted. Her head dipped slightly, looking down at the Imperial-style keyboard under her hands. None of this was what really mattered, though. What made this all special was the responsibility. Being needed. Everything else, she shrugged, waving her hand at the room again, her voice trailing off. Luke took a risk and rested a hand on her shoulder nearest to him for a moment, feeling the tightly tensed muscle before raising it. Someone with your fire and conviction turning it around to help people. I can assure you you're needed, Mara. He could hear the tenderness in his voice, and fought to keep his swell of emotion safely behind his own mental shields. She turned towards him, her expression neutral, something undefinable lurking in her eyes. She didn't back away, and for just an instant he thought he could feel her lean closer into his hand. I'm not sure it'll ever be enough to make up for. Her voice faded, and she shook her head. I should have seen it sooner, she said quietly. She closed her eyes for a moment, and he could feel her engaging old memories, settling ghosts to rest. When her voice came again, it startled him. We're wasting time. Her voice punctured the calm with suddenness, but without any anger. Come on, let's take a look at the ship. Asterisk. The Palace Security Operations Center was largely unchanged from the days of the Empire. Although the uniforms were different, there were fewer sets of stormtrooper armor, among other things. Lieutenant Caston Null had been a captain in the rebellion, but a knee injury had rendered him unfit for field service, and he'd accepted medical retirement before assuming a supervisory post with Palace Security. Most days nothing interesting happened, which suited him just fine. Lieutenant. The young corporal who was at the computer monitoring station called. Corporal Karrde Brandis was a relatively new recruit, still in her first year with Palace Security, and young, but she had a talent for computers and was doing well so far in her rotation in SecOps. He turned in his chair, standing up awkwardly and hobbling over with his cane in his hand. "What is it, Corporal?" he asked. "Well, there's an alarm code here that doesn't appear in our manual," she said, her lips firming together in confusion. In one hand, she had a datapad which she'd already gone through. You could see, her other rested on the controls of her console. He could see the flashing alert on the screen. "Code out of 1310A, he read. His frown deepened. That didn't mean anything to him either. Strange indeed, he mused. And there's nothing in the codebook. Anything under just Iota 13. Brandis shook her head, the tightly coiled dark braid of her hair bobbing back and forth in emphasis. "No, Lieutenant," she replied. Caston considered that for a moment. Well, there are a whole lot of old Imperial codes buried in these computer systems. It's probably a systems error. Maybe we can figure out what it means. He strode over to his desk and gingerly pulled it open. There was a stack of datapads 10 deep in there, recovered from when the New Republic had first captured Coruscant. New Republic intelligence had gone through them with a fine-tooth comb, and Palace security never had gotten all of them back. But Caston picked up the stack and hobbled back to Brandis' desk, giving her half. "Let's see if there's anything in these," he said. They started searching through them, checking under appropriate codes. It was a while before either of them found anything relevant. "Aha!" Brandis announced, her dark eyes flashing victoriously. "Here we are. Iota 1310 codes. There's not a lot of information here. Instructions, but not information for what they actually mean." Caston took the datapad from her. There was a list of different codes under the prefix Iota, and all of them included instructions for dispatching stormtroopers to certain palace locations and implementing enhanced security measures against intrusion. He noted the date of when these instructions were issued. "These are all from after the Emperor's death, when Director Isard was in charge," he mused aloud. "Iota 1310A, dispatch 2 units of stormtroopers to Tower 14, he read. "Cut off all exits and alert aerial patrols for potential exfiltration attempts. Also alert local fleet commanders to prepare to interdict any unauthorized vehicles launching from the Imperial Palace." He lifted an eyebrow. He peered at the map of the Imperial Palace. Tower 14 wasn't anything interesting, so why? "What do we do?" asked his young corporal. Caston shrugged. "Well, let's dispatch a palace security team down to check it out at least. Full biologicals because it's Isard, and then get a squadron armed and in the air just in case. And," he frowned, waving at her solicitously, "give me a line to NRI headquarters. I think Kraken and his spooks will be interested to know that one of Isard's old palace alert codes just pinged or bored." Asterisk. The entry hatched to her freighter, which as Emperor's hand she'd never given a name beyond his manufacturer's registry number, L6000H82688, opened and hissed as the ship's internal vacuum was punctured. It wasn't a very pretty ship. Like most ships to come out of the Gallifrey yards, it was symmetrical and ovoid, designed for transport and cargo. It was actually about the same size as the Wild Karrde, though it had much less room for cargo, especially if it was carrying a snub fighter, as Emperor's hand Mara had usually kept her Z-95 tucked away in his internal hangar. Memories swirled as she hit the control panel on the inside of the door, and the ship's lights flickered to life. She peered inside. Activating the lights hadn't triggered any obvious traps, which was a good sign, but Mara would be shocked if there wasn't at least one homing beacon that had just been activated. Mara had known better than to come back here after she'd escaped Isard's clutches, finding civilian transport off Coruscant instead of trying to reclaim her ship. But Isard would surely have put a homing device aboard, just in case. On the outside, L6000H82688 was a battered-looking, pre-Clone Wars era wreck. At least, it was to the inexperienced. But the ship's 4 engines had been carefully overhauled and could put out significantly more thrust than the ones that had been built around, and as carefully camouflaged as they were. No customs crew would miss the ship's retractable dual laser cannon turrets. Its single forward-mounted spinal turbo laser was better hidden, which was good since under the Empire it had been so illegal, the whole ship would have been instantly impounded if it was found. And as illegal as that was, it wasn't as illegal as the 2 forward-mounted rapid-fire proton torpedo launchers. The interior was as Mara remembered it, with the clean Imperial finish that gave Mara an eerie sense of homesickness. For better or worse, this tower, this ship, and the job she had been groomed for had been her home. The large cargo bay stretched back for the entire length of the ship, the small passenger entrance under the ship's blunt, rounded nose, and the much larger cargo hatch, which could accommodate a snub fighters and vacuum launch at the back. Twin stairwells curled upwards to the passenger deck above them, hugging the front of the ship. "Nice," Skywalker commented, glancing around. "Nothing but the best for ISB," Mara commented. "This wasn't the first of their covert ops ships I commandeered for my own use. You should have seen their operating budget. If Palpatine had ever sent me after them, the amount of waste and corruption in that organization would have kept me busy for the rest of my natural life. If Palpatine hadn't died." If Skywalker heard her unspoken addition, which he may have, he was alarmingly attuned to her sub-vocalized thoughts today. He didn't say, "The bridge is above," he asked instead. Mara nodded. "Bridge, crew quarters, common area, and my own quarters." She stretched out with the Force, searching for danger once again, felt Skywalker doing the same, felt how their senses intermingled, giving her a glimpse into what he was seeing and knowing that he was receiving a glimpse into her mind as well. She reinforced her mental shields, trying to keep from broadcasting her memories as she had on the way in. It was hard. She might not have ever given L6000H82688 a proper name, but the ship had been her home for the better part of 2 years. Imperial Center, the Imperial Palace, they had been her home for most of her life, but the ship, and its predecessors, had become the places she spent most of her time once the Emperor started sending her on missions off Coruscant. Mara had never expected to be aboard her again. Re-entering the large common space on the ship's upper deck brought flashes of memory, the largely nameless, faceless men who had been her crew, so constantly replaced that none of them so much as stood out in her memory as more than obedient droids. The gaming table, where she had occasionally favored K3O with the game of Dedrick, which she had always won, something which had never bothered the droid overmuch. K3, her aide and the ship's effective operations officer, who had been as polite and unnoticeable as the human members of the crew but unlike them had at least been consistent. She'd never thought much of the droid, but still her heart tightened just a bit at the sure knowledge that Isard had pulled him apart and scoured his memory for every spare scrap of information, then tossed whatever was left into the palace way's disposal. She pushed through, entering the large captain's quarters in the back of the ship. It had served as a combination briefing room and bedroom. A large holographic display sat in the middle of the room, which she had used to detail every mission she was given. She had spent hours here, sitting and reading, planning and plotting, educating herself about every detail of a world, a city, or a target. No mistakes could be made. They were as unacceptable to the Emperor's hand as they had been to the Emperor. On the one wall sat 2 tall bookshelves which had played host to numerous books and souvenirs of missions past, more than any other single place in the galaxy. Those bookshelves had been her place. Her finest missions, her proudest accomplishments, tokens of memory. All gone now, probably buried in a forgotten closet aboard Lusankaya, which had been Isard's personal superclass Star Destroyer and lair. There was a locker somewhere, she guessed, filled with the trinkets and possessions of her childhood, such as it had been. Mara could remember some of the objects. A globe with the appearance of Gil Daneth, a gift from that planet's governor after she'd arrested his top 8 and executed the commander of Gil Daneth's fleet detachment for treason. They'd been routing military funds into their own personal accounts, leaving the planet woefully underdefended and vulnerable. A print of a painting of the Silver Sea on Chandrila, which she had picked up on a whim one time she had visited the art wing of the Imperial Museum. A book or dance she'd owned since she was a teenager, still struggling with perfecting her art. Skywalker was watching her, and she knew the images were leaking across the porous boundary between their outstretched minds. She could feel the swell of emotion, of sympathy and care, as she tightened her shields and put her past out of her mind. She had blamed him for the loss of that past once, not that long ago, his fault or not. She didn't need to burden him with the extent of her loss. Surprisingly, there was one wall which had been left largely untouched. She moved over to it, felt Luke stop, and stare at the wall of weapons. Her armory had everything from sniper rifles to hold-out blasters, a half-dozen vibroblades of varying sizes, and even a Sith Lanvarok, though that had been a gift from Palpatine she'd never used. She wasn't left-handed. The spot on the wall where she'd kept her lightsaber was woefully empty. Mara found herself drawn to one of the items. It was an old one of the only items on the wall that wasn't a weapon. Back when she'd been younger, before the Emperor had sent her on missions through the entire galaxy, when the scope of her operational area only extended through Coruscant, he'd had a tool for communicating with her that wasn't the Force. A simple communications wristcom, hooked into her personal computer net. Prompted by an instinct, undefinable but nonetheless real, she picked it up and turned it over. The screen lit up. The device was still charged. "Wow," Skywalker said, drawing her attention away from the wristcom, which she slipped into a pocket. His gaze was on the weapon still on the wall. "Have you used all these?" "No," Mara replied. "Not in combat." "Tested? Yes, but some of them are more flash than substance, better left on the wall." She turned and gazed around the room, feeling the weight of memory and loss pressed down upon her, mixed with confusion. Yes, this had been home, once, home to the Emperor's hand. That isn't me anymore, so why does it still provoke this feeling of longing and loss? "Best not to touch any of these," she growled in response to the emotion. "Isard probably sabotaged them." The twinge of her danger sense was matched by Skywalker's sudden sense of alarm. It was probably for the best. The way his emotions had reached out to hers had been alarmingly comforting, and she started to lean into his emotional embrace before she could stop herself. That was probably the most confusing thing of all, and she was almost glad for the sudden sense of alarm. Her first thought was that the weapons had indeed been sabotaged, but the danger wasn't quite so proximate. "We have company," Skywalker murmured, his voice all business. "There are a half-dozen people approaching the way we came, and fast." She closed her eyes, concentrating, felt the consciousnesses of well-trained men and women, and one particularly bright, vivid mind who felt more curious than alarmed. "That is General Kraken," Skywalker answered her unspoken question, and Mara grimaced both at the fact that he knew what she was thinking and at what he'd said. "I suppose I'll get to make my first Smugglers Alliance intelligence report in person," she muttered. Asterisk. General Kraken, Mara greeted the man leading the small parade of palace security agents as she trotted down the freighter's aft entry ramp. There were quite a lot of them, more than seemed reasonable. The men and women were clearly serious-minded and well-armed. One of them started examining the computers, while two others passed by her and Skywalker and went up into the ship. "I'd be careful in there," she warned them, looking at Kraken. "Skywalker and I didn't clear it of booby traps, and Isard might have left something." Kraken nodded at the security team, and they proceeded more cautiously. "It hasn't even been 3 hours since the Smugglers Alliance contract was signed," he said, arching an eyebrow, "and here I already find you and Jedi Skywalker skulking around the palace grounds, identifying old Imperial bases of operations." Mara crossed her arms in front of her chest, glowering vociferously. "I wasn't skulking," she retorted. "I was investigating, and out in the open at that." The head of New Republic Intelligence offered a thin, polite smile in response. "What did you find?" She shrugged. "This used to be my base of operations on Coruscant. The ship behind us was my final operations vessel before." She paused, considering the right way to frame it. "I left the Imperial service." "So is yours then?" Kraken asked, his eyes sharp. "Are you making a claim for ownership?" Mara frowned. That thought hadn't occurred to her. Now that Kraken mentioned it, she could think of several uses for the freighter, and Karrde might be interested in adding it to his fleet. "I'm not sure if I have a legal claim," she said slowly. I don't have any flimsy work that could prove prior ownership, given the unofficial nature of my position. If I do have a legal claim that would hold up in court, I wouldn't mind getting it back. Kraken just nodded. I'll look into it. I should mention that I've been in contact with Agent Wessery, but her operational duties at the moment make her unavailable to assume her post as NRI liaison to the Smugglers Alliance at this time. She'd almost forgotten Skywalker's presence. You're going to be working with Ela? He asked, tilting his head at her and smiling. That's great. You know her? The blonde Jedi offered a somewhat boyish, slightly abashed smile. Ela and I go way back. General Kraken asked me to do him this favor. Ah, Jedi Skywalker. Perhaps we should leave that one with little else said. Kraken cut in. He turned to Mara. Agent Wessery's current task is an important one, but I'll task her to you as soon as it's complete. In the meantime, if you're planning on uncovering any more hidden Imperial bases in the palace, perhaps you should contact me first. Luke grinned at her. Mara frowned at them both. Fine, she agreed curtly. Kraken smiled. It was an expression that Mara found vaguely unsettling, one of determination and echoes of omniscience. It reminded her of Karrde, who enjoyed nothing better than knowing things he shouldn't and dangling hints of profound insight before an enraptured audience, just out of their reach. She then remembered that those two kindred spirits were working together now, and shuddered internally. What made you decide to come down here? Kraken asked. Mara frowned, glancing sideways at Skywalker, and then away from him again. I had a hunch. A hunch? Kraken turned his own attention on Skywalker and lifted one gray eyebrow. A Jedi hunch, I presume. Skywalker shrugged his shoulders innocently. I told her they might start becoming more common again as she opened herself up to the Force. I didn't know that it would happen so quickly, though. Kraken's expression was one of resignation. I suppose I've gotten used to your reports with I had a hunch as justification for action. I'll just have to get used to Miss Jade's as well. If she's working with Ela, you won't have to worry about that so much, Skywalker replied confidently. Ela has a way of turning Jedi hunches into actual information. He grinned at Mara. You'll like her? Mara kept frowning. There was something about the way Skywalker talked about Wessery that annoyed her. But just then, everything about Skywalker and his chirpy connections to his squeaky clean New Republic annoyed her. Sure. Can we go? Skywalker's expression fell slightly, but he nodded. Did we get what we came for? Mara paused, her frown deepening yet again. Had she? Why had she come here? It had just been a hunch. Was the hunch now satisfied? She turned back towards the hangar, her ship, sitting quietly against the wall, the bay of Imperial intelligence computers arrayed across the open space. The large floor which had been a place for training when more public locations were inappropriate. It was also familiar, and yet, also alien now. Why had she come? Closure. I guess, she muttered. The Force wasn't tugging at her, wasn't drawing her to stay longer. And she had no interest in being here while Kraken dissected her life, just as Isert had half a decade before. She turned towards the exit and refused to look back. Yes. Let's go, Skywalker. The sound of his footsteps behind her was oddly reassuring, but Mara resolved to convince him to carry his blaster. He'd be terrible backup at any distance beyond close combat without one. If Skywalker was going to be the one watching her back, she needed to make sure he could do it properly. Chapter 12. Luke's dreams were persistent. The Force vision which had first appeared to him during meditation in the Jedi Museum teased him with glimpses of insight. The Master and the child, the latter uncertain and wary, the former confident, with guiding words. Glimpses of lightsaber training, not unlike what he had offered Mara a few days before. Glimpses of camaraderie. Is it just meant as an example of quality training? Is the Force teaching me how to teach? Or is there another message in it, one I'm not seeing yet? There was a sense of familiarity to it, as if he should know what it was he was seeing. Luke suspected that a Jedi more attuned to the spiritual side, like Yoda, might have had the insight necessary to put the pieces together, or to draw more pieces out from what the Force offered, but Luke still couldn't quite get there. Whatever it was, this was the third time he'd caught glimpses of the student and master, the twin blue lightsabers that each carried, and the careful lightsaber cadence that the younger was learning. Words like grace and mindfulness hovered at the edges of Luke's sensation, calm and focused. He rubbed his face and checked his chrono. The first hints of sun were starting to come through the transparent steel windows of his apartment in the Imperial Palace. He pulled the blinds open and looked out over the busy city, the jungle of towering buildings and the busy air traffic, the spaceships descending and ascending in good order. It was early for him to be awake, but not that early. Between his early life on Tatooine and the urge to take advantage of the most pleasant hours of the Tatooine day, and the many years in the rebellion that called for quick wakefulness, Luke had never been one to sleep in long past dawn. There was a mechanical whirring, and R2 trundled into the room and whistled a greeting. "Good morning, R2," Luke replied with a smile. "Is the X-Wing all ready to go?" The droid whistled an affirmative, then an elaboration that sent Luke grappling for his translator. He could understand R2 well enough for simple things, but when it got complicated, the translator helped. "Karrde has stashed the X-Wing in the Karrde cargo hold," Luke read aloud. "And you've moved most of my travel gear down to the hangar." He nodded at R2. "Thanks, buddy," he said, patting R2's dome. "You're not worried about traveling with Karrde again?" R2 blatted dismissively at him. Luke read the translation of the response and laughed. "Karrde's a good guy now. What makes you so sure?" R2 whistled, his dome spinning. "Because he likes us." Luke smiled, thinking back to Karrde and Mara's attendance at Leia's for dinner. "I suppose he does at that," Luke replied, his smile softening. R2's dome turned towards him, and the droid peered at him with his one large mechanical eye. The droid warbled softly, a knowing and semi-amused sound that the translator said had no direct translation into Basic. "What?" Luke asked with a laugh as he fetched his Jedi blacks and set them out to change into after his sonic shower. The droid cackled with electronic laughter, his dome spinning, then all three of his wheels set down on the floor. R2 whistled a farewell and rolled towards the door, dragging the last of Luke's bags behind him. Luke peered at the translator, but it wasn't any help. He shook his head with some bemusement. R2 could be enigmatic at times, and this was one of those times apparently. He made quick use of the sonic shower and dressed, then hesitated as he considered breakfast options. You could call Mara, his mind whispered, but Luke immediately decided not to do that, no matter how tempting it was. If he woke her just because of his desire for her company, she might hold a grudge, and he already knew she could hold grudges for a long, long time. Besides, he reminded himself, she's not that far removed from hating you. However, not sharing her company didn't mean he couldn't enjoy their favorite breakfast locale. It was a quick airspeeder trip from his apartment in the palace to the Adarian building. The servers recognized him. That was impossible to avoid absent a disguise or liberal force use, neither of which appealed to him, but one of the reasons why the Adarian building had become his favorite since Mara introduced him to it was the staff's professionalism. Yes, he was Jedi Luke Skywalker, but this establishment was used to serving dignitaries of all kinds, and his servers went out of their way not to make a scene, which he appreciated. They sat him near the window, overlooking the Senate building, as always cast in the shadow of the Imperial Palace at this hour. His force sense alerted him to her presence before anything else. A familiar mind, wary but resolved, gleaming in the Force like a beacon. His ability to sense her had grown. He realized there were a handful of presences he could recognize instantly, even at a distance, and Mara's was as identifiably brilliant as Leia's. Was that because of her increased strength in the Force, or simply because they had spent so much time together of late? Mara talked to the matron, who obviously recognized her, and then was allowed to make her way towards him. She pulled out the chair across from him and settled into it, her expression oddly neutral. The sensation of nervousness and resolve persisted, though he could feel her trying to shield it. "Good morning," he greeted her softly. Behind him, the morning sun cast light over them both. Her red gold hair gleamed gold. "Good morning," she replied. She looked slightly disheveled, he noticed, as if she'd either been up late the night before or woken up early that morning. His mind flicked back to the forest on Mirker and her steadily deteriorating state as she had refused to sleep night after night. But she didn't look anywhere near that tired this morning, and there was no hate in her eyes. "R2 has moved my X-Wing to the wild Karrde. Last I saw him, he was dragging my bag to the hangar." Mara smiled, her lips softening. "You're not overworking him, are you?" Concerned for my droid's welfare. Luke relaxed back into his chair, a smile blossoming on his face. "That's a new attitude." "In hindsight, he was less trouble on Mirker than you were," she mused. She pointed a finger at him mock accusingly. "He wasn't the one who crashed that skip ray." Luke chuckled. "Guilty as charged. But, in my defense, I was being chased at the time." Mara smirked. "It's all my fault then, is it? Don't forget, I saved your life in the first place." "I haven't," Luke replied softly, letting his gratitude touch his fourth sense. He could tell the moment she felt it, the tightening of her lips, then the reluctant acceptance of the emotion. She wasn't going to say it out loud, not then, perhaps not ever, but the returning sense of gratefulness was more revealing than any words could have been. The banter came to an abrupt halt as time seemed to slow to a crawl. He was pretty sure Mara felt it too. He could sense the trepidation in her emotions, a quiver of uncertainty in her fourth sense. She responded to it more decisively than he did, by pulling an item out of one of her pockets and placing it down in the middle of the table. Luke furrowed his brow as he picked it up. He turned the object over in his hands, recognizing it immediately. A blaster scope. He peered at her over the object, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. "You know I told you I don't carry my blaster anymore." Mara wagged a finger at him. "And I told you that you should," she replied firmly. "If you don't, that," she pointed at the scope, "will go to waste, and I spent all night looking for the right one for a DL-44. "I didn't even pack it," Luke pointed out, but the corner of his mouth curled. "All night." She smirked smugly at him. "Yes, you did," she assured him. "I told your droid to pack it for you." R2's teasing earlier suddenly made a lot more sense. Mara reached out to pluck the scope from him. "If what you said about the modifications you and Han made to your blaster are true," she peered at him through the scope, "this should let you take full advantage of your range modifications, and should serve as a good replacement for your bulky macro binoculars." She handed it back. "And it comes with night vision and infrared, not to mention image enhancement." Her hand lingered over the scope. "It wasn't cheap," she added pointedly. He laughed and nudged her hand reluctantly away, then closed his hand over the scope. He tucked it into one of the pockets of his tunic. "You've made your point," he relented wryly. "I'll bring the blaster." Mara looked very self-satisfied. "You're right, you will. Also, you're paying for breakfast." She yawned and offered him a tired smile. Luke suddenly didn't want to leave Coruscant. Leaving Coruscant seemed like a horrible idea. Mara quirked an eyebrow at him. "What?" she asked. He debated the wisdom of saying the words only after they'd already slipped out. "I'm going to miss you, Mara," he said almost apologetically, his voice clinging to her name. Mara laughed in surprise. He could feel her astonishment, and her disbelief, and her inadequately hidden reciprocation of the sentiment. "You're going to miss me? I wanted to kill you, Skywalker." "But you didn't," he replied, his voice firm and reassuring, "and I'm still in one piece." "Yeah, well, you better stay that way," Mara countered firmly. "I'd hate to have bought that electroscope for nothing." "I'll be careful," he reassured her. She hesitated, then nodded. He could sense her awkward concern and a not insignificant amount of something he'd describe as nervousness in anyone else. Protectiveness. He could feel her push past the moment firmly, refusing to linger over it. "Well, since you're going to be traveling with Karrde, I should warn you about the crew," she said. "They may not knock you out and lock you up again, but I guarantee they'll try to prank you. Aves is gone, so let's start with Dakin." The freighter that Fleary Voru and his entourage were traveling in had worn many names over its long history. It seemed that the ship's original name had been the Leffler's Rose, given the long-since worn-over engraving on the bulkhead in the lounge, but there was a dizzying array of false IDs stashed in one of the ship's hidden compartments. They weren't using any of them, of course. Eleazar had worked up a new one, and a fake flight plan, and a series of fake HoloNet transmissions that would prove the flight plan was real in the event anyone thought to check. Voru had forgotten how prolific the draw could be. The freighter's cover established, he was now working on their individual cover IDs, complete with disguises, electronic records for both planetary citizenship and banking, and sufficient personal histories to fool a background check. And he'd managed to nearly beat Voru and Dedrick. Twice. You realize you're going to have to ask him sooner or later, Eleazar said without looking up. I can't finalize his disguise or his personal history until I see his face, and it certainly isn't wise for him to wander around Coruscant with that mask on. It's too identifiable. He did glance up now, but only for a moment. I suppose we can find him a suit of Mandalorian armor that's just barely common enough that I can whip something together, but it won't stand up to too much scrutiny. The Tavas Karrde had, so far, not removed either his armor or his helm. In fact, Voru and Eleazar had seen almost nothing of him since they'd come aboard the Leffler's Rose. He simply closed himself away in one of the guest rooms and vanished, emerging only to use the refresher or fetch one of the freeze-dried flash meals that their pilot laughingly called food. Tavira didn't say much about him, he admitted. I know he's sworn to her service, and she has no qualms about his personal loyalty, but who he is, where he's from, the extent of his skills, she said that he'd be able to handle anything we threw at him, short of maybe Luke Skywalker himself. You haven't seen him in action? Eleazar waved a data card at him, and Voru reached out and took it. It was his cover's backstory and picture. He was going to need to change his hair. I have. He never flinched while we escaped, dealt with every threat we ran into in seconds. I have seen him in action, actually, Voru replied. Although only briefly, on Kessel. He was impressive. And if we're not careful, he may have to deal with Luke Skywalker. My understanding is that he's living on Coruscant and helping organize the New Republic government. Eleazar scoffed, shaking his head and skiing softly. His beady eyes focused on his computer, and his claws clacked away on the keyboard. Republic government. It's a contradiction in terms, the draw muttered, his words, and bitter tone, echoing dozens of discussions they'd had over the years, dating back decades. Eleazar was no fan of the Empire, his rabid anti-alien bias had seen to that, but he'd always maintained that the Empire, or something like it, had been inevitable for centuries. If that is the case, then it's even more important that we have airtight false identities, the drawl continued. I assume a run-in with the Jedi is not in our intended plans. Assuredly not, Voru replied firmly. Actually, if at all possible, I'd very much rather not come to blows with anyone while we're on Coruscant. Eleazar's beady eyes fixed him with a stare. I don't believe that any more than you do, he countered. Do you really think that Black Sun is going to roll over and let you take over its operations without so much as a fight? If the ruling Vigos are wise, yes. If not, Voru shrugged. I did say I'd or rather it not come to that. Not that I believe it wouldn't. Eleazar hummed disbelievingly, then coughed. The drawl hunched over, coughing, then leaned back in his chair and pounded his chest as he recovered. I'm getting old, he muttered dourly, stroking his claws over his fur to smooth it, then going back to work. Voru chuckled softly. We got old long ago. Hush. I know that, Eleazar muttered without looking up. I'm trying to pretend it's not true. He coughed, his snout wrinkling with annoyance. Rather unsuccessfully, I'm afraid. Voru turned his mind again to the problem of the Tevas Karrde. He wondered idly if Grand Moff Tarkin had ever had this kind of problem with Lord Vader. Probably not. Voru was under the impression that Vader had been unable to remove his armor for reasons of health. The Tavas Karrde's armor was not heavy enough to be used for that purpose, which meant that it was meant for intimidation and defense, and, perhaps, anonymity. He wished he'd been able to elicit more information from Tavira about where she'd found him, and the exact nature of her hold over him, but the would-be pirate queen was ruthless in her refusal to discuss it, saying only that his loyalty was absolute and that the Tavis Ka could be relied upon without question. Unfortunately, Voru had only Tavira's word for that, and he knew better than to trust her word alone. Even more unfortunately, he needed the Tavis Ka for what would come next. He needed his own Vader to smash and intimidate his enemies at least long enough to establish his dominance. Once his dominance was secure, he could turn them against one another and rule by division, but until then he needed the unquestioning, unstoppable hammer. The Tavis Ka had proved he could do it on Kessel, at least on a small scale. Voru had no idea if he could or would do it on the larger scale that he would require on Coruscant. But that was all right. One did not become Moff of Corellia without accepting a certain degree of risk. Voru exited the lounge and headed down the curved interior corridor until he found the Tavis Ka's chosen quarters. He rapped on the door. There was no response, so he knocked on it a second time. The door opened and he found himself standing in the Tavis Ka's gleaming bronze shadow, brown eyes peering down at him through the eyes of the white Diomir bear mask. Voru refused to start, and he refused to be cowed by the difference in their heights. I've been short all my life, and never let it stop me before. Tavis Ka. Moff Voru, the Tavis Ka replied with his resonant voice. We have not yet arrived on Coruscant. Do you require something? I do, Voru nodded. Eleazar is preparing our identities for arrival on Coruscant. I'm afraid he cannot complete the process unless he has more information about, he nodded up at the much taller man, you and your appearance. Unfortunately, if you attempt to go through Coruscant security wearing your armor and mask, you will create a bit of a stir. There was a certain stiffness to the Tavis Ka's utter lack of motion. Then his large, bronze shoulders heaved with a sigh. Very well, he agreed grudgingly. If it is absolutely necessary. Voru led him carefully back towards the freighter's lounge, where Eleazar was still hard at work. The droid could work and work and work, with the kind of unerring focus that no human could match. I'm afraid we'll need a holo of your appearance, Voru said, adding as much apology to his tone as he could. This is a Force user, he reminded himself. He'll know if you're not being genuine. There was a moment's hesitation from the tall figure. Then he reached to the sides of his head and unbuckled his mask. He removed it slowly, holding it in one hand, then pushed back the coiled helm. His hair was shock white, the kind of white hair that would have been the envy of many an imperial aristocrat, cut in a close buzz. His visage was not so aged as an aristocrat's, however, but his skin was leathery, with a lined, boxy face and wide square jaw covered with a light layer of almost invisible stubble. Eleazar hobbled out of his chair and used a holo-imager to take a few holos. The Tavis Ka watched him with a void expression, the corner of his mouth tightening a bit. Do you have a preference for your pseudonym? Eleazar asked cautiously as he returned to his chair, lifting himself up into it and relaxing as his claws tapped on the computer keyboard. You can call me whatever would be appropriate, the Tavis Ka replied. Voru and Eleazar both watched him, but no more information was forthcoming. Voru sighed to himself silently. Working with the Tavis Ka was going to be difficult if he insisted on acting more like a droid than a person. But he didn't have any obvious avenue for drawing the Tavis Ka out of his social isolation, and pushing was as likely, probably more likely, to backfire as it was to succeed. It could wait. I'm sure Eleazar will find something appropriate, he conceded. Taking that as a dismissal, the Tavis Ka departed again, already reattaching his mask. Sociable, Eleazar said after the door was securely closed. I've known a few men like him over the years, Voru said. I wish Tavira had been more forthcoming about the terms of his service. Is he so taciturn because it is an obligation, or is it a personality trait? Voru sat across from Eleazar and rested his hands together on the table. And how did he come by his Force training? He was taught by a Jedi, of course, Eleazar said, peering at his screen as he put together the Tavis Ka's identity packet. Let's see, Rasmus Damask from Corellia. That way you can do the talking for him, if it becomes necessary. A Jedi, Palpatine killed all the Jedi. I never believed that, Eleazar replied. And clearly it can't have been true, with Luke Skywalker running around the galaxy now. Someone must have trained him. The Jedi were resourceful. Surely some of them survived. Voru shook his head. But why would a Jedi apprentice end up working with Leonia Tavira? Eleazar laughed, a sound which ended less enthusiastic than it started, with coughing and wincing. Why would either OFESEWSEND up working with Leonia Tavira? He asked dryly. That, Voru thought, was a fair point. The arrival in system was done with pinpoint precision. The pilot Tavira had loaned them, the same man who had shuttled Voru up from Kessel and pulled the skillful landing during their rescue of Eleazar, coincidentally, for which Voru was grateful, knew his business and knew how to play the part of a bored freighter captain. So well, in fact, that Voru suspected that the man had at one point been just that. Coruscant Control, this is the freighter Puckish allegory out of Corellia, requesting permission to land, the pilot said in a Deleuzian accent. We're looking for a landing in Argosy District, if possible. We can wait. He thumbed up the ship's communicator, glancing back at Voru. Our identities will hold up going through customs. Voru nodded confidently. No need to be concerned about that. Even as they were speaking, Eleazar was accessing Coruscant's HoloNet node and ensuring that the customs computers would both expect and know them by the time they were landing. The pilot did not look so certain, but he also didn't object. You're the boss, he agreed, turning back to the freighter's control. The comm clicked, and he thumbed it back on. Puckish allegory, we can give you a landing berth in Argosy District, a brisk, female voice said over the comm. We are transmitting berth information and your directed landing route to you now. Do not deviate from the path, she instructed them firmly. Confirmed, Coruscant Control, the pilot said back, again with his brisk accent. Voru wondered idly if the man was adopting the Deleuzian accent as part of his identity because Eleazar had told him to, or if it was his own affectation. Either way, hearing it brought back fond memories. Talos was another of the Corellia system's many habitable worlds. Glad you could serve us so quickly. Puckish allegory making its approach. The freighter stirred as the pilot accelerated towards Coruscant, the gleaming mass of endless city seeming to glow as they approached. There was a rustle and Voru glanced back as the Tevis car approached, his expression blank as he watched over Voru's shoulder. He was wearing the civilian clothes they had procured for him, but he would still stand out in the crowd. Voru almost turned away, but there was something about the Tevis car's expression. His eyes tightened slightly, his lips firming together. His breathing slowed, and then his eyes closed and his hands clenched into fists. Are you all right? Voru asked carefully. The Tevis car nodded. Yes, he said, visibly relaxing, though his tension did not fully fade. Adequate. Asterisk. The wild Karrde main cargo hold was sealed up, Luke's X-Wing vanishing from sight within its confines. At the top of the ramp, Karrde and Mara were talking animatedly, and Karrde handed her a datapad, with final instructions for how to manage the Smugglers' Alliance in his absence, Luke guessed. With the cargo hold sealed, the wild Karrde's crew started heading aboard the ship, while the landing pad's ground crew performed the final checks. R2 whistled at him, and Luke laughed. Yes, it's much friendlier than it was the first time they brought us aboard, Luke agreed. He patted the Astromech's dome, whose head swirled to look up at him, then back at the bulk freighter. Mara and Karrde had finished their conversation. Mara nodded at her boss and trotted down the ramp. She looked slightly better rested than she had at breakfast. Luke assumed that was a product of the 2 cups of expensive calf he'd paid for. He smiled at her as she approached, her brisk pace slowed as she neared him. She stopped awkwardly, her lip twitching as neither of them spoke. He wasn't sure what to say. Clearly, she wasn't either. He wondered if she'd let him hug her. He rather doubted it. I don't know how to do this, she said suddenly, her eyes resolutely looking away, even as her words were pitched both quiet and meant to be heard. I'm not used to having friends. He reached out and took her hand. She led him, her fingers wrapping around his as she turned towards him, still not making eye contact. Her gaze flicked up to his, then away again, and in that moment he could see the uncertainty, the confusion, and most of all the deep loneliness. Her sense in the Force tightened as she felt his response, his cold rage at Palpatine, his protectiveness and empathy, his deep and profound care. Mara. She squeezed his hand hard. "Take care of yourself, Skywalker," she whispered, and he heard the words she didn't say. "I'll miss you, too." He used their joined hands to turn her towards him until they were facing one another, peering down at her. He waited patiently until she tentatively looked up, her piercing green eyes laden with uncertainty. She knew what he was going to do before he did it. He could feel her tense but not pull away, and he wrapped his arms around her and brought her in against his chest. He could feel the moment her muscles relaxed, and she leaned into the embrace, could sense when her eyes shut as she accepted the display of physical affection. He suspected that she could count on one hand the number of times she had been hugged since Palpatine had ripped her away from her family, and he offered it to her freely. It didn't linger for more than a few seconds. By mutual acclamation they parted, the embrace ending a few seconds before she released his hand. He buried his emotion as deeply as he could, not because it wasn't real, or because he didn't want her to know it, but because he knew that she wasn't ready to hear it yet. Wasn't ready to accept it. Certainly wasn't ready to reciprocate it. But in that moment, torn between the desire to sing it to the heavens, or to bury it deep underground until the time was right to dig it up, Luke Skywalker knew one fact he hadn't yet admitted to himself when he'd woken up that morning. "I am in trouble." Despite the thought, Luke couldn't wipe the smile off his face as he strode up Wild Karrde's ramp with the spring in his step. "I am in so much trouble." Asterisk. Luke and Mara seemed to have forgotten that the bridge viewports of the Wild Karrde had a clear view of the hangar. Talon Karrde turned and looked at his crew. Thrawn, Dankin, and Chen each got a long gaze, one that lasted well after eye contact had been established. "If any of you," he started firmly, "mention this to Skywalker, or especially to Mara, I will have you buried in a hole so deep it'll make the spice mines of Kessel look like a Chandlerland beach resort. After that, I'll let Mara do whatever she wants to you. Are we clear?" Thrawn just nodded. Chen was wearing a silly little smile, but while the older man liked to needle, he knew when to push and when to keep his mouth shut. Dankin recoiled away from the firm certitude in Karrde's eyes. "Clear, boss," he said. Karrde let the silence linger to drive home his point. Once he was quite sure there would be no misunderstandings, he nodded. "And I'll add that all the bets on them are already in. If you want to make a new bet, you'll have to ante up again. No last-minute changes based on new information." There was a groan that echoed through the bridge, but it faded quickly at his raised eyebrow. He waited until it was entirely gone. "Good. Once the outer doors are sealed and Jedi Skywalker is belted in, take us up. Dankin, I want us on the quickest route to Rendili." "Got it, boss." The Wild Karrde's engines hummed as the ship lifted up off the ground. Unlike the trip in, Dankin was at the helm, and Thrawn was in the co-pilot seat while also managing the ship's chatter with Coruscant control. "I'm going to need to hire another pilot to replace Mara," Karrde thought. There was regret in the thought, but more than that there was a calm acceptance, and even a bit of happiness. Luke came through the door to the bridge and slid into one of the empty seats, and in response the Wild Karrde shuddered against gravity and began its climb towards orbit, much more slowly than its descent into Coruscant had been. "All settled?" Karrde asked him. Luke nodded. "Ready," he agreed, and Karrde recognized the same tone of serious focus that he'd seen on the Jedi's face so many times since they'd met. "Good," Karrde agreed. "Dankin, take us out if you would. Thrawn, send my compliments to Coruscant Control." Coruscant vanished, replaced by the planet's busy sky, lines of airspeeders in neat rows traveling through the city, and spaceships rising and lowering from orbit. The Wild Karrde passed by one of the skyhooks, gleaming brightly, and then started to pick up speed as it passed out of the busiest layers of the planetary orbit. Karrde glanced at Luke and found the Jedi staring out the window with the tight, uncertain expression on his face. Everything all right? The Jedi shook himself, then shrugged. Yes. I just thought I sent something, but it's gone now. Luke relaxed into the chair. Well, I've learned to trust Jedi instincts, he replied, thinking more of Mara than Luke. If there is anything wrong, please do tell us. I will, Luke promised. In the meantime, there is something else that we should discuss. Karrde allowed his expression and tone to both become apologetic. I'm afraid that there's going to be a slight delay before we arrive at Yukio. Before you become irritated with me, know that I discussed the delay with General Kraken, and he agreed that it would be worth a few days to make a quick stop. Luke swiveled his chair towards Karrde. In the background, Dakin announced the jump to hyperspace, and the familiar disorientation of the lightspeed jump clearly gave Luke a moment's pause. Karrde wasn't really concerned about the Jedi's reaction. He couldn't say he knew Luke well, but Karrde trusted his ability to get a feel for personalities, and vengefulness, or even grudge-holding, were not likely to be consequences of this slight manipulation. I see, Luke replied calmly. Perhaps you should explain the nature of this delay, then. The corner of Luke's mouth quirked up. Something less than respectable. Oh, it most certainly is not respectable, but I'm quite sure that the New Republic will not object, Karrde corrected. We're going to make a brief stop on Rendili. I need your help with the theft. His lips firmed in a small, confident smirk. If we are successful, what we will appropriate from the Empire should give General Bel Iblis everything that he needs to recapture Yukio. I see, Luke said again, thoughtfully. You do realize that Rendili is Imperial held, and after Corellia probably the most heavily guarded Imperial system in the core. Karrde leaned back in his chair, steepling his hands together. Oh yes. Of that, I am quite aware. Chapter 13. The Leffler's row sat, inconspicuous, in a cheap landing bay far from the Imperial Palace and the seat of the New Republic government. Coruscant was a whole universe of its own, so large and so densely populated that the New Republic hadn't even tried to organize and run the planet itself. In truth, the New Republic's presence on the planet sometimes felt like an island, isolated in and around the Palace District and on the highest levels of Coruscant's metropolitan canyons. Go too far outside that district, or descend down to the lower levels, and Coruscant became autonomous, with billions of people living their lives as they had under the Empire and the Old Republic. Voru had been an integral part of that world, once. Not that long ago, even. His tendrils of power and authority and fear and respect had snaked through Coruscant's impenetrable web of power. Both legal and illegal get far enough down, and the two were often difficult to differentiate. As he had his Moth of Corellia, Voru had entwined all the elements of influence and used them to control the people who needed to be controlled, free the people who needed to be freed. He had respected the way Palpatine had always done the same, and Voru's ability to emulate Palpatine, and in some ways, in this small regard even surpass him, he thought proudly, had probably been why Palpatine had finally eliminated Voru as a threat. The Tevis Karrde had emerged from his room on the ship only occasionally since their arrival, days before, while Eleazar had slowly extended his holographic tendrils into Coruscant's computers. First the Drawl had compromised the system's holonet, and from there its traffic control computers. Eleazar had a gift for system infiltration, steadily finding one weakness after another through Coruscant's myriad web of integrated networks. Searching. Voru had spent the days productively himself. His network of alliances, and the memory of his authority, was not so far gone to be forgotten, especially in Coruscant's criminal underworld. Black Sun, the oldest and most powerful criminal organization in the galaxy, was centered on Coruscant. Just as the Empire and Republic had been, everyone came to Coruscant eventually, and Voru steadily, surreptitiously collected information about it, current operations and leadership. He had come to Coruscant for two reasons, and Black Sun was one. There was a tiny voice whispering on the other side of his comm. We've just been given notice, the Coruscanti accent said, hushed and staticky. Communications on Coruscant could be tricky, what with all the structures and people crammed into every square kilometer. Also, there's a rumor floating around the underground that Fleary Voru has escaped from Kessel, the voice continued. The Vigos are nervous that he might make a play to retake control of Black Sun. I haven't seen so much commotion at the executive level since Zahn made her play for the organization a few years back. Voru smiled thinly. Commotion was good. Voru was competent, he said smoothly. Eleazar's whipped together voice synthesizer changing his voice and accent. But hardly worth commotion. I'm not sure, the voice replied. Don't spread this around, but I think Asib has never been happy about the fact that Voru is still alive at all. I think he tried to have him assassinated after he was returned to Kessel to take him out of the picture, but we never got confirmation of his death. No, they wouldn't have, Voru thought smugly. Those assassins didn't do so well after they breached Kessel's atmosphere. Not with the tons of explosive I had planted under their landing pad. He seems convinced that Voru will come here and try to take control of the organization, the voice continued. The rest of us aren't so certain, and many of us aren't that scared by the possibility anyway. There's still a lot of respect for Voru in these parts. People remember how well he ran both Corellia and his criminal underworld. Asib is concerned that if Voru presents himself as an alternative, that the other Vigos will turn on him and flock to Voru's banner again. Would they? Voru asked calmly. Hard to say. From what I remember of Voru, he'd come with an offer, not just a threat. It would depend on what he has to give. Voru nodded to himself. Perhaps I should send my own representative to this meeting of the Vigos. Do you know when and where it'll be held? There was a rustle on the other side of the comm. Sure, I can forward you the information. There was a pause. Then Voru's comm beeped. He briefly plugged it into his datapad and smiled as he saw the needed information. Sent. Thank you, Rotor, Voru said, the voice synthesizer translating it into a slick moonless accent. Sure. And remember, you didn't get any of this from me. The comm click off. Voru examined the information that Rotor had sent him. It was worth the expenditure of credits, most of what was left of Voru's supply. A moonless banker could afford to pay well for information, and paying well for information was the only thing that had opened Rotor's normally tight lips. He stretched, smiling to himself. If all else went to plan, his temporary bankruptcy would be just that. If not, there were plenty of ways he could raise a tidy sum of credits quickly. More than one well-heeled member of the New Republic's aristocracy had secrets they would pay to keep, and there were numerous members of the imperial aristocracy still on Coruscant who would pay even better to keep their previous imperial ties relegated to forgot history. Blackmail came with certain risks, though, that Voru would prefer to avoid taking. Tonight. Elizar's voice came from the other side of the room. Tonight, Voru agreed. Sooner than we hoped, Eleazar pointed out. It would be better if we could take care of the other half of our objectives here before attempting to satisfy these. He coughed, leaning back in his not quite comfortable chair, his claw stroking his arms gently. As it stands, you won't have very much to offer. I'll have enough, Voru countered. From all reports, the Vigos are chafing under Asib's leadership. If I give them a way to get out from under him, they'll take it. Especially if I combine the offer I make them with a sufficient display of force. He glanced down the hall towards the Tevaskar's chambers. Eleazar coughed some more. He hummed as he recovered, wiping his mouth with the back of his furred hand, his beady black eyes narrowing. Well, if I'm to achieve that second set of objectives, I'm afraid I'm going to need more direct access. I can't do it all from here. Voru's eyes turned towards him, a frown crossing his face. You've always been able to breach any computer network remotely, he said, dark suspicion crossing his gaze. Eleazar was his friend of sorts, but that didn't mean the Drawl wouldn't betray him if he thought it was in his best interests. The Drawl slicer laughed, a hacking sound. You've never asked me to penetrate Isn't Icer's intelligence net before. I wouldn't be able to penetrate NRI either. The intelligence types are usually much too competent and cautious to leave the kinds of vulnerabilities that Senate aides do. He tapped the keyboard. But it's not all bad news. Icer seems to have set up a network of safe houses all around the planet. Once I found one, I was able to find the rest. They've got their own internal network. But to penetrate all their layers of security, I'm going to need direct access. We'll have to pick one of the sites and infiltrate it. And, most unfortunately, I'll have to come with you. The good news is they seem to be abandoned. He waved a datapad at Voru. I've put together a list of the best targets. Voru walked across and took the pad, examining it quickly. Do you need any help, or can you do this on your own? Eliezer shrugged. I should be able to manage on my own, if I'm left undisturbed. The datapad listed a number of sites, some more remote than others. A handful were in particularly not remote locations. There was even one in the Imperial Palace itself, one of the palace towers, though Eliezer had taken that one off the list as impractical. No, we'll do it together, Voru said after a moment. After we've got back up from Black Sun, and when the Tavis car can protect us as we work. In the meantime, I want you to pick one of these sites, whichever one seems like it would be least likely to attract the Republic's attention, and set up a half-dozen escape plans in case something goes wrong. He frowned at Eliezer. I don't want us to underestimate General Kraken. If you were able to find this network of ICER safe houses, then he might be able to also. It's possible, Eliezer conceded. They do seem defunct, but all right. He leaned up and over his keyboard, his claws clacking away. Voru frowned. There were all too many ways this could go wrong, he knew. But really, what did any of them have to lose? He left Eliezer to his slicing and went to fetch the Tavis car. It was time for the man to play the role that Voru needed him to play. The Tavis car was decidedly uncomfortable out of his armor and without his mask, but there was nothing to be done about it. One of the common misperceptions about Black Sun was that it operated strictly in the shadows, under the radar of all the galaxy's legitimate authorities. When people thought of Black Sun, those that didn't know it intimately, they thought of gangs operating in shadowy twilight, or dark figures looming in backgrounds, or all the theatrical imagery nonsense that many of Black Sun's historic leaders had long cultivated. But Black Sun had existed for thousands of years, and the organizations that preceded Black Sun had existed for thousands of years before that. It operated in the shadows, yes, but it also had ties aplenty to business and politics all around the galaxy, and when its leaders met, they often did so publicly. The Argosy district was on the far side of Coruscant from the Senate district. As ancient as all of Coruscant's primary metropolitan and business centers, the Argosy district featured some of the tallest skyscrapers the Ecumenopolis had to offer, and they were stuffed full of businessmen and politicians who often straddled the thin line between legal and illegal. Under the Empire, that distinction had grown even thinner as imperial politicians and military officers had used all kinds of illegal means to hide away their mountains of ill-gotten wealth where the imperial tax collectors couldn't get to it. Palpatine had allowed it, up to a point. If everyone took more than they were implicitly permitted, though, one of his agents would find them and deal with them quietly. Their disappearance was enough of a message for the rest. The Tavis car frowned, memories flooding back to him. The disgruntlement, or the fury, or the fear. Different places often had different emotional resonance. The Junia plains had been desolate, with little in the way of human life, leaving just a steady, serene solitude, while Yumfla had a mundane, familial joy once you got far enough away from the Imperial garrison. The emotions of the Argosy district were a cacophonous mess. Greed and lust and fear and inadequacy and desperation and glory all clawed at each other. With a breath, he reduced the sensitivity of his empathic sense, but they continued to hum in the background of his mind as the shuttle approached their destination. Airy Tower was the center of the Argosy district, an enormous structure, opaque walls stretching up against the backdrop of Coruscant's setting sun, transitioning into transparent steel and elaborate buttresses that combined architectural styles both pre-Republican and post-Imperial, and then a large flat landing pad on the roof. Traffic around it was busy, a steady stream of aircars landing and departing. The Black Sun leadership meetings often took place in plain sight, up until you actually got to the conference table, and the current Underlord of Black Sun, Wael Asib, believed more than most that it was best not to hew too close to the shadows. That was convenient, as it ensured that their approach would not be immediately concerning. Their landing, however, would draw unwanted attention. Voru was not wearing his Moff's uniform, but a simple black pseudo-military tunic and jacket trimmed with gold. That was a statement, the Teyvaskar knew. Wearing black and gold was a sign of leadership, of dominance. But, far worse from Asap's perspective, was the scarf Voru had added to the outfit, a deep, royal purple. Voru's outfit was reflective of a past underlord of Black Sun, his most successful in centuries, the Prince Zizr. Zizr had amassed a fortune, rumored to be of the same magnitude as the Emperor and Lord Vader's personal fortunes, and he had done it by commanding Black Sun's criminal and legitimate business enterprises with a single-minded drive and cunning and charisma that few could. Voru was one of the few. Him arriving at this meeting dressed as he was would be perceived as no less than a declaration of war. But then, it was a declaration of war, and the Teyvaskar was going to have to fight it. The shuttle swooped towards the tower, over the archaic stone buttresses and towering glass, descending towards the neat grid of parked airspeeders. They settled down between the markings, close to the entrance to the tower, and the shuttle rocked gently as it touched down. "Are you ready?" Voru asked him. The question was slightly insulting. He favored it with a minimal response, the barest of acknowledging nods. That was enough for Voru, whose thin, predatory smile was eager with anticipation. Very well. He settled the scarf around his neck, Coruscant's evening air providing just enough of a chill to justify its use as more than a prop. "After you, Teyvaskar," Voru bowed slightly. They exited the shuttle, leaving their pilot behind in case they needed to make a quick escape. There was already a small team of security guards approaching them casually, but with a slight military gait. Black Sun enforcers, probably off-duty members of the Coruscant Constabulary at that, the Teyvaskar thought with distaste. The leader, wearing a sergeant's insignia on his collar, held up the palm of his hand. "Stop, and announce yourselves," he ordered. "We are residents of the tower," Voru said smoothly, his scarf fluttering in the evening breeze. The former Moff had his hands folded behind him, his chin held high with not the slightest concern betrayed by his almost regal expression. "Your vessel is not registered to any residents of Eyrie Tower," the man responded skeptically. He waved forward another of the security guards, who secured his blaster in his holster with a click before approaching, intent on searching them. "You will state your names and your reason for being here at once." "I'm sorry." Voru's voice was apologetic without sounding too apologetic. "The shuttle is a recent purchase, and we haven't had time to formally register it. We do have the purchase paperwork aboard, if you want to come see it." "You will state your names and your reasons for being here," the sergeant repeated, his voice hard. The third guard brought his blaster rifle up to cover them. The Teyvaskar could see that it was set to stun as the guard's companion reached him and Voru. Voru's eyes flicked up to his, and, reaching out with the force, the Teyvaskar twitched the guard's blaster slightly to the right and pushed back the trigger. The weapon erupted and the stun blast struck the guard reaching for Voru in the back, the coronal effects catching the Teyvaskar and sending an unpleasant, numbing sensation through his left arm, his fingers tingling. The sergeant was turning to stare at the guard whose blaster had just fired, his mouth parting to give a furious order. The guard was staring at his weapon in shock, and neither of them was looking at the right person. A holdout blaster popped into Voru's hand, and he shot them both, one quick, precisely aimed blaster bolt driving into each of them. The sergeant fell, clutching at his chest and reaching for his wristcom as he struggled to breathe. The Teyvaskar stepped on his hand, holding it to the permacrete surface as he expired. The final guard was still wearing his expression of surprise, but Voru's bolt had struck him in the heart and killed him instantly. Voru calmly put his holdout back under his jacket. "Eliezer can cover for their absence for a while, but we don't know how often they have to check in. We should hurry," he said, unruffled. The Teyvaskar lifted his foot off the sergeant's hand, then reached down and removed his wristcom. He attached it to his own wrist, tapped it to make sure it was working, and nodded his, if not agreement, then at least his obedience. Asterisk. The trip from the landing pad to the Black Sun meeting site was not very complicated. Eleazar had scrambled the tower's computers before they arrived, leaving the surveillance equipment that normally watched every lift and every hallway seeing and remembering nothing but static, and turning most of the tower's guard droids into pliable, almost bizarrely friendly automatons that greeted everyone with the same dull lack of curiosity. The conference room was inconspicuous. A normal, frequently used business space, much unlike the elaborate, intricately ornate spaces that Zizar had favored. Back when Black Sun had been untouchable, the varied leaders of the organization were all present at the doors beyond. Eleazar had confirmed the arrival of all but one of the Black Sun Vigos that now served, with varying degrees of reluctance, the Underlord Wael Asib. Voru and Asib had been prisoners together on Kessel. They had escaped, of sorts, together. Eventually, they parted ways, with Asib staying on Coruscant to run Black Sun, while Voru served as Isn't Iser's aide-de-camp and functioning brain. Asib was ambitious, cunning, short-sighted, and desperately, loathsomely greedy. He also had always secretly been envious of Voru, and Voru had always expected Asib would eventually stab him in the back. Under such circumstances, it was best to be the one doing the stabbing. Voru and the Tevas car stopped in the hall outside the conference room, leaving two more subdued guards in their wake. The Tevas car moved next to the door, closing his eyes and doing something with the force that Voru couldn't begin to understand. He was no less intimidating without his armor and mask, Voru thought, but he also seemed less otherworldly without them. "Are they in there?" Voru asked. The Tevas nodded. "I sense 8 presences," he said. 2 humans, 6 aliens of different races. "There are always 8 Vigos and the Underlord, according to Black Sun traditions," Voru replied, "so that would mean one is absent, or present only holographically." "They're agitated," the Tevas said, resting his hand on the door. "Arguing. Some of them are quite unnerved." He paused for a long moment, concentrating. "But there's no sense of imminent danger. I don't think they know we're here yet." "Then we should intrude before they realize," Voru mused with satisfaction. "Are you ready?" The Tevas withdrew his hand from the door and straightened, bringing himself to his full, imposing height. "I am," he assented. His hands flexed as he brushed one over the lightsaber that hung from his belt, and the tall man's brown eyes darkened with focus. "Excellent." Voru smiled and pressed the DAW release. "Know as well as the rest of us that Black Sun's prophets have never recovered from Zizar's demise," a deep voice was saying in Huttese with furious tones. Durga, Voru thought. Black Sun's second most powerful leader, the most powerful outside of the Galactic Core. Inside the room were 9 figures surrounding the table. At the head of the table was Asib, who looked as Voru remembered him. White hair cut military short, though Asib had never served in the military, paired with flamboyantly bushy black eyebrows, high, ridged cheekbones, and a dark, perpetually angry scowl that had long since been permanently etched into his face. Voru wanted to say that Kessel had caused those lines, but Asib had them even before Kessel. Along one side of the table were 4 Vigos. Lone, a Twi'lek, and one of their chief connections to the smuggler Fringe, sat closest to Asib. He was a survivor and a coward and would let himself be blown whichever way the breeze carried him. Voru categorized him immediately as not a threat. Next to him was Karrde, a Kayanther whose connections with the galaxy's shipbuilders ran deep. Like all of his species, Karrde was a natural empath who could sense confidence and fear. Kleezo was next, the Rodian who served as Black Sun's personnel officer, responsible for hiring and eliminating Black Sun's membership, which quietly made him one of the most powerful people in the room. At the end was the glowing blue holographic form of Durga, the Hutt. On the other side of the table were the other 4 Vigos. Wumdi and Sprax he recognized. Both were old Black Sun hands. Sprax was a rival of Durga, and would likely side against him if given any opportunity. The remaining 2, a human and a Quarren, Voru didn't recognize. They must be the newest Vigos, both recruited since the last time Voru had been in active circulation. While he did not know their faces, he was well enough informed to put a name to one face. The human had to be Rotor. Rotor, Voru knew from experience, could be bought. The room turned as he and the Tevas car entered. Men and aliens half rising from their chairs in surprise, hands reaching for blasters. Voru smiled, unconcerned, and the Tevas car reached out a hand. Weapons flew through the air towards him, viper blades and blasters alike smacking with force into the wall behind them, metal and permacrete cracking violently from the sudden impact. Ruined weapons fell to the floor. The shock of it sent a stunned, disarmed silence through the room, and Voru smiled confidently into the void. "Gentlemen," he bowed his head respectfully, but his gray eyes were hard and his lips bespoke ruthless certainty. "It is with the greatest of joys that I am here to be with you once again." Durga, unsurprisingly, given the advantage of his distance from events, was the first to respond, even with the lack of the hollow net. He laughed his slow, rolling Hati's laugh. "So the rumors are true," the Hutt said, his enormous, slug-like body shifting. "The Karrde is not so dead as Asib would have us believe." Voru lifted his chin, the gesture drawing attention to the purple scarf around his neck. "Did any of you really think I would be so easily restrained? That I did not have all I needed to control my own destiny? That Kessel would be able to hold me?" "Voru," Asib said, his voice low and gravelly and confident. If Voru had not known him so well, he would have missed the slight quiver of fear, the subtle tremble of Asib's now empty gun hand. "Welcome back to Coruscant." "Thank you," Voru replied, bowing his head mock deferentially. "May I introduce you to my Tevas car?" He nodded his head to the Tevas car's looming, powerful form, letting them all focus on the man, see his extended hand, which had lifted just as their weapons had been taken from them, and see the lightsaber hanging prominently from his belt. "I have a proposal for you all," Voru interrupted their gazes once he was quite certain they had observed all he wished them to. "And you all know that I keep my word and honor my bargains." Asib stirred, opening his mouth to object, but was cut off by Rotor. "And what is this proposal?" Rotor asked with his clipped Coruscanti accept. He was of medium height and build, nondescript in that typical handsome smuggler way. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes, and Voru let his eyes meet Rotor's for the briefest of instants, offering confirmation. "We do not," Asib objected, but Voru cut him off. "As you all no doubt know," Voru spoke firmly, "when I was Moff of Corellia, Black Sun was at his most profitable. Government and profit were not at odds, but were as one." He clasped his hands together in a firm gesture that he knew would be especially communicative to some of the aliens around the table, for whom basic was not their first language. "I can and will restore that relationship, though it will take time and effort and perhaps," his eyes flicked to each person at the table, "sacrifice." Asib started to object again and was interrupted again, this time by Karrde. "Go on," the large Kyanthar said, and Voru smiled to himself. That Karrde had interrupted Asib meant he sensed Voru's confidence and Asib's fear, and that would not go unnoticed by the others at the table. "I know that Black Sun has waned since the death of Zizr. His heirs have not been equal to the lofty standards set by the Prince of House Sizrin," Voru continued. "All of you have suffered as the New Republic has taken system after system, cracked down on your activities, enforced laws even the Old Republic had forgotten." He lifted his hands in a welcoming gesture, palms up. "Your fortunes have waned, your colleagues have gone independent, and many have joined Talon Karrde's new Smugglers Alliance." There was a ripple of discontent at that last. "I can restore us," Voru continued. "Restore our independence, our freedom, our sense of adventure, and our profits. I can bring back what was lost with Zizr." "How?" Asib growled, standing now, his black eyebrows narrowed in a fury. "Do you doubt me, yo?" Voru asked quietly. "Do you doubt the one who brought such prosperity to us all? Who made the galaxy safe for the rise of Black Sun under the Empire? Who set the stage for Zizr's reign? The one who fell with Corellia? Who Palpatine locked in a cage? Who abandoned Black Sun to serve Iserd like a leashed, domesticated sheep?" Asib countered. Voru could hear the desperation in Asip's voice. His eyes flicked to Karrde and knew that the empath could feel it as well. And yet, here I am, Voru replied. Undiminished. Stronger than ever. He nodded subtly at the Tevis car, and his smile widened even as his eyes hardened. He turned away from Asip, turning his attention to the other Vigos. It was time to drop all pretense. I ask you for nothing, he said, nothing but service that will make all of us stronger. I will not require tithes. I have no need of them. I will not require gifts as Zizzer did. My ego requires no such stroking. I will require only loyalty and service. Your wealth is your own, for the enrichment of us all. The human, Rotor, crossed his arms. What service is that? Asip was standing fully now, his expression a mix of fury and outrage. I am the Underlord Fleary, and you have no claim to. Voru held up a finger and Asip's voice suddenly cut off in a sudden gasping choke. He reached for his throat as he sagged forward against the table, gagging. Next to Voru, the Tevis car's forefinger and thumb slowly moved towards one another. Voru didn't make eye contact with any of the Vigos, walking around the table at a slow, ceremonial pace as the only sounds in the room were of Durga's holometer and Asip's slow choking. He stopped next to Asip, at the head of the table, and leaned towards the gasping man. I have a claim to whatever I can take, Asip, as has always been the rule of Black Sun, is that not so? He looked down the table now, gazing at each of the other 8 Vigos. Is that not so? Durga's Hati's laugh rolled over them. It had been a long time since Voru had held a room in the palm of his hand. The sensation was almost giddy. He leaned towards Asip, his lips against the man's ear as he whispered, You should have come to get me, yo. I would have made you rich. Instead, you will make me king. It was done almost before anyone realized it. The vibroknife in Voru's hand soaked with Asip's blood. Voru was careful not to let any get onto his scarf. The purple would stain. But if it got onto his outfit, it would be hidden easily enough by the black fabric. The corpse hit the floor and vanished under the table. Voru slowly took Asip's seat. If we are to be restored, he said conversationally, his tone friendly, we must start with 2 steps. He watched the other Vigos until they sat down once more, with varying degrees of reluctance. First, we must regain that which was lost with Zizzer's death. Second, he waited until he was sure he had their full and undivided attention. We must destroy the Smugglers' Alliance. Asterisk. Voru remained after the Vigos departed, one by one. Durga had been the most recalcitrant, but he too had accepted Voru's leadership over the organization, although Voru had no doubt that the Hutt would turn on him the moment he either sensed weakness or saw opportunity. The Hutt crime cartels had long had an erratic relationship with Black Sun, both treasured partner and frequent rival. That was all right with Voru, though. He didn't need Durga's active participation, just his acquiescence, at least for now. The others were more important, as they were more proximate. In particular, Voru needed one, the newest one. He stopped Rotor before the only other human Vigo could exit. Vigo Rotor, if you would. I have a request. The Coruscant native stopped, his expression both speculative and slightly wary. Voru would never trust him, of course. Not after it had been so easy to bribe the man with moonalistic currency. But Rotor didn't know that, and Voru still had use for him. What is it you need? Rotor asked obediently. You are the sole Coruscanti Vigo, Voru pointed out, folding his hands in his lap as he looked up at Rotor from his chair. My time on Coruscant may well be brief, he continued, gratified to see the look of relief in Rotor's eyes at that news, but while I am here, I have certain tasks that must be accomplished. To accomplish those tasks, I may require certain support. You seem best placed to provide that support. I may be, Rotor agreed, his eyes now gleaming with something other than speculation and wariness. Avarice. Excellent. I will need a well-equipped team of mercenaries, or otherwise combat-capable fighters, who will be willing to fight the New Republic in the event that becomes necessary. I am not sure that it will be, but it may be, and as we all know, preparation is the root of all victory. Voru smiled. They will likely also need to be able to move unnoticed through Coruscant's security net, so that they do not themselves attract attention when the time comes. He brushed some invisible lint off his knee. Can you provide what I need, Vigo Rotor? Rotor nodded slowly. I believe I can, yes. It will not be costless. It will require me to use long-husbanded assets that, if lost, will not be easily replaced. I understand entirely, Voru agreed. Nonetheless, assets that are never used waste away slowly, lost to time. Rotor inclined his head slightly. They are there to be used. Voru smiled. Excellent. I will send you more information in the morning. Good evening, Vigo Rotor. Rotor inclined his head again, this time offering a slightly deeper bow, and retreated from the room, leaving Voru alone with the Tevas Karrde, who watched him go with a sort of dismissive disinterest. Rotor was a snake, Voru thought, but snakes had their uses, at least from time to time. And in this case, it was exactly that Rotor was a snake that made him useful. After all, a Vigo who wore the uniform of a colonel in the Coruscant Constabulary was a snake used to living amongst a horde of Renessian mongooses, and it was exactly that kind of snake that Voru needed. Chapter 14. Captain Atral Tabban sat back in her chair, her legs crossed as she examined the plot. There were her allied ships, the interdictor cruiser Coruscant Rainbow, which was effectively blocking off the hyperlane to Yukio, its powered gravity wells rudely yanking any vessels attempting to transit through it back into normal space. 4 Mon Calamari cruisers and the Star Destroyer Freedom were escorted by 5 Katana dreadnoughts led by Garm Bel Iblis' old flagship, Peregrine. Most important of all was the newly arrived Endurance, first in a class of new fleet carriers and commanded by Admiral Bell. Endurance would likely play host to most of the fleet group starfighters. Atral felt a momentary pang at the idea of losing the rogues and having to break in a less experienced squadron and CO. Her gaze moved past the friendlies to the unknowns. They stopped a dozen freighters in the last 6 hours. Any supplies that could be used to reinforce Yukio's defenses or construct a new planetary industrial base were forfeited and the ships turned around. Any Imperial vessels were impounded. Yukio was an agri-world. For the last few thousand years, it had been one of the primary food production sites in the Albrian sector. That had made it Grand Admiral Thrawn's primary target during the second phase of his war against the New Republic. While Thrawn's armies of clones had not needed training, they did need to eat. But its strict specialization in agriculture meant the planet had little other industry, and had long been reliant on galactic trade to maintain its prosperity. Atral didn't like the idea of squeezing around the planet's neck until the Empire agreed to let it go, but at least the people of Yukio wouldn't starve for it. Her censors officer, the Togorian Traxim, examined the plot with her, examining the reports that came in as the A-Wings and inspections team submitted them. All independent shippers, he hissed. None of these are Imperial freighters. I can't say I'm surprised, she replied, tapping her lip with her forefinger thoughtfully. We've been here a while. Imperial ships are probably taking the less explored, riskier routes to Yukio now. And that attrits them considerably. Their first day they captured a Star Galleon, one of the Empire's preferred military transport designs. The ship had refused to go down without a fight, leaving it little more than a wreck once the battle was done. Its stubbornness had cost 2 of their pilots their lives. Large enough to be a capable freight hauler, and well enough armed to not need an escort, the versatile craft had been loaded with industrial equipment that could have been assembled into a small factory for the production of blaster and laser parts. It wasn't enough to produce new weapons, but it would have been enough to produce plenty of spare parts for when the weapons the Yukio garrison ran down through hard use. Since then, they hadn't caught much. What do you think the Empire will do now, Captain? Atral shrugged. For the moment, we're in a stalemate. They can't break our blockade, but we also can't take Yukio, not with its planetary shields intact. Not without doing a lot of collateral damage anyway. Even if we took out Ragra's Star Destroyers, we'd just be stuck in orbit. But every time they come out to fight us, we've kicked them around like we did at Hishian. Traxim hissed unhappily, his large feline eyes refocusing on the display. The gravelly voice of her Bothan communications officer, Hyakin, drew her attention away from it. Captain, General Bell Iblis has called a staff meeting aboard Orthovan and requests that you, General Antilles, and Colonel Selchu attend, Hyakin reported with his typical Bothan briskness. She frowned. Have the shuttle prepared, and inform the rogues. She frowned deeper, murmuring, I wonder if I still have my dress uniform under her breath. Asterisk. She did not. Or at least, she couldn't remember where in her small quarters and locker she had stashed it, but no one else was wearing theirs. Another small perk of being on the right side, Atro mused. Garm Bell Iblis wasted no time. We found Invidious, he said, crossing his arms across his chest. He stood at the end of the long conference table. On one side of the table were some of the commanding officers of the squadron's capital ships, the Mon Calamari COs of Orthovan and Ivardel, Captains Herrero and Sulkios. Both looked distinctly uncomfortable in the drier air of the conference room. Even the portable humidifier Bell Iblis had brought in wasn't helping much, though Captain Sarah Yonka of Freedom and Admiral Loretta Bell of Endurance both looked happy enough. On the other side of the table sat Bell Iblis' longtime personal aide, Sina Medano, flanked by Wedge and Tycho with Atral herself off to the side. Atral was by far the lowest ranked person at the briefing, and she knew it. Are we going after her? Wedge asked. No, Bell Iblis groused, his voice gravelly with annoyance. She's in the only Imperial system nearby that's better fortified than Yukio. Intelligence reports that Invidious has been spotted undergoing repairs at the Imperial repair yard in the Lineary system. Does that mean we've confirmed that Invidious is now under Roger's command? Asked Tycho. Not exactly, said Medano, her calm, professional voice taking over for Garm's darker, slightly hoarse one. She was younger than Bell Iblis, but not by very much. Her once raven hair now matched the general's gray. Atral also knew that Medano had recently become a grandmother, which probably explains some of her tiredness. Inara hasn't been able to confirm a formal transfer order for Invidious, and her status within the Imperial fleet is still uncertain. However, given our most recent discussions with General Kraken, we have to operate under the assumption that Invidious has been assigned to Rogers. Which means, Bell Iblis took back over, that we need to assume that Kraken's draw prisoner is now working for Rogers. Which means we need to assume that all of our communications are potentially compromised. He scowled. As of now, all squadron vessels are forbidden from using the HoloNet except for absolutely vital communications. All communications that do use the HoloNet are to be encrypted up to maximum available standards, but assume that even that won't keep their contents confidential. The room was grim. Saryonka's expression in particular was dark with frustration. This gives the Empire a significant strategic advantage, Loretta Bell said. The red-haired Corellian was one of the longest-serving members of the New Republic fleet. Wedge and Luke Skywalker had escorted her freighter to safety at the Battle of Hoth, and for that service she'd been given one of the most coveted positions in the fleet, command of the New Endurance. Yes, it does, Bell Iblis agreed. Which is why we need to dismantle this Imperial fleet as quickly and as thoroughly as possible. That sent a ripple of surprise through the room. We're going to attack. Asked Tycho carefully. Not right away, Bell Iblis said reluctantly, his tone making clear he wished they could attack right away. Not with the intent to take the planet anyway. We're still expecting more reinforcements, and General Kraken informed me in his final HoloNet communication that he's sending help to deal with Yukio shields, but that it may take some time to get here. In the meantime, we need to do as much as possible to keep the Empire off balance. He nodded at his fleet commanders, which is why we're going to perform a hidden fate on Yukio later this week. Medeno manipulated her datapad, and in the middle of the table a hologram of the Yukio system appeared, 5 planets orbiting around the star. The Imperials have one in-system facility outside of Yukio's planetary defense shields, she explained, and the map zoomed to present a close look at the 4th of the 5 planets, a large, ring gas giant. A space station orbiting the system's largest gas giant, Suwin, which produces small amounts of Tabana gas. Intelligence reports suggest the Imperial forces are attempting to enlarge the platform's extraction capabilities in order to reduce their reliance on imported Tabana for their blasters and turbolacers. We want to get in, knock out the station, do as much damage to Roger's fleet as we can, and get out. Bel Iblis smiled thinly. I've sent couriers to the remainder of our fleet. This operation will require very careful timing without the hollow net to coordinate, so we'll be mounting the attack in precisely 3 days at 1100 hours, Galactic Standard. That timetable cannot be changed. He turned to look at Atral. You, Captain Taban, will be responsible for taking advantage of the chaos to hit as many Imperial freighters present in system as possible. Yes, sir, she replied. A risky assignment, given how many ships would be flying around in system. What's Rogue Squadron status, General Antilles? Bel Iblis asked. We'll be back up to near optimal strength by then, Wedge said confidently. Atral couldn't help but notice Tycho giving his boss a slightly skeptical look, but Wedge's XO didn't verbalize whatever concerns he apparently had. His posture eased once Wedge sent him a cheeky grin. Good, Bel Iblis replied. Apparently for him Wedge's word was enough. For the moment I'm going to leave Rogue Squadron aboard Eschenstrike. Rogue Squadron and Strike have formed a good team in the past, and it'll be your job to see to it that none of Roger's logistics vessels escape. Wedge and Tycho both winced. Atral tried not to take it personally. If she was still flying, she'd prefer to be stationed on Orthovan or Endurance 2. If there are no more questions, Bel Iblis said, that concludes the briefing. Get in, hit them so it hurts, and get home. We just need them off balance, understood? His subordinates pushed back their seats, rose, and saluted. Understood, sir, said Atral and Antilles in unison. Good. You're both a credit to the Republic. Don't get killed. Dismissed. Asterisk. So, are you planning to tell me why you're so cheery about our status? Tycho asked as soon as they were out of the briefing room. Orthovan's corridors were busy with officers and crew going about their usual business, and Atral and Wedge squeezed against the side as a cargo repulsor lift was ushered down the center of the walkway. You realize that we're still down 5 birds and 2 pilots, and I know what Entry says about small craft replacement, his XO called over the sounds of warming repulsors. The repulsor lift passed, leaving only the background noise of a battleship in its wake. Yes, I know, Wedge replied at a normal volume, the corner of his mouth tugging for a brief moment. And no, I'm not going to tell you. It's a surprise. General's prerogative. Oh no, Tycho groaned, rubbing his forehead as Atral quietly settled in for a show. Wedge Antilles planning surprises. Is this going to be like the time you tried to cook tauntaun for Luke's birthday on Hoth? You pirated Alliance flight roster flimsy and emergency flares for confetti, and just stood there as Jansen hijacked the sound system with the theme from The Littlest Lost Us Nerve. As I recall, we all ended up with confetti everywhere for a week. You exaggerate. It was only a few days. And no, is better. Tycho raised a very aristocratic eyebrow and launched another sally as Atral fought to keep her expression businesslike. Is it going to be like the time you spent the better part of a month faking an exotic Ewok pet rescue so you could prank Jansen into thinking the Wraiths had recruited an Ewok pilot? You're forgetting that I also managed to convince him that he needed to find the Ewok who had gotten loose on Mon Ramonda, but he could only do so if he was in his skivvies and smeared with Ewok food. And no, Wedge said calmly. Atral laughed. That was funny. Shala said Jansen wouldn't look any of you in the eye for a fortnight, and the holo squeaky took made that rear of his fleet group famous. This one is still better, said Wedge, smirking at the memory. You're going to have fun with it, Tycho. They stepped into the main axial lift, which started moving them towards Orthovan's main hangar, where their shuttle back to Eschenstrike waited for them. Then it must be like the time you and I set up that ambush at Yaghol Station for Lusankaya and humiliated Isard. You remember, Booster Tarek ended up coming out of it the private owner of a Star Destroyer, which he spent the last few years using to terrify the galaxy and our Internal Revenue Department. Wedge scoffed. Hardly terrify, Tycho. Aaron Venture has told Booster more about the market for Star Destroyer spare parts than he ever really wanted to know. He probably should have sold it to the New Republic and bought something more economical, but you know Booster, bigger is better. And no, it's better than that. The lift door slid open, and the trio stepped into the hangar, Wedge and Tycho in front, Astral following behind. Well, if it's not like any of those times, then I suppose it'll be like the time you didn't tell the rest of the rogues you called for reinforcements during their covert ops on Karrde, and I showed up out of nowhere with half a squadron of Z-95s to save your rear at exactly the right moment. Tycho said a bit petulantly. Wedge smiled. Yes, Tycho. I'm expecting it to be exactly like that. You'll even get to be all snootily superior and Alderaanian about it. 18 hours later, Astral was beginning to think that Wedge might have cut the margin on his surprise a little too close when Eshin Strike's board lit up with alarms from both her sensors and the fighters on Cap. A vessel just dropped out of hyperspace. It looks like a Quasar Fire-class bulk cruiser, announced Traxim, the Togorian turning his chair to look at the detailed readout appearing on his monitor. I can't tell if it's a bulk freighter variant or a starfighter carrier variant, he added, sounding a bit disgusted. The ship's alarm sounded, men and women hurrying to their posts. It doesn't look like it's spoiling for a fight, Astral observed, stroking her chin with a finger. And usually a Quasar Fire won't travel unescorted. Do we have a safe yet? Wedge's voice startled her. She'd heard the rest of the bridge crew scramble in, but hadn't realized he'd been among them. Don't bother. She'll ping as Uthor Farrell from the Iachuan System Defense Forces, he said, offering a grin at her surprised look. First rule of being a general, Astral, he said. Always maintain your own supply lines. It helps if you have some favors to call in when the official channels get, well, excessively official. He nodded. If I may, please authorize them to approach when they provide the countersign, and have your helmsman accommodate them into the formation. They're going to have some supplies and personnel to shuttle over. Asterisk. Wedge and the rest of the rogues assembled in the hangar. Tycho wore an expression of amused acceptance. The rest of the squadron wore looks of confusion. So, boss, are you planning on telling us what's up, or is this a tauntaun stew event? Asked Tabi, his hands pushed into his orange flight suit. Ask Tycho, Wedge said. Apparently, Tycho said, already distancing himself from the fallout, it's more of a me on Karrde kind of thing. Hobby and Jansen, both of whom had been on training duty during the Rogues' mission on Karrde, looked at each other in confusion, then both looked at Tycho. So, what? Does that mean Wedge called up Winter? Asked Jansen. Or did the princess send us a resupply? Tycho shook his head. No, sadly. He means that we are about to be surprised with some unexpected reinforcements, Core and Horn answered their persisting question. Tycho came out of nowhere with fighters we could fly. Wedge snapped and pointed at Corn wordlessly. Oh no, Jansen said in full whisper. Wedge thinks he's being clever. We're doomed, added Hobby. Wedge just stood there and mock glowered at them both as the hangar bays aligned. One of the deck officers came over and waved them back, and the squadron pushed until they were nearly snug against the far end of the hangar. Eshin Strike was a tiny ship to carry a full squadron of fighters, and there wasn't a whole lot of space left. Through the vacuum seal came 4 X-Wings, 3 under tractor, 1 under power. The first was painted in Rogue Squadron colors, the remaining 3 were unpainted, as if they'd come right off the factory floor. The deck officers waved them down, and the Rogues could see that the latter 3 fighters were each being piloted by their astromechs. The piloted snub popped his canopy, and his pilot stood up. She was impressively tall for a human, easily the tallest member of the squadron, and powerfully built. As she took off her helmet, her thick blonde hair remained plastered to her head in a functional crown braid. Plory. Jansen yelped excitedly, jogging forward ahead of the rest of the squadron to greet her as she climbed down the ladder. How are the kids? I explored the Karrde as Dio hit the deck, ignored Jansen, and smiled at Wedge, firing off an artfully sloppy salute. Congratulations on the promotion, General. It's about damn time, before pretending to notice Jansen as Wedge acknowledged her salute with parade ground precision and Jansen with the tilt of the head. Plor immediately dropped her salute, reoriented, and made to greet the troublesome Tanabian. Jansen, expecting a friendly embrace, found himself instead locked in her headlock. No slouch at unarmed combat himself, and a born entertainer, Jansen only made token resistance inside the grip of her arm. He squirmed more to make a show of it than anything, and began issuing complaints that reached a shrill whine on the live flight deck. She talked over Jansen's protest. "My children are fine. They love that littlest Bantha Holo show you sent in the water pistols. And so does my consort. My government, not so much. They were ambushed by armed toddlers last week. But I'm guessing you didn't think about that, did you?" She sighed theatrically, equaling Jansen's drama, and her gaze found Tycho. "I'm disappointed, Tycho. You let Wes out of his cage," she said cheerfully, hauling the Tanabian to and fro with alarming ease. "Where do you keep it? I'd be happy to huck him back into it for you." Asterisk. It took Jansen only a few minutes to talk himself loose, and then the squadron reunion had begun in earnest. Most of Wedge's pilots knew Plor from past service, and they'd introduced her to those she didn't know and exchanged stories before getting down to business. Eschenstrike's forward lounge was a poor excuse for a briefing room, but Wedge had seen far worse. Plor hadn't changed that much since the last time Wedge had seen her. A long-time rogue before she'd been lured into other duties, Plor was the angriest, most physically intimidating human who'd ever strapped on a rogue squadron flit-suit. When Wedge had first recruited her, she'd also been constitutionally incapable of not using that size and strength to beat the stuffing out of at least 3 people in every bar she walked into. Admittedly, they always had it coming, and she'd never complained about the subsequent mess duty. She'd mellowed some in the last few years. Becoming Queen Plor the First of Iatu likely had a lot to do with it. "So you found Tavira," Plor said as she straddled one of the chairs, resting her elbows down on the table. The other rogues present gathered around. "She's up to no good again, I assume?" Plor clasped her hands together in a manner that was more than vaguely menacing. "We should have squashed her on Iatu before she could run riot around the galaxy." "You're not going to get an argument from me, Plor," Wedge said. "Tavira has come into possession of 3 things: a Star Destroyer, the Invidious, which is currently under repairs at the Imperial repair yards at Lineary. Tycho began. "We hit it with a bunch of proton torpedoes, but we didn't have enough to close the deal," Jansen put in. Tycho nodded. "But we did enough damage to hurt it, which is probably why it's in for repairs now." "Are we going after her?" Plor asked, her expression one of hungry anticipation. Leonia Tavira had been off of a due sector, and her capital world had been Iatu. Plor's Iatu. Tavira dragged Iatu through misery in her quest to squeeze as much wealth and power out of it as she could, and as the woman who has been left picking up the pieces, I very much want a piece of that decredanti Isert. Hopefully this time we'll get her. "Sorry, beneficent majesty, but not yet," Tycho replied. "Lineary is well fortified, with Golan platforms and 2 Vikstars on station to back them up. To hit Lineary we'd have to take our eyes off Yukio, and we can't do that. If we were to let up on Yukio, the Imperials would bring in more supplies and make its eventual conquest even more difficult," Wedge explained with a sigh. "Once we take Yukio we can move on Lineary, but until then Yukio is our first priority." Plor frowned, then offered a grudging nod. "Fine. So we need to take Yukio before we can take Tavira." She waved her hand in a small circle, beckoning Tycho and Wedge for more information. "What are the other 2 things Tavira has come into possession of?" "A Force user," Tycho said, glancing at Karrde. "That's about all we know," Karrde said with a frown. "He was armed with a lightsaber and was good with it. Better than me, which isn't saying much, but still he can bounce back blaster bolts and lift things. Thankfully we didn't get too close, or," he glanced uneasily at Tycho and Wedge, "I suspect not all of us would have made it off that landing pad." Plor's frown was deepening. "That's alarming," she conceded. "Looks like we should try some Jedi countermeasures. What's the 3rd asset?" We think she is working with a slicer who can penetrate the hollow net, Tycho finished. The extent of his abilities are unclear, but the situation is dire enough that General Kraken is sending out alerts to key facilities, instructing them not to send any vital information over the hollow net even under high encrypt. Plor's frown had vanished into a cool, calm expression Wedge didn't remember from her squadron service. "That's very alarming," she said after a moment. She leaned back in her chair, folding her well-muscled arms across her chest. "I'm pleased you called me, Wedge. So, we have a plan, I assume, even if that plan is just to fly in and start shooting." "How long do we have you?" Wedge asked. "I know you can't be away for too long." "I shouldn't be away at all," Plor said sadly. "But things aren't as uncertain back home as they used to be. There are multiple heirs to the throne now, and if anything happens to me, their father can avenge my death and take over as regent. He does most of the day-to-day as it is." Jansen's eyebrows arched mischievously. "Is Thor walking yet?" Plor beamed. "Hurtling. Everywhere at full acceleration. He enjoyed chasing down my ministers with a water pistol, which I have to admit was the funniest thing I've seen in years. The twins are stumbling quickly. Combat should be nice and relaxing with a pleasant sleep schedule compared to that in court life." "Did Rial finally talk you into actually marrying him?" asked Tycho, grinning. The Queen of Iatu laughed. "Oh no, we're still just engaged. He wants to scandalize everyone and elope on a galactic vacation with me and the babies. I have no patience for a court wedding, and frankly you know I despise most of the planetary nobility anyway." She rolled her eyes. "They know it too, but it's their own fault for trying to kill me that one time." Jansen was hopping from foot to foot, wearing an expression that gleamed with glee. "Plor, if 4 years ago I'd had to pick the rogue least likely to settle down and start a family, I would have picked you. And here you are, the first of us to have kids. Kids you told to call me Kawes." "Not the first," Tycho put in. "Barus and Ardal had a child around the same time. Just a few weeks before Plor's first, if I recall." Jansen waved his hand at Tycho. "They don't count. Everyone knew they were settling and sending Life Day cards. But Plor, our Plor, and she has 3 kids. Wes, I threatened to thrash you, but at this point we all already know about your masochistic tendencies." His face fell, and Plor continued, "I guess I'll have to get back into condition with the spar tomorrow. I wonder where I can find a partner for that." He brightened theatrically, and Plor sighed, shaking her head. "But really, Tycho, Wedge, it's been this long, and he's still running around with the maturity of a caffeinated adolescent. Where does he find the energy?" "Just be glad he's not the one who had kids first," Wedge said dryly. His heart was warm at how clearly happy Plor was, and at the reunion. It was too rare for ex-rogues to get together, and he wished that this reunion was for his own sake, and not because they needed Plor and the fighters she had brought. We'd have more than one Jansen running around. "Can you imagine?" Tycho asked with a sigh. "But I suppose he'd have to find someone who would put up with him first," the Alderaanian added. "Just what we need, an authoritarian female Jansen," Plor added, grinning wickedly at Wes. Jansen folded his arms across his chest. "Now you're all beating up on me," he complained. "Yes, but you make it so easy," Plor laughed. "Come to think of it," said Hobby mischievously, speaking up for the first time to land a precise volley, "I'm surprised you two never tried dating," he said, head tracking back and forth between the erstwhile queen and aspiring jokester. Plor and Wes glanced at each other, recoiled, and glared at him, mock recrimination written on their faces while a ripple of laughter ran through the rest of the rogues. "Well," Plor said, standing, "I should probably get some ragtime so I can be haunted by tall, pale, and gloomy story time." She held her hand out to Wedge, who took it in a firm grip. Rogue 11, reporting for duty, General. Chapter 15. Wedge checked his squadron status reports one last time as Eshin strike hummed through hyperspace towards Yukio. This was the best condition the rogues had been in since the Thrawn campaign. They had fresh new fighters and spare parts, and Zray had done his usual exemplary job, all 11 fighters came up all in the green. But he still wished that Luke was there so they'd have that extra edge, and he'd have another friend to talk to. Hyperspace reversion in 5 minutes, Atral's voice said into his ear. The main formation and the secondary strike forces should already be engaged and drawing the Imperials out of our attack vector. Let's hope that Bell Iblis' precise timing works out again this time, Wedge murmured, switching his HUD to review the battle plan one last time. It wasn't the most elaborate attack plan Wedge had ever seen, a relatively simple three-pronged thrust and retreat, but the timing was vital, and there were plenty of chances for Karrde-ups, even assuming they weren't speeding into a trap. We're cutting it a little close, but at least this plan doesn't involve us diving in to engage 2 Star Destroyers and their escorts all by ourselves. Her voice came back, an odd mix of amusement and relief. If this all plays out as it should, we'll just be taking on freighters and maybe some ties, Wedge agreed. Nothing we can't handle. The rest of the fleet got the tough assignments. Gate whistled at him to let him know the rest of the squadron wanted his attention, and flipped his comm back to the squadron channel. He was pleased to hear confident banter. So, boss, Hobby said, what rank does Plor have? I mean, she's a queen, right? Does a queen outrank a general? Queen is not a military rank, Corrin put in with the flat effect. Plor never resigned her military commission, Wedge replied, and her current rank is Major. Major, Mom? Wes put in cheekily. I like it, it has a nice ring to it. Careful, Wes, Plor's voice came next. I'll order you to do some babysitting. You know my rank predates yours, so technically I outrank you, right? This is unfair, Wes objected. That's only because I kept turning down promotions. And I'm sure that's a violation of my dignity as an officer. Right, Tycho? I'm not sure, Tycho said, maintaining the calm command tone he used during briefings and battle. I'm a colonel, and Force knows I've babysat for the solos enough. You're dating their nanny. Wes whined. Go ahead, Wes, Tycho said, voice dangerously even. You tell Winter she's a nanny, and see what happens. And do you really want to tell Plor no? She's twice your size. Wedge, the other rogues are ganging up on me, Wes said with a laugh. They're going to ask me to babysit. There was a pause. Although, you know, maybe that would be fun. Didn't Plor say something about shooting nobles with water pistols? Wes, no one sane asks a 13-year-old boy to babysit, said Wedge. I give it a month before you get an insistent demand from Her Beneficent Majesty. And I will happily grant you leave to do so. Thanks. Wait, no, what? Came Jansen and Plor's voices. Wedge's comm board lit up as Strike Spot and Communications Officer cut in. Rogues, reversion in 30 seconds, he said firmly. Asterisk. Eshin Strike came out of hyperspace as close to Yukio as it could. On her plot, Atral saw the battle update start to rapidly come in. The main battle was taking place on the far side of the planet, with the primary Republic formation and the primary Imperial formation slugging it out on the opposite edge of Yukio's gravity well out of range to intervene. On the other side of the system, the secondary battle opened as Freedom and Endurance charged towards the system's largest gas giant and its orbiting Tabana gas mining station. Their shields already glowed under the barrage from the 2 enemy Impsters, but Endurance's fighters were about to get their well-armed teeth into their assailants. There were no enemy warships waiting for strike, and Atral covertly clenched her fist and knocked in on the arm of her chair victoriously, letting out a tension-filled breath before slowly drawing in another and examining her prey. 3 Imperial freighters, of a variety of makes, and all the time in the world to shred them. General Bell Iblis had been right, yet again. Now it was her turn to get the job done before they could escape into hyperspace, and before the Imperials could scramble a real defense. Designate the freighters in front of us as targets 1, 2, and 3. Full power to the engines and guns. Rogue Squadron launch. Admiral Terran Rogers watched his plot in dismay as the electronic icon, that was the Republican Star Destroyer Freedom poured turbolaser and ion cannon fire into Suwon Station. The station had 2 Star Destroyers defending it, but they had been outmatched by Freedom and the Republic's new fleet carrier, which had swarmed the Empire's TIE squadrons with A-wings, X-wings, and B-wings that smashed through the Imperial fighter screen and hit to the station with proton torpedoes and ion cannons. The Republic forces hadn't inflicted too much damage on the Star Destroyers, but, with fighter cover gone from the station, Bel Iblis forces had executed a single-minded and inexorable thrust. The old Corellian's objective was plain as the two Republic ships single-mindedly focused on the stationary target. The much-needed Tabana gas mines, which radiated out from Suwon Station, hovering over the constantly flowing clouds of the Yukio system's largest gas giant, rang with explosions. Each sub-district lighting up triggered a sympathetic detonation in its neighbor, surrounding the station with a ring of fire formed from the debris of costly Imperial investments and months of lost munitions. The station's repulse orlifs died under Freedom's ion bombardment and it started to slowly sink into the cloudy mists below. Evacuation craft launched from it, ejecting and rising unsteadily. They were ignored by the combatants as the survivors scrambled away from the doomed station and the gas giant's gravity. That was hardly the worst of it. The battle over Suwon was on the other side of the system, and while on that front Rogris could do nothing more than watch, he and Pellaeon had enough problems all their own. 4 Mon Calamari cruisers, Bel Iblis dreadnoughts, and a smattering of smaller vessels had drawn in the bulk of Rogris forces, including Chimera. They had seemingly presented the vanguard of the long-awaited New Republic invasion, but it was obvious now that Garm Bel Iblis had been hunting easier game than Yukio itself. Through Chimera's bridge window he could see Agonizer, and the Republic's Ivardel and Nazvul engaged in a brutal brawl, red and green lights flickering between them. Agonizer took hit after hit under the metronomic pounding, its never fully repaired engines finally flickering and dying. The ship started drifting out of line and lost formation with Chimera, forcing Nemesis to evade. Nonetheless, Rogris still had this flank of the Republic's attack on even terms with the full 5 Star Destroyers, including the wounded Agonizer, and their escorts. The Death's Head and Judicator were trying to cut off the Republic's forces to prevent their retreat, but there was no real chance of success. As soon as the attack on Suwon Station had begun, the main Republic formation had begun its withdrawal. They'd already exited Yukio's gravity well and could vanish at any time. They only remained to distract the Imperials long enough to ensure that the rest of their forces could also escape. And in the middle of the system, the damned corvette Eschenstrike and the thrice-bedamned rogue squadron were making mincemeat of his freighters. They'd already smashed up 3 bulk freighters and were now engaged in a shootout with the doomed Star Galleon, which had been locked out of Yukio when the planet's defensive shields had gone up. Unlike the freighters, the Galleon could have taken strike in a straight-up fight, but it was ill-prepared to deal with the snub fighters. As Rogris watched, too far away to help but close enough to see, 3 X-wings unleashed another volley of proton torpedoes, slamming them into the Galleon's blunt nose. Explosions tore through the vessel, and even if he'd had TIE fighters to spare to engage them, there was no way to get there in time to do any good. Besides, his pilots were nowhere near as skilled as the Republic's top aces, and Rogris was running precariously short of ties as it was. A 3-pronged hit and fade. The attack underscored just how precarious Rogris' strategic position really was. They were locked in a system they couldn't defend, protecting a planet that couldn't repair them, fighting off a superior force under one of the best military minds the enemy had to offer. Garm Bel Iblis was far too dangerous. Offering him such luxury was tempting fate. It hadn't been all bad for the Empire. Agonizer had given as good as she'd gotten, and Nazvul was sure to need some time for repairs. The initial fleet engagement had been slightly better than even, which had made Pellaeon and Rogris both nervous, but they didn't have the forces to not take it seriously. All the Republic forces were in full withdrawal now, making it clear that they had no intent to try to take Yukio today. The main formation was the first to vanish into hyperspace, leaving Chimera's final shots to hum through the void until they finally dissipated. Freedom and Endurance went next, blasting their engines until they exited Suwon's gravity well, and then jumping away, a small hurricane of snub fighters leaping out with them. Last was the Corvette and the X-Wings. The X-Wings didn't bother to try to dock aboard Eschenstrike. The maneuver would have been too difficult under these conditions, but they didn't need to. One by one, each X-wing streaked away into hyperspace. The Corvette waited until all 11 had safely fled, and then it too flared, its bed of engines glowing momentarily before a flicker of pseudo-motion carried it into hyperspace. They could have stayed. Bel Iblis' forces had outnumbered the Empire in pure raw material terms. Had they fought it out, they might have been able to wreck his whole fleet. The only reason they didn't, Roger suspected, was they thought they'd be able to do that at some point of their choosing in the future, when the doing of it would not be so costly. No, there was no way to win. The defense of Yukio was simply untenable. The best he could do was stall, and Rogers wasn't sure how much longer he could do even that. 4 hours later, the battle was concluded, and the fleet group nursed its wounds. Rogers was in his office, reviewing the after-action reports, when Captain Pellaeon arrived. Admiral Pellaeon's voice was rock steady, a confident foundation and support. We have just finalized the final casualty summary. Suwon Station is a total loss, and the rebels destroyed 3 of our bulk freighters and the Star Galleon Ferox. Among our Star Destroyers, Agonizer reports the most serious damage, with more minor damage to Judicator and Nemesis. 2 of Agonizer's 3 main engines have been seriously damaged. Pellaeon relaxed slightly, but his expression was grim. Agonizer will require significant yard time before it can be made combat ready again, sir. Rogers nodded, unsurprised. His still face did little to betray his dismay, but Pellaeon could probably see it anyway. Agonizer had never been fully repaired after the debacle at Hishium, and the Republic had specifically targeted it during the engagement earlier that day. They had recognized a vulnerability, and they had exploited it. It hurt to see the ship which had carried his flag for most of the last 2 decades so badly maimed. We'll have to send Agonizer to Lineary for repairs, he said with a sigh. Yes, sir, Pellaeon agreed, but, sir, Pellaeon's expression somehow grew even grimmer. I had Lieutenant Shell contact the Lineary repair yard. The yard reports that there is already a seriously damaged Star Destroyer already with priority repair status, and that the repairs are expected to take several more weeks at least. What? Rogers looked up in surprise, then turned to his computer. The Council of Moffs placed the Lineary yards under my exclusive purview, he said unnecessarily. Pellaeon already knew that. The only person who can reserve their use for vessels outside this squadron is Moff Disra, and so far as I know he has no ships that might need repair. We've had no reports of Republic raids on Lineary. I know that, sir, Pellaeon replied, also unnecessarily. Nonetheless, they report that they won't be able to see to Agonizer's repairs for several weeks. Rogers shook his head. That was absolutely unacceptable. He needed all his ships in combat shape, and did not have weeks to spare. He doubted Bel Iblis would wait weeks before hitting Yukio again. Certainly if the situation were reversed he would not wait that long. Do we know which ship is under repair? I have Lieutenant Dreef preparing a full report on that, Admiral. The repair yard reports that the Star Destroyer Invidious is under repair. There had been a time, not that long ago, when the Imperial Starfleet had possessed so many Star Destroyers, under so many commanders, that even an admiral like Rogers would not have known all their names. Star Destroyers could appear and disappear, carrying on their business, and seeing one you didn't recognize occasionally passing through your sector wasn't cause for alarm. There were simply so many ships, on so many missions, that he could assume that each and every one had a specific purpose, even if he did not know what that purpose was. That time was past. Rogers had 7 Star Destroyers and their escorts. He knew every ship in the Albrian sector, and he knew every ship that the Empire had stationed in the galactic southeast at large. All of those vessels were under his overall command, and each and every one had a specific assignment that he had either given or approved. Invidious was not one of them. He scowled. Prepare the secure communication center, he growled. I need to have a talk with Moff Disra. Asterisk. Moff Disra sat in his office, ruminating. At this hour, the sun came through the window at just the right angle, casting all the wood furnishings with a glowing, golden hue. His smattering of personal possessions gleamed with reflected sunlight, service awards, and promotion plaques send an occasional glare through the room. Outside his window, Kenham Bay was busy, the locals out in their antiquated sailing craft. The typical light, temperate breeze inflating sails and carrying the boats languidly through the calm waves. People in bathing suits or other light, comfortable clothes wandered the streets, chatting amiably, as if they'd forgotten there was a war on. Ever since Thrawn had suspended the forced impressment of Imperial youth into the fleet, the general tenor among the local populace had been that the war was all but over, especially among the upper class that principally inhabited Kenham. Disra wondered what they would do when the Empire was inevitably forced to resume the practice now that Thrawn's cloning facilities were destroyed. He scrolled through the datapad with the latest intelligence reports, fresh from the latest Imperial intelligence courier. There were a few highlighted points, including the formal inauguration of the Smugglers Alliance as an employed third-party actor by the New Republic, which was followed by several suggestions for ways that relationship might be undermined. Disra, with his long relationships both covert and overt with the Fringe, knew better than most the potential value that the rebellion, and especially canny men like Aaron Kraken, could potentially derive from the new business association. There were several long pages of rebellion fleet maneuvers he skipped over as useless. Only one part specifically was highlighted, which indicated that members of the EA2 System Defense Force had been redeployed to an unknown location for unknown reasons. Intelligence suspected they'd been sent to reinforce Garm Bel Iblis, which was annoying. Disra hadn't been sent any reinforcements to help Rogers cling to Albrian, after all, but not especially concerning. One system's defense forces was hardly a serious threat on its own. He kept reading. Every once in a while there was something in one of these reports that was exploitable, that he could turn around and use for his own benefit. He stopped, pursing his lips, and reread one of the miscellaneous items near the end of the document. Imperial intelligence intercepted communications from NRI facility on Commander warning that Rebellion Holonet communications have been compromised by an unknown third party. NRI suggested Holonet be restricted to vital messages only, and the use of increased encryption of all Holonet communications until further notice. Investigation underway. Disra read it again, and then a third time, a distant memory stirring. When he'd been Moff Voru's aide, back home on Corellia, Voru had often had a knack for knowing things he shouldn't have. Voru had always played it off with a polite smile, an insinuation of omniscience, an attempt to further enlarge his already larger-than-life persona. At the time, Disra had admired that about him. Disra had admired a lot about him. Disra stroked his chin thoughtfully. It hadn't been omniscience, of course. Voru had an asset, a tool that he'd used to collect and use information to greatest effect. The rumors through the Fringe, which Voru had used Disra to manage, had been of a legendary slicer, for whom the Hollow Net was an open book. When Voru had been arrested, such rumors had stopped, and Disra had always assumed the slicer had gone underground, or been arrested with Voru and become a tool of Palpatine or Isard. But now Voru was back, as pompous and self-assured as ever, and NRI was concerned that their HoloNet communications were compromised. No, he decided. It wasn't a coincidence. Voru was back, and with him was his mysterious slicer. He wondered, idly, what the slicer had been doing for the past 15-odd years. He wondered even more why anyone who knew him well would be so loyal to Fleary Voru. Blackmail, most likely, he thought with a bitter frown. His intercom buzzed. Yes, he said, thumbing it on. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, sir, said the officer on watch. Admiral Rogers is on the HoloNet, and he wishes to speak with you personally. Disra frowned at the intercom. Rogers. Of course. Put Admiral Rogers through on my office holocom. One of the benefits, he thought as he swiveled his chair so that he faced the holographic projector on his desk, of being a Moff was that the Empire went through a great amount of effort to make sure that his secure communications were both convenient and comfortable. He reached to the interface on the arm of his chair, and the painting on the wall behind his head transformed from one of the Kenham Harbor, which he used to make the locals feel welcome in his office, to one of an Imperial Star Destroyer, nose angled toward the viewer, confident and powerful. He thumped the holocom. Admiral Rogers appeared as a small blue figure, his image flickering. He wore the traditional admiral's cap, and his arms were folded behind his back as he stood at attention. Moff Disra, he said respectfully as the communications link was fully established. Admiral Rogers, Disra returned smoothly, although his voice and manner had never been able to match Voru's calm, effortless charisma. This is an unexpected pleasure. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Rogers replied, bowing his head again. I am afraid that I must report the new rep. The rebellion has attacked Yukio. Their attack was successfully repulsed by my forces, but Suwon Station was destroyed and several of my heavy transports, including a Star Galleon, were damaged. The Star Destroyer Agonizer is also badly in need of repairs. Disra's expression tightened. It was not really a surprise that the rebellion had launched another attack on Yukio. Such attacks would continue until they captured the system, no doubt, and it was good news that Rogers had managed to repel it, but the losses were severe. I trust you gave as good as you got, Admiral, he said with forced cheer. We endeavored to do so, sir. We believe that one enemy star cruiser is similarly out of action, and several others took varying degrees of damage. Excellent, Disra replied, not really believing him. Rogers was a good admiral, but even more than being a good admiral, he was a good politician, and he had no doubt framed his report of the battle in the best possible light. Disra knew that everything he had said was true. No Imperial officer would be stupid enough to lie to a Moff, not with the penalties for such things, but he doubted the rebellion, or Rogers himself, would agree that the battle had been a success for the Imperials. I thank you for your report, Admiral. Yes, sir. Rogers hesitated. Moff Disra, I would like to dispatch Agonizer to Lineary for immediate repair. The Lineary yards are the closest ones we have for any kind of large-scale repair job, and Agonizer's engineers believe that 2 of the ship's destroyer eye engines will need that kind of extensive repair. They're also concerned that the ship's number 2 engine might need full replacement. It was Disra's turn to hesitate. Normally, this would not be a complicated request, but the Lineary Rapid Repair Unit could only manage a single Star Destroyer at a time, and thanks to Voru they were already occupied. Invidious, with its extensive damage, was in the middle of a long overdue overhaul, and its captain, or admiral, or Moff, or whatever Tavira wanted to call herself, had insisted that all components which needed or might need replacement be replaced. The procedure would take another week at least, and could not now be postponed, not without kicking Invidious out with half its systems non-functional. Voru had been quite clear about the consequences if he failed to cooperate with Tavira's wishes. I'm afraid the Lineary yards are otherwise occupied, Admiral, Disra said. He knew better than to elaborate. It was best to say as little as possible about the matter. Otherwise occupied. Rogers' expression bore the polite surprise of a man who felt none. Moff Disra, I was under the impression that the only Imperial-class Star Destroyers in this region were under my command, and I have all 7 of them with me at Yukio. Has the Starfleet sent another? Disra hesitated again. Of sorts, he settled on saying. The Star Destroyer Invidious has been performing classified missions on behalf of the ISB. He lied blithely, but that was the benefit of the ISB. No one would dare to ask, and ISB wouldn't tell even if they did, and sustained damage on one of those missions. Invidious? Rogers asked. His expression became thoughtful. Invidious was once part of Admiral Teradoc's forces, I believe. Who commands the vessel now? Disra silently damned Voru for putting him in this situation. It was clear Rogers already knew the answers to these questions, but they were innocent, and if he had nothing to hide, he would have to answer them. Admiral Leonia Tavira. The former Moff of Adu Sector. I didn't realize she had connections to ISB. I hope the vessel's damage is not that severe. Rogers shook his head. Moff Disra, I need Agonizer fully repaired as soon as possible. General Bel Iblis is pressing Yukio, and his fleet has received reinforcements, while mine has not. There was an opening for Disra to reclaim a bit of position. Invidious did engage the rebellion in Albrian Sector not long ago, he said. In fact, Admiral Tavira managed to destroy or cripple 5 X-wings belonging to the fabled Rogue Squadron. Some small recompense for the losses you sustained at Hishian. Hopefully, Disra thought, that would be enough to satisfy, or at least deflect Rogris. It clearly caught Rogris by surprise, and his eyes widened for a moment. The small, blue-tinged hologram was not especially emotive, especially when dealing with Imperial officers who were trained from Academy orientation on to conceal their feelings, but in this case, Rogris had not done enough to hide it fully. "I see," he said after a moment to consider. The Admiral hovered, clearly debating what to say next, and then nodded his head. "How long until the fleet yards will be available for Agonizer?" "I will find out for you, and impress upon the yard crews the importance of finishing the repairs to Invidious with all due haste," Disra promised. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Admiral Rogris, but I know that you are a good servant of the Empire, and I will deliver to you whatever aid and reinforcement I can as soon as possible." Disra ended the call before he let his anger show on his face. "Damn you, Avoru. You have put me into a horribly precarious situation. If Rogris decides to investigate and is bold enough to call me on my ISB bluff, but Rogris wouldn't call him on that bluff. Rogris was an Imperial commander of the old school, one of the few who still cared about concepts like honor, service, and loyalty." He thumbed his intercom. "Kelso here, sir," the officer on watch said. "Kelson, I want a secure line to Invidious. Tell Admiral Tavira to be waiting for me in 10 minutes. Asterisk. I don't care what you think you have over me, I want to speak to Voru." Disra hissed, serpentine, at the tiny image of Leonia Tavira. Moff Disra, her image smiled, patience visibly thin. "As I've already told you, Moff Voru is unavailable. He has gone aforward." "Aforward. Aforward." Disra snarled angrily at her pretentious little face. "You have the gall to blackmail me and then ignore me? What will you do if I order the repair yards to cease its work on your Star Destroyer? What if I order them to start dismantling your weapons and shields and leave you vulnerable?" Tavira's violet eyes were cold. "I no longer need Voru to hold you in check, Disra. Not that I ever did, of course. If you attempt to carry out any of those threats, I'll simply submit Invidia's actual record from the last 6 months to Imperial Fleet Command, along with a copy of the conversation you had with Moff Voru and complete copies of all his files on your past activities." Disra froze. Tavira's smile was colder than her gaze. "Are we quite clear?" Disra favored her with a furious expression. "If you do that, you won't get the repairs you so desperately need. And you'll make yourself a target." "True. But I don't need the Empire, and I know better than to fear it." She brushed some invisible lint off her shoulder, then adjusted her bandana unnecessarily. "I have a base of power all my own, and leeching off the Empire is merely a convenience, not a necessity. Unlike you, who've sold yourself to it wholesale." Disra raised a finger angrily. "Fine. You tell Voru that Rogris is suspicious, and I need to give him something, anything, to get him off our trail. And you tell him that I remember all his little tricks while we worked together in the Corellian office, and I know he's back up to them. You tell him that he's going to do one of those tricks for me, understand? I need to give Rogris a victory, a real victory, or I can't even guarantee these repair yards will still be here in 3 months, not with the rebellion breathing down my neck." Tavira considered him for a long moment. "Very well. I will tell him," she agreed. "Is there anything else I can do for you, Moff Disra?" "Yes," he snarled. "Get the hell out of my sector." He hit the intercom with a fist and her image vanished. His hand hurt, but that pain was barely an afterthought compared to the fear gnawing at his gut.